Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Administration. And I would like to call the meeting to order. So with that, I'm sorry we're a little late. With that, I'd like to have the roll called.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Deborah Gallegos for Malia Cohen. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
And she's excused, I assume. Okay, and with that, with all of this paperwork you gave me, I think we're going into closed session. So hold on a second, where is it? There we go. We'll recess now into closed session for the CEO personnel briefing from the closed session agenda. We will immediately reconvene into open session after the closed session. Thank you. I think everybody's already out, correct? Oh, no, JJ. welcome back, everyone. We are back in open session, and we will continue with the remainder of the agenda. To start with, I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Jose Luis Pacheco to lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Oopsie. Do I need to wait? Okay, as that is being taken care of, I will begin my remarks. I think we're all okay. Everything on before I start?
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm a little confused myself right now. So, I'm going to start. As we start the meeting today, I'd like to pay homage to the people of the land on which we meet. We at CalPERS respectfully acknowledge that we are on the tribal land of the Nisenan and the Miwok peoples, and recognize the neighboring Maidu and Patwin Wintun peoples, who are the indigenous peoples of this land and have lived and continue to live here. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the generations that have gone before us, as well as the present day caretakers of the land. We join in the shared responsibility to care for the earth, and through our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, we can join efforts to transform historically oppressive practices to build a more inclusive and socially conscious community. So moving on, that brings me to two notable observances this month that also honor the legacy of those who came before us and the barriers they had to overcome. The Martin Luther King Jr. holiday takes place next Monday, June 20th. Observed on Dr. King's birthday each year, we pause to honor his life work to fight for racial justice through nonviolent activism and the civil rights legislation it spawned in the 1960s. As an organization that supports members from one of the most diverse populations in the country, we hold fast to Dr. King's ideals of equality by embracing differences and treating the people we serve, those we work with, and those we conduct business with dignity and respect. Now, we also recognize the National Day of Healing that follows January 21st, first established in 2017. The purpose of the observance is to help bridge the gaps that have long divided people and to recognize the healing work that needs to be addressed for true equality to take root. The National Day of Racial Healing encourages people to take the time to learn about historic racism, to initiate healing conversations, and build relationships that lead to a more just and equitable world. Both observances are in alignment with our beliefs here at CalPERS. Turning now to today's meeting, our agenda is designed for deeper learning on issues that will come before this board for action at a later date. And I look forward to an enriching round of discussions. And finally, before I conclude my remarks, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the devastating wildfires in and around Los Angeles in recent days. It has been heartbreaking to see how quickly and completely communities and lives can be destroyed in a matter of hours or even minutes. I know I speak for my fellow board members in expressing our sympathy to those who lost their family members and those who lost so many of their cherished possessions. We thank the hundreds of first responders, who many who count themselves as members of CalPERS, and we will continue to seek ways we can do everything possible to assist. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to our Chief Executive Officer, Marcy Frost.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good morning. I think you've captured the sentiments of all of us here. So let me talk a little bit more about our response to the fires. So out of caution for the safety of our team members and their families in the Glendale area, we closed our regional office there, and it will remain closed until further notice. At this time, although a couple of our team members were evacuated from their homes, everyone is safe. Their homes are safe at this time, and the Glendale regional office is safe. The fires that last report are about 11 miles from that office. So we've been very fortunate. Our hearts are with our team members and members of the system and their families as they go through this really difficult time. So thanks to the state of emergency issued by the governor for Los Angeles and Ventura counties, affected team members can elect to use administrative time off to tend to the pressing matters before them. Our HR team is completely prepared to support their needs. At the same time, I'm really happy and proud to report that our customer service team called 298 retired members in those impacted areas. These are members who currently receive paper checks. We called to check in on them and ensure that they were able to deposit their January benefit checks. As of the end of the day last Friday, we have been successful in reaching 115 of those 298 members. We asked if they would like to change to direct deposit, and 22 members either made the change on the phone with our team or said they would do it online. Many of those we contacted said they were very grateful for the outreach. We also have a number of emergency resources that we published in the online edition of The Perspective. This provides answers to commonly asked questions, whether, during a disaster, whether that's around direct deposit or, really impactful right now is access to healthcare. Also included is a list of agencies that provide emergency relief, such as the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the IRS, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, statewide wildfire recovery resources. We will continue to monitor the situation and then also, of course, be there for our members, but our team members as well. So getting to the agenda, following some routine administrative business today, we'll begin the educational agenda. We'll start with the end in mind. So later this year in November, the board, you, will be making some important decisions about the construction of the portfolio over the next 4 years. We've been leading up to those discussions over the last few months with conversations about a total portfolio approach. It's a bit of a mindset shift away from traditional strategic asset allocation and toward a more focus on overall fund performance. Conceptually, it is new to CalPERS. We know it's an approach that's worked for other institutional investors, but most of those institutional investors are not in the U.S. Most of this is outside of the U.S., including New Zealand Super, where our CIO, Stephen Gilmore, is from. Central to that discussion is the issue of risk, rather taking the right kind of risk to fulfill your fiduciary duty. Stephen Gilmore initiated this discussion back in November, outlining some high-level considerations and trade-offs, and today he will be joined by Howard Marks from Oaktree Capital for a more thorough discussion. Mr. Marks is known for his thought leadership around balancing risk and return, and we're very fortunate to have him back with us. He actually did attend one of our offsite meetings and did an educational session for the board a few years ago. Then Stephen will be joined by our Chief Actuary, Scott Tarando, and our Chief Financial Officer, Michelle Nix, to lead the board through an interactive session designed to help shape your understanding of risk through varying scenarios, whether those are market scenarios, contribution rate sensitivities. But I think that your responses to that survey will be very insightful and helpful as we move forward to the February education session. That will be followed by a practical discussion of the steps involved to implement a total portfolio approach in our investment office operations. Then we'll switch gears, almost entirely switch gears, and focus on the important administrative work of internal auditing practices. You'll learn about why the new global internal audit standards matter, what they require, and how they impact the board's governance role. And then we'll close the day with a focus on what many consider to be the next revolution, Gen AI. As I'm sure you're aware, Gen AI represents significant economic and societal impacts, but it also impacts workers, and something we have to be very thoughtful and mindful to, that we want worker-enabled AI. And you'll hear today a little bit more about potential use cases at CalPERS, whether that is contact center use cases or investment operations use cases. I think you'll find that an interesting session, and it'll be the first of many to come. So that does complete my report, and back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Marcy. We appreciate it. I'm going to call on Mr. Palkey, who would like to make a statement about the fires. Hold on. You say this works. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, Teresa. I too also want to take a moment to share my empathy and sympathy with those affected by these fires. As we've learned, the devastation caused by the Eaton and Palisades fire not only affected the Los Angeles County, but reached out to the San Bernardino counties and Riverside counties as well. I'd also like to share my thanks and gratitude to the firefighters and first responders out there on the front lines working restlessly to contain these disasters. Coming from an educational facility where we pride our work on training the next paramedics and firefighters, I've had the privilege of watching the next generation of first responders and the training that they go through. Many of these first responders spend multiple shifts and hours with little to no sleep, putting their health on the line and sometimes their lives, protecting our homes, our communities, and even our beloved fur babies. Many times these health issues go unchecked or pushed to the side, and I hope that we can continue to be supportive and find ways to provide resources and health support that our first responders need, knowing they will be there for our communities in our times of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. With that, and I have to ask how we do this with the new thing, but I have to hand over the gavel because we're going to do the election of the president. Do I make him sit here? Do we trade? I can light up the mic too. Do we want to do it that way? Okay, go ahead. All right, I'm handing over the gavel.
Okay.
Officially. There you go.
Have the mighty gavel. Look out. Okay. At this time, we'll be doing the item for the elections of the president and vice president. We'll start with the election of the president. So I will entertain nominations.
Kevin.
Mr. Pelkey.
I'd like to nominate Teresa Taylor.
Okay, we have a nomination of Teresa Taylor. Are there any other nominations?
Here you go, David. We have.
Okay, I've got several people to speak. Okay, next we have Deborah Gallegos for the controller.
Did you want to speak? Okay.
Okay,
And then you need a
Director
second.
Rubalcava.
I was wondering if a second needed.
Oh, okay, is a second needed? Okay, second is needed.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a nomination and a second. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? And a third time, are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none, I will call for the question. We'll take it to the vote. This vote is for Teresa Taylor for president. Do we do this by roll call or is this voice?
Gail is not online, so I think you can do it by voice.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it's unanimous. The ayes have it. Congratulations, President Taylor. You have the seat of power back in your grasp.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I want to thank the board again for trusting me one more year to lead us through this new reality that we're in and all of the hard work that we are continuing and not backing down from. So thank you very much. And with that, I would like to take a nomination for vice president of the board. And I'm going to make that nomination, and I nominate David Miller. Okay, thank you. I have a second by Mr. Pacheco. Any other nominations on this? I lost a couple of people for a minute there. Any other nominations? And any other nominations? Hearing none, with that, I would like to go ahead and have the vote for David Miller for vice president. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, with that, Mr. Miller, congratulations. You are now vice president of the board again. And I want to acknowledge that Malia is here. Thank you very much.
Dr. Willis has also joined.
Oh,
us.
she did also join. Okay, hold on a second. We're not in closed session. Do I need to read the open session? Okay. Now let me go dig for that. There it is. Good morning, board members. Because we're not all present in the same room, board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public. Bagley Keene requires that some board members to make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during the open session. Accordingly, the board member participating remotely must attest either that one, they are alone, or two, if there are one or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, the nature of the board member's relationship to each person. So, Ms. Willis, at this time, I'd like you to verbally attest accordingly. And
Yes,
you
yes.
are,
Good morning. Yes, I am alone. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Willis. And with that, hold on a second. I'm going to move on to the first action item on the agenda, which is our proposed decisions of administrative law judge. And I need you to hit your microphone. And with that, I'm going to call on Mr. Miller.
Okay, we have a board motion. So I'll move to adopt the proposed decisions at agenda items 1 through 7, 9, and 11 through 14 as the board's own decisions, with the minor modifications argued by staff to agenda items 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11, and to remand agenda item 8 for the taking of additional medical evidence.
With that, I've received a request from a board member to pull item 10 from the proposed decisions. So we are going to vote on that one separately.
Correct.
Does that need to be restated in the record, Mr. Mr. Jacobs?
Sorry. When you're done with this motion, you will have a separate motion on item
Number
10.
10. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So do I have a second?
Okay. Seconded, moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Pacheco.
Any further discussion?
And with that, we do have to have a roll call vote.
David Miller,
Aye.
Malia Cohen, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton, Orena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Back to item 10. So I move to adopt item 10 on the agenda.
As soon as we get a second. So
Second from Ramon.
I have a second from Ramon Rubalcaba. With that, hold on a second, Mr. Pacheco.
Discussion.
I have a little discussion going on. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, President Taylor, and and congratulations on your presidency. I am recusing myself from item number 10. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I guess we'll call for the question.
David
Okay.
Miller,
Aye.
Malia Cohen, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton, Orena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco.
I recuse myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Abstain.
Sorry, abstain.
Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. So our final action. Oh, You got one more?
Okay, one more. So I move to deny all 4 of the petitions for reconsideration that are before the board.
I have a second from Mr. Pacheco. So with that, we will call for a roll call vote on that one as well.
David Miller,
Aye.
Malia Cohen, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton,
Are we done?
Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. Motion passes. Okay, we will move on to the board travel approvals. It's our final item before we have our discussion. What's the pleasure of the board?
Moved.
It's moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Palkey. All those in favor, except I need a roll call vote.
David Miller,
Aye.
Malia Cohen, Frank Ruffino, Lisa Middleton, Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palkey,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. I want to thank the board for getting our normal business done right away. And now we're going to move into our risk discussion with Mr. Marks and Mr. Gilmore. We'll start the conversation with risk with our Chief Investment Officer, Stephen Gilmore, and our esteemed guest, Howard Marks of Oak Tree Capital Management. Stephen, did you want to do the introductions?
We'll need about 5 minutes. He's just walking over.
Oh, okay.
But
So-
Stephen can he can dance a bit for 5 minutes, right?
Can you ad lib for a little bit?
I can definitely ad-lib for 5 minutes, but I'm not sure that you'll want to hear all that. But maybe I can introduce Howard in his absence as he's walking over. One of the most important decisions the board has to make is on risk appetite because it sets the framing for how we construct the portfolio. And I went through some of those considerations in November, some of the trade-offs, some of the tensions. And when we were thinking about the education session, the very first person I thought of when thinking about how to discuss the concepts with the board was Howard Marks. And we reached out to Howard and he kindly agreed to come and chat to us. Now, Howard is the co-chair and the co-founder of Oak Tree. And Oak Tree is one of the largest asset managers in California, managing over $200 billion. He has been responsible for not just co-founding Oak Tree, but also providing a lot of input into Oak Tree's strategy, its investment philosophy, and risk management. He's well known in the industry because he writes regular memos, and the board will have seen a memo he wrote specifically for the board. But he's written these memos over decades. They are closely followed by the industry, and he's very thoughtful. So, as I said, I'm really happy that Howard has agreed to join us for this discussion. Now, we have a certain amount of time set aside for that discussion, but I think given that we've got him here, we should take full advantage of that. I know Howard is quite comfortable taking questions from the board. The way I have thought about doing this is to have Howard present, and then Howard and I might have a very short Q&A and open that to the board. But I expect that board members may actually want to ask questions of Howard as he presents. Howard also likes drawing, so I think we've set up a little tablet and you can ask questions, and he's very good at coming up with clever diagrams to illustrate examples. So I encourage people to be proactive in asking Howard those questions. After that session, we will go through an exercise, and that exercise is a bit novel. We're going to ask the board to respond to a series of 11 different questions. Those questions are an attempt to ascertain the appetite of the board for various trade-offs. Now, I expect that there will be some potential conflict between the answers, that come out of those questions. For instance, the board is being asked about appetite to take risk. It's also being asked about downside risks and upside risks. It would surprise me if the answers to those questions were without tension. And just seeing those results will be very helpful in terms of thinking about those active trade-offs that we have to make. It will also be fantastic input to the session we have in February, which is a workshop. And it will help the staff with its thinking about the overall portfolio construction as we move towards November. I would also expect that we may very well ask the board to repeat some of these questions because our understanding will grow along the way and the tensions inherent in the trade-offs will also become more apparent as we move along. So now I'm joined by Howard. So thank you very much for agreeing to come along. I've already told the board that you are probably quite open to having questions come up along the way, and I've encouraged the board to ask those questions. Howard will also sit with us during the survey that we asked the board, so we can also reach out to him for his thoughts as we go along. And with that, I will pass over to Howard.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen, for here today. Thank you to the board for being interested in what I have to say. I will try to make this not preachy. I'll try to not tell you what your job is. I probably won't do a very good job of it. But let me just say before I start that the topic of my discussion is risk. And as I said in my note to you, the arena we work in and everything we do, it's about risk. And I was thinking this morning that what I'm going to try to accomplish, more than any other thing, is to make you think of risk not as some terrible thing which has to be avoided, but as the raw material with which you have to work, which we all have to work. And I was thinking about the analogy to an electrician. The electrician deals with electricity. Of course, it can be very injurious if it's not handled well, electricity. But the electrician's job is not to put wires in your house. It's to deliver, deal with, and channel electricity. So dangerous if used wrong, but essential. And risk bearing is the job of CalPERS, not risk avoidance. We, as investors, we give up our money today in the hope and expectation that we're going to get more back in the future. And the reason why we get back more in the future is because we get paid for having taken risk. And if we don't take risk, we're not going to get back more in the future. So the safest investments that you can make are always the lowest returning, and that's T-bills. There's no risk with a T-bill, and usually they give the lowest return of all investments in the world. And then it scales up from there. And the more uncertainty you subject yourself to, the more risk you normally expect, more return you normally expect to get. And in fact, it would be great if you could, if we all could stop using the word risk, which is a scary word, it's kind of a trigger word, and use the word uncertainty. Anyway, so I have this presentation, and do we think it's ready to go? I think it is ready to go. Oh, okay, great. And do I move it from here?
It'll be up on the screen.
Oh, okay, great. So, what is risk? And as Stephen said, I'd be very happy if you have questions. In fact, I'd be very unhappy if you don't. So please feel free to interrupt at any time. What is risk? Risk is the test of investment skill. It's not hard to make money as an investor, That's especially true when the market goes up, and the market goes up like 8 years out of 10. So that's a pretty easy job. The real accomplishment is to make money which is disproportionate to the risk you take. That's really accomplishing something. Anybody can take risk and make proportionate money. The great accomplishment is to take risk and make more than proportionate money, or make money but take less than proportionate risk. So, as I say, achieving an above average return with average risk is a significant accomplishment. Achieving an average return with less than average risk is also a significant accomplishment, but easily overlooked. And the reason being is that anybody can look on the piece of paper and know how much return you made. And the person who takes the highest return gets his picture in the paper at the end of the year. Nobody can look on the paper and know how much risk you took. So it's a hidden accomplishment. Nobody ever gets their picture in the paper saying, oh, this is Stephen. He was the greatest investor. He took the least risk. The newspapers say, this is Stephen. He's the greatest investor. He had the highest return. So return is glorified. Risk is ignored, certainly after the fact. Now, so if you look here at this little table, I postulate that the market is either up 10 or down 10 in a given year. Now, clearly, if you have a portfolio manager working for CalPERS, if the market's up 10 and he's up 10, the market's down 10 and he's down 10, he didn't accomplish anything. We know that. That's an index fund. You get average results. You don't pay much for it because there's no accomplishment. Now, what if you have a portfolio manager, market's up 10, she's up 20, market's down 10, she's down 20. I would argue she didn't accomplish anything either. She just had no value added, but just double what we call beta, double sensitivity. Or what about the portfolio manager? Market's up 10, he's down up 5. Market's down 10, he's down 5. No value added, just a half sensitivity, half beta. So those managers don't add any value. But the two listed at the bottom do. The market's up 10, she's up 15. Market's up down 10, she's down 10. So she does well when the market does well, but not badly when the market does badly. That's a positive value added. But so is the next one. The market's up 10, she's up 10. Market's down 10, she's down 5. So she gets average results in the good times, but does better than the market in the bad times. That's another form of outperformance. And you see what the two at the bottom have in common is what I call asymmetry. You do better in the good times than you do badly in the bad times. So these are people who are skilled at managing risk. Now, as a consequence, risk is an essential consideration in assessing investment performance. Risk return alone tells you only half the story. The question has to be viewed in risk-adjusted terms. How much risk did the manager take to get those returns? That's really the test of whether a manager did a good job. Manager has a given return but took astronomical risk, not such a great job. Manager had the same return with no risk, fabulous accomplishment. So the return itself tells you only part of the story. And you look at a result and it's a good result and you have to ask yourself, well, was this a safe investment, very cleverly constructed so that it would do well under almost any circumstances? Or was it a risky investment where the manager got lucky? Again, just the return itself doesn't tell you anything. Oh, here's a portfolio, it was up 15. Was that good or bad? Before you answer the question, you have to say, how much risk did the manager take to get that return? That tells you whether or not it was a good job. And by the way, you have to say to yourself, what would have happened if the environment had turned hostile rather than benign? Would it still have done well? That's another test of the skill of the manager. Now, this is not advancing. There it is. Okay. Now, so you have to assess how much risk was taken. You look at the return, then you figure out the risk. Now, the normal way people do that is by looking at something called volatility, the fluctuations. Was the price unstable or was the return unstable? And the volatility is taken to be a measure of risk. I went to University of Chicago in the mid-60s, and the main investment theory was developed at Chicago between 62 and 64. So I was in one of the first classes to learn it, and they developed all this stuff. And they said risk is volatility. And I believe that they did so for one reason only. It's the only possible measure, only possible way of quantifying risk. So you can measure how volatile something was. We call it standard deviation. You compute the standard deviation, and they say that's risk. It has the benefit of being a number. It has the disadvantage that it's not accurate. Risk and volatility are not the same. And this, I'm going to say this several times about different things today, but if I accomplish only one thing today, I'd like to talk you out of caring about volatility. And because it is not risk. It is, as I say here, I think I say here, it could be a symptom of risk, a sign that risk was present. But things are sometimes volatile even though there was no risk present, and sometimes things are serene even though there was risk present, it just didn't come to the surface. So in the real world, nobody considers volatility to be risk. And in fact, as I said earlier, as investments increase in risk, we increase our return expectations, our criteria to make those investments. And nobody in the real world cares about volatility. No, I've been in this business, this is my 56th year. I've never heard anybody say, oh, you know what, let's not make that investment, it could be volatile. Or, it's a volatile investment, we'll only make it if it has a high return. Nobody says that. They say, we may not make that investment because it could lose money. Nobody cares about volatility. And as I said here, volatility can be an indicator of the presence of risk, but it is not risk itself. Okay, what is risk? Risk is the probability of losing money. And that's the risk that most people think about. That's one of the main risks that Stephen cares about. And it is the risk that people demand compensation for. They say, I could lose half my money, so I better have a real serious upside or else I'm not going to consider this investment. So the possibility of losing money. But that's not the only risk. Risk is also, importantly, the possibility of missing out. An opportunity foregone is a serious risk, and it can seriously impact your portfolio performance to the negative. And so the risk of missing things is a serious source of risk. Risk is also the likelihood of being forced out at the bottom, which is a very serious risk. Most investors, most pension fund investors, claim to be long-term investors. And the truth of the matter is that underlying our investments, certainly in America, are participating in the capitalist system, participating in the growth of the economy, and the economy absolutely grows over time, participating in the performance of corporations. So merely participating is one of the most important things that CalPERS does. And the worst thing you can do in that regard is get off the gravy train. A bad enough experience can take somebody who claims to be a long-term investor and get them to quit. What might that be? Well, because you lose confidence, because you get a margin call and you have to put up more money and you don't have it. That leads to what we call a meltdown, because you need money for real-time expenditures. CalPERS has to pay some benefits. Market's low, but you have to sell assets anyway to pay the benefits. So selling out at the bottom is a serious risk because it causes you to fail to participate in the subsequent recovery, and it gets you off the underlying positive secular trend of economic growth. I believe that selling out at the bottom is the cardinal sin in investing. You know, people always say, buy low, sell high. And let's say you consider doing the opposite. You're thinking, well, what about buying high? What about selling low? Those are both mistakes. Which is the bigger mistake? Buying high is not a big mistake. You have a little bad correction after that, but you're still on the gravy train, and the subsequent highs are always higher. So buying high is not the worst thing in the world. Selling low is the worst thing in the world because it gets you off this income generation, I call it the gravy train, that is the essence of CalPERS rewards system. So what I'm trying to give you a sense for is that there are many forms of risk. The one everybody thinks of, losing money, is only one of them. Missing out is another, selling low is another. There are many. And that's why I say risk is inescapable, indispensable. Now, a lot of this conversation will be philosophical because the goal is to get you to understand it innately. And the greatest, as far as I'm concerned, the greatest investment philosopher is a guy who you never heard of. His name is Peter Bernstein. And he used to publish a great newsletter for his subscribers. And he said, essentially, this is very important to set the stage for the rest of the discussion. Risk says we don't know what's going to happen. That's what risk is. It's uncertainty. We walk every moment into the unknown. That's what we do as investors. We don't know the future. Our job is to cope with the fact that we don't know the future. And think about this. It's a conundrum. Investing, Stephen's job, consists of positioning CalPERS capital to benefit from future developments. That's all he does. And we don't know what the future is going to bring. So it's from the uncertainty about what the future holds, that's where the risk comes in. That's his job, and that's your job, is to deal with that uncertainty. And Bernstein went on to say there's a range of outcomes. We don't know where the actual outcome is going to fall within the range. Sometimes we don't know the range. That's where the uncertainty comes in, and the risk. Now, how do I propose, how do I think about risk? How do I suggest that you think about risk? I have 4 statements here. Number 1, I quote a professor at the London Business School, Elroy Dimson, who said, risk means more things can happen than will happen. That's risk. That's uncertainty. You make an investment in a company. There's a range of the possible things that could happen. Their profits could be $1 million, 3 million, 5 million. The stock could go down 20, up 20, up 40, up 60. There's a range of possibilities. We don't know which one's going to happen. It is from the extent and the uncertainty of the range that the risk emanates from. More things can happen than will happen. Many things can happen, only one will. The future, thus, should be viewed as a probability distribution, not as a fixed outcome. It's, I'm not a determinist, fate. No, there's a range of outcomes. We don't know which one it's going to be. It can't be predicted. You have to think about the possibilities and their relative likelihoods. That's a probability distribution. Number 3, the fact that we know the probabilities doesn't mean we know what's going to happen. So we can enumerate what outcome we think is the most likely, the other ones that are possible but a little less likely, and the ones that are distant possibilities. And this bell-shaped curve from the most likely to the less likely to the unlikely describes a probability distribution. That's what it is. There's a professor at the Wharton School I work with, and he says, we live in the sample, not the universe. There's a range of possibilities, only one outcome, selected from somewhere within that distribution of possibilities. And the greatest thing I ever heard of, this is a good time for this discussion, but the greatest statement I ever heard on the subject of possibilities was Super Bowl morning 9 years ago. They had a former player on. They said, who do you think is going to win a game? He said, 8 out of 10, Carolina wins. They were playing the Broncos. 8 out of 10, Carolinas. This could be one of the two. So there was an 8 out of 10 possibility that the Carolina Panthers would win, a 2 out of 10 possibility that the Denver Broncos would win. Denver won. Most people, they hear 80% likely. They say, well, I'm not going to watch. No, I know how it's going to go. Why even play the game? 80%. Well, sometimes the other 20% rules instead. So the fact that something is unlikely doesn't mean it's going to happen. And the fact that something is highly likely doesn't mean it is. That's how you have to think about uncertainty. Number 4, four follows 3, right? Maybe I'll try it righty. So remember Dimson. Dimson said more things can happen than will happen. Number 4 says even though many things can happen, only one will. So we take action based on a computation we call expected value, but that still doesn't tell you what's going to happen. And in fact, the selected route, which has the highest expected value, can have some possible outcomes which you can't stand to live with. So you can't take that route, even though you think it's going to be the most profitable probabilistically. You can't always live your life probabilistically. I always say I don't want to be the skydiver who was successful 99% of the time. So merely pursuing the highest mathematically calculated profit is not enough. Jose, you have a question?
Oh, sorry, I'll wait until your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
He said he'd take them.
Well, I just want, there's a few more slides I wanted.
Okay.
Oh, there's lots more slides. Okay. So now moving on from that, so that's the philosophical underpinnings. Probability distribution, we don't know what the outcome's going to be, even if we know the range. You have to realize that risk is hidden and deceptive. What you're concerned about is loss. That's not the same as risk. Loss is what happens when risk, which is the potential for loss, collides with negative events. And I always say we Californians, we may have a construction flaw in our house, but we only find out when there's an earthquake. And they don't happen very often. So risk is the possibility of a bad outcome, but they don't develop all the time, only when they're tested, put to the test. An investment can be risky and not show losses for a long time if it's not tested in a hostile environment. And one of the issues that people like Stephen and I have to deal with is that we haven't really had a hostile environment in 15 years. So many strategies and many investments haven't been tested in the last 15 years. So we don't really know what their character is. The bold point here is important. The riskiness of an investment does not become apparent until the investment is tested. And Buffett is famous for saying that it's only when the tide goes out that we find out who's swimming naked. It's only when there's a hostile development in the environment that we find out whether an investment was really risky. It can be risky and perform well for a long time as long as the environment remains benign. Important thing to bear in mind. risk is not a function of high quality alone. And when I started in this business in '69, the banks invested in something called the Nifty 50. And these were the stocks of the 50 or so best and fastest growing companies in America, where the official dictum was nothing bad could ever happen, no price was too high. And if you bought those stocks the day I came to work in September of '69, and you held them for 5 years, you lost about 95% of your money in the best companies in America. Quality alone does not guarantee you against loss. And that's because a high quality asset can be priced so high that the price makes it risky, even though it's not fundamentally risky. On the other hand, a low quality asset can be so cheap that it becomes safe. And one thing we've done for CalPERS over the years is invest in the debt of bankrupt companies. Now you might say, well, bankrupt company, that must be incredibly risky, but we have sometimes, under the right conditions, been able to buy them so cheap that they were very profitable and very safe because we got them on sale. So you have to not connect quality and risk. And, before I came into the business, well, actually, let's say I dated until about '78, the official dictum was that a fiduciary cannot buy risky assets. But the world has gotten away from that point of view because, as I say, risky assets can be so cheap that they're safe and attractive. Now, I talked before about the fact that as risk increases, people demand more return. And that leads to this graphic here, which when I went to Chicago, we saw this almost every day on the blackboard. Now, when we have return on the vertical axis and risk on the horizontal axis, and the line slopes up to the right, and we call that a positive correlation, a positive relationship. One goes up, the other goes up. One goes down, the other goes down. Most people, even in the investment business, look at this graphic and they say, what does that mean? Oh, riskier assets have higher returns. That's one of the worst things you can think. Because, just think for a minute, if you could depend on risky assets to produce high returns, they wouldn't be risky. Can't be right. That has to be an erroneous statement. And I was never happy with it, and I struggled with it for 30 years before I came up with my solution. I took the same graph, and I took these little probability distributions, and I turned them on their side and superimposed them on the graph. So in this graph, as return increases, as risk increases, return increases. As you move from left to right, the return goes up. On this graph, as you move from left to right, the risk increases. Yes, the expected return goes up, but at the same time, the range of possible outcomes becomes wider, more uncertainty, and the bad outcomes become worse. The low end of the distribution heads south. So that's what risk means. There's a wider range of possible outcomes, and the worst outcomes are really bad. That's the risk that you should concern yourself with, but it's not, of course, the only risk. And what this graph says is that if you think you found the second one from the left, that is to say, on the second one from the left, you have low return, low risk, and high return, and the second from the left is better from the third from the left under every circumstance, you're probably missing something because the market is too intelligent to permit that possibility to exist. There are thousands, if not millions of people out there every day trying to find those, and they drive them out of existence. So if you think you find one, you have to re-examine your thesis. Am I missing something? Now, trying to get a little more concrete. What determines investment success? I think investment success is like pulling one ticket from a bowl full of tickets in a lottery. And so if you think, the tickets in the bowl are all the possible future outcomes. The one ticket you draw is the actual outcome. You can draw any ticket from the bowl, and it's the existence of multiple tickets that establishes the uncertainty. So as long as there's multiple tickets in the bowl, you never really know for sure what you're going to draw, whether it's going to be a good ticket or a bad ticket. I believe that superior investors have a better sense for the tickets in the bowl. That's all they do. They don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. But I may have a better sense for what's going to happen than most people. And so I can look at a given bowl of tickets and say, well, in that bowl, there are more good ones than bad ones. And in that bowl, there are more bad ones than good ones. So I'm going to buy this bowl, not that bowl. I still don't know what's going to happen. Just a better sense. And of course, there are different skill levels. And so, now trying to drill down, what does risk management consist of? And Bernstein said that because of the existence of risk, things are going to be different from what we expect from time to time. We have an analyst, he develops a case for a strategy or a certain investment or a manager. You make that investment based on what he projected would happen. But sometimes what was projected doesn't happen. And as Bernstein says, how are we prepared to deal when we don't get what we wanted or expected? That's really risk management. We skipped one here. No? Okay. So according to Bernstein, risk means things are uncertain, and good things can happen as well as bad. I think the definition of risk should emphasize the notion of the results you don't want. The risk of having a favorable, of having something go better than you expected, that's not a serious risk. So I'd say that risk is the possibility that from the range of uncertain outcomes, an undesirable one will materialize. Bad outcome. But it's important to notice the next two bullet points, that risk can be suffering a permanent loss of capital when bad things happen, or it can be missing out on gains when good things happen. So risk is not all one-sided. Risk is not all about loss avoidance. It's also about not missing out on the good times. You have to balance both considerations. So let's say you're thinking about buying something, and let's say you really understand the future, and let's say you say there's a 1/3 chance that in 6 or 12 months it'll be down. What do you do about that risk? Most people would say, well, I don't take that risk. I don't buy that stock. But what do you do about the 2/3 chance that it will be up? If it's a 1/3 chance of being down, there's a 2/3 chance of being up. And if you don't buy it because there's a chance of it being down, then there's a chance that it goes up and you miss out. Balance those two considerations, both risks. Okay, so now trying to get a little closer, Jose, we're going to get to the point where there really are only a few more slides. But back in 1981, I was lucky. In 78, I was asked to start Citibank's activities in high-yield bonds. And high-yield bonds became a very, very important sector for the future. And they underlie much of what goes on in thinking in the investment world today. And I was asked by one of the first cable financial news networks, how can you buy high-yield bonds when you know some of them are going to default? And this is one of those times when, the right answer pops into your head. And I said to her, the most conservative companies in America are the life insurance companies. How can they sell people life insurance when they know they're all going to die? If you think about this, this is if you take nothing away from today other than this is the essence of risk management. you can say, well, we're not going to write any policies because we know people are going to die. Great. You'll never have a loss and you'll never have a business. How do the life insurance companies do it? They do it because they know it's a risk they know exists. It's a risk they can analyze. And when I got my first life insurance policy, I had to see a doctor to make sure I was in good health. It's a risk you can diversify. So you don't insure just skydivers, or just people who live in the San Andreas Fault, or just 90-year-olds, or just one occupation. You have people across the country in all age groups, demographic groups, and occupational groups. A diversified portfolio, and it's risk you can get paid to take. So you look at somebody, you say, oh, that guy's going to live till 80, probably. You assess his health. You say he's going to live to 80. So you charge him a premium, which assumes he's going to die at 70. He pays you the premium. You collect for another 10 years. That's where the profit comes in. So you're taking the risk, but you're well paid to take it. This is what I call the intelligent bearing of risk, and this is the process for determining whether you're going to do something. Is it a risk we know about, can study, can diversify, and we think we're well paid to take it? That makes for an acceptable risk. You would want to take that risk and make the money, not avoid that risk. Avoiding that risk would be a mistake. Okay, so I believe that in a superior portfolio, risk is under control. That's the key. Highly skilled investors assemble portfolios that will produce good returns if things go well and resist declines if things go poorly. Remember on the second slide I talked about asymmetry of outcomes? That's the asymmetry you want. Up, good. Down, not bad. It's the critical element, and in my opinion, the cornerstone of superior investing. Remember, the person who's symmetrical around the outcomes doesn't accomplish anything. So assembling a portfolio that incorporates risk control along with the potential for gains is a great accomplishment, but sometimes a hidden accomplishment because you only recognize it when the tide goes out. And that's really what I wanted to tell you today. So risk is not, the possibility of loss is not the only risk that matters. Our job is to bear risk. Risk comes in many forms, including the possibility, as I wrote in my note to you, that you didn't take enough risk. That's a risk. And in fact, I believe that for CalPERS, whose job it is to provide for benefits and minimize the expense to the employer, not taking enough risk, or the right risks, is a much bigger risk than having occasional losses. And last but not least, it certainly isn't volatility. And if I can accomplish one thing today, I'd like to get you to say, take the pledge. I will never think about volatility again. Because, I mean, think about it this way. You make an investment, you sign the papers, you put them in a drawer. It's a 10-year investment. You put it in the drawer. 10 years later, you take it out and you see how you did. And, you know, Buffett said, I'd rather have a lumpy 15% return than a smooth 12. And, why would you prefer a smooth 12, that is no volatility, to a lumpy 15? What might be the reasons? Now, many investors have to limit their volatility. Why? Because they're afraid that if things go up and down, their clients will panic and take out the money. You don't have that possibility. Your clients can't take out the money. You can't have a run on the bank. You can't have a sudden withdrawal. So people getting afraid and withdrawing at the bottom, not a risk for you. And in fact, if things go down, when prices go down, I don't think about it as a terrible experience. I think about it as the stuff going on sale. at the department store. You just buy more. So, you know, obviously, now, when you have volatility, fluctuations, what happens? You get bad headlines. The newspapers say, you know, CalPERS loses X dollars.
Yeah.
And you get calls from whomever to say, you know, which idiot is running the fund at CalPERS. That's externalities. That does not relate to your real mission, which is to grow the capital to provide benefits. And if you could get away from concern about volatility and emphasize the realities of good investing, that's really step one for doing your job. So there, I just did what I said I wouldn't do. But anyway, I hope this was helpful and thought-provoking and stimulating. And I hope you'll ask me some tough questions.
Well,
Look,
Well, we have definitely a whole bunch of questions coming up. I do want to thank you, Mr. Marks. This was a real, as I was reading it, it was helpful.
Good.
And I heard that you are sticking around for our survey, so I have questions for that for you later.
Great.
So I'm going to start with Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you, President Taylor. And thank you, Mr. Marks, for your comments. I really enjoyed reading your thesis
Thank you.
and your philosophy on this. And I have read some of your newsletters
Great.
In the past. You know, I really do appreciate this material, but I like to see things from a case study perspective because it kind of gives me some sort of perspective and something close to your universe. For instance, as of the end of July 2024, Brookfield and Oaktree collectively owned about 29 fossil fuel companies that represent about 50% of the energy companies in the portfolio. However, it only met like 17% of the climate demands received, and it received a poor grade from 2024 private equity climate risk scorecard report. May you elaborate on how your firm is addressing climate risk and with respect to this assessment and with respect to what you indicated to us in this presentation? Because I feel, especially when you mention externalities, something of an interesting point. Thank you,
Sure.
sir.
Thank you. Well, you know, I'm a student of oxymorons, expressions that are internally inconsistent, one of which is common sense. Sense is not that common. And the idea that you should manage the climate responsibility in your portfolio by having a list of things you won't do and will do, I don't think is sensible. The question is, can you have an impact which is favorable? Now, if I have, if there's an objectionable industry and I have some stocks in that industry and I sell them to Stephen, I don't think I've accomplished much for the planet. I don't own them anymore, he does. By the way, I'm a responsible investor. I'm going to hold those companies to a high standard. In the climate, in the environment in which fossil fuel investing is unfavorably viewed, who would buy them from me? People who don't give a damn. I will ask those companies to improve their practices and contribute to the solution. The buyer from me will say, run it to make the most money, however it is. So the governance would deteriorate under those conditions. And so we look for companies that are the leaders in, perhaps, I mean, this is not all we do, but in this area, we look for companies that are the leaders in behavior in their industries, or companies where we can produce improvement. If we can get our hands on a company and improve its behavior, that does something for the planet, and we're eager to do that. And so, you know, we have a a good history of accomplishing that. Now, the other thing I want to say, which is to me important, and I'm going to say it because I say what's on my mind, is that respecting, 5, 6, 7 years ago, when we started, which was 30 years ago, we wrote down our business principles, which to us are extremely important. And some firms, when they start, write out an investment philosophy, and we did that because we're kind of culture-driven. But we wrote out our business principles, which to us are equally important. And most firms don't, in my opinion, enunciate their business principles. And we wrote out a set. And 6 or 7 years ago, we added one on responsibility, because we think that our responsibility to our colleagues, clients, community, planet are extremely important. But I have to say, they're not the only thing that matters. We also have to make money for our clients. And we have to balance those things sometimes. So, just like with the Nifty 50, which were good companies where you lost, we're not going to say, green, good, fossil, bad. We're going to make it an assessment. And we're going to try to produce good returns for our investors with the risks under control, including the climate risk. And we have a head of our practices in these areas. We do audits. We set up procedures for all our groups. But merely, just like I said, risk avoidance is not viable. Merely avoiding all climate issues is not viable. It's more important to be active and take a constructive stance.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. I really do appreciate that comment and respect to your climate risk initiatives that you're utilizing. I look forward to learning more about your material.
We welcome the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
So next up is Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marks, thank you. This was incredibly helpful. One of the areas for us as board members where we have the greatest amount of impact is in making asset allocation decisions. And I would like your thoughts in terms of how should we as board members be trying to incorporate these principles of risk into asset allocation decisions?
Well, that's obviously a multifaceted question. I liked it. It gives me an excuse to say one of the important things I wanted to say today. I sit on the investment committee. I have sat on the investment committees of many nonprofits over the years, and and these questions are not easy because there are so many different facets to take into consideration at the same time. But there's one thing that I feel extremely strongly about, and I would really push CalPERS on this more than anything. And I believe that there's no place in our business for certainty. A lot of humility is required. I always love Churchill's quote, he was a humble man and he had much to be humble about. I'm very humble about what I know. But I feel very strong about one thing. There is no place in your portfolio for assets whose only merit is that they have a very high probability of accomplishing a return which is far below your target. So what does that mean? In my opinion, example, you should not have any T-bills. Because T-bills today have I don't know exactly what the number is today, but let's say a guaranteed, absolutely bulletproof 4% return. You need 6 3/4, I think. If you put money into 4% assets, you hold yourself back. Every dollar you put into a T-bill reduces the probability you're going to accomplish 6 3/4. You have a certain amount of money to allocate. You have to put that into a portfolio which has a high probability of accomplishing 6 3/4. Every 4% investment you make holds you back. So, that's one thing. But I mean, look, it's not easy. Charlie Munger once said to me, it's not meant to be easy, and anybody who thinks it's easy is stupid. That was Charlie. But you have to take so much into account. You have to take in the expected return, the range of possibilities around that expectation, and the skill of the manager in making those selections, which you can't quantify or measure, and you want to do innovative things because not everybody else has fallen onto those, and so maybe you can get the advantage of first mover and so forth. But by the definition, if you do things early in their life cycle, you have to do it in the absence of data. So it's not easy. And I believe that most of the time, what most people do is, at the extremes, what most people do is wrong. When the market's way high, everybody's excited and willing to buy. When the market's really low and everybody's depressed and panicky, that's a great time to buy, but they're unwilling. So I believe in contrarianism. That's an important pillar in what I do. Not easy. Everybody says, oh, NVIDIA is the greatest company in the world, it's going to change the future. And so that's why it sells so high. You say, I don't think so. I think it's a great company, but it's really fully priced. By the way, I don't know anything about NVIDIA, so this is not a comment on NVIDIA. But the point is, you say, no, I don't think so. I think it's too high. Everybody else likes it. That's not easy to take a contrarian standpoint. Dave Swenson, I don't know if you know the name. Dave Swenson ran the endowment at Yale with the greatest possible success from 1985 until 2020 when he passed away. He was, the average endowment was here, the good ones were here, Swenson was up there. He said in his book, Pioneering Portfolio Management, that investment management requires the acceptance of uncomfortably idiosyncratic positions. That's a beautiful 2 words. You're not going to be a superlative investor if you don't do anything that is idiosyncratic. But doing things that are idiosyncratic is by definition uncomfortable. So that gives you an idea of the dilemma. The prices of every asset in the marketplace, the market is a voting booth. Everybody say, GM, I think it's worth 56. I think it's worth 55 3/4. I think it's worth 62. Everybody votes. Today's price is the manifestation of what everybody thinks. To be a superior investor, you have to say the market's wrong. But you have thousands of educated, intelligent, highly motivated, numerate people voting on the price, and yet you, Lisa, have to say, no, everybody's wrong. I'm right. It's not easy, but these are the considerations that have to be taken into account. But it should all be done in a probabilistic sense, recognizing the range of possible outcomes, rather than a point estimate. This is what I think will happen.
Appreciate the answer. That's very good. And I'm going to argue back with you just a little bit in that for me, it's not making that decision that you talked about as to where do I get the most idiosyncratic results? How do I make sure that I have hired the right person to make those decisions?
Oh, yes.
And that I'm providing correct oversight of them.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah.
So we make that decision based on the record, something called the record. But, this is what I was getting at in my presentation. I said the tide hasn't gone out in 15 years. So by definition, you can't make a good judgment about a manager without assessing how they did in bad times. Got it. What do you do when there haven't been bad times? For example, One of the strategies that everybody loves today is called private credit, which is making loans that the banks used to make, but they don't make so many anymore. And so people in our business have stepped in to make those loans. And this business really grew out of the vacuum that was created after the global financial crisis. It really got its start around 2011, 2012. Mm-hmm. There hasn't been a bad market. It's never been tested. The tide hasn't gone out. So how do you make an assessment, number one, of the validity of the sector, and number two, of who the good managers are? Remember that in benign periods, the best returns go to the people who took the most risk. That's an exaggeration, a generalization, but pretty. So how can you tell who are the best managers in a period when the risk hasn't come to the surface? It's a great challenge. And so you make a qualitative, you talk to the person, you get a sense for everything. But some people articulate well, some people articulate badly. That's not a good sense. And then you have the question that the manager was great from 1990 to 2009, but then he got so rich that his value system changed, you see. So is the person still responding to the same values now? That's a risk, an area of uncertainty. Then you have the question that nobody lives forever. So you look at a firm, it has a great record. Are the people who created the record still around? And still subject to the same motivations? So this is incredibly hard. And Ted Williams was the best batter in baseball, and he only got a hit 4 times out of 10. So, you have to try to make these decisions, and you have to have a framework, and you have to have people like the CalPERS staff, and you have to accept that they're only going to do them X times out of 10. Nobody gets them all right. But the question is to get them right on average.
Thank you, sir.
But it's a great question, and I'm glad you put it to me.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubalcava?
Thank you, President Taylor. Thank you, Mr. Marks. I really appreciate the presentation. Definitely a new way of looking at risk and also volatility. He used the word fluctuation now. And I appreciate how you point out how we have to look at risk also at the what you lose out on, and that we should always think of that in those terms. So one thing you say in your presentation is that as CalPERS, that our clients, so to speak, our employers, our plan sponsors can't take money out, which is true, sort of. But one thing that you mentioned in your memo that you recognize is that we have to be sensitive or cautious of the funded status.
Yes.
And so in those bumpy rides, even though in the long run, it's positive, our returns are be positive, those are very scary times for the employers, because if the funded status drops too much, there's a change in the employer contribution, and that impacts their budgets, which impact what services they have, how much they can fund essential services like firefighters or social workers or the safety net. So that's something I think you're talking about the right balance. It makes it hard. I guess everything is hard, right? The other thing I appreciate in your memo is the whole thing about which cash flow, that we have to be the liquidity thing, that it has to be enough money to pay benefits. So that's another element that we have to look in the balance. So I was hoping you could just add a little bit. It's a good memo about bearing risk, but given this whole thing about the employer side, who we also have to be very sensitive to. We always have stakeholders, usually retired groups, and they're worried about their pension. But the pension, I think, is guaranteed. I think what I used to tell actives is the pension is more guaranteed than their income is.
Right.
But I worry about the employer also. So how would you speak to that? What what are other paragraphs would you add to your memo, given this thing about
Well,
the impacting the employer and their employer contribution?
what paragraphs would you add is an interesting question. You know, I worked very hard to get it on one page. But my last memo on risk which was called Risk Revisited Again. I think it was 2015. It was 16 pages. So I can give you the other 15 pages. But I mean, obviously, look, one thing one has to understand in the investment world is that there's no right or wrong. It's just a trade-off. And, you know, you can, the best paragraph, the most important paragraph in the memo is probably the third from the last, in bold. Investors can strive to maximize returns, but doing so requires accepting increased uncertainty and downside risk. Or they can strive to reduce uncertainty and the probability of loss, but that requires sacrificing some upside potential. This has to be viewed as an inescapable trade-off. Then you add in volatility. So for the most part, higher prospective returning investments entail more risk and in many cases entail more volatility. And you have to factor that in. And you have to take responsibility for what I would call the externalities. You know, if the investor panics and behaves in a certain way, that's an externality. That's not within the fund, that's outside the fund. And you have to deal with let's use the word realities. That's the realities of life. And when I say you should make an investment for 10 years, put it in a drawer, forget about it, that's not really realistic because most people don't have the ability to do that. And this is a public body and you have public constituents in many forms. You have to, I say almost flippantly that you have to ignore volatility. It would be nice to be able to ignore volatility. I'm confident that if you could ignore volatility, you could do a better investing job. But maybe you can't entirely, and that's the reality. But, you know, let's talk about volatility for a minute. And I mentioned in my last answer, private credit. Now, Oaktree does both, private credit and public credit. Public credit means buying high-yield bonds and what we call senior loans or leveraged loans. There is a market for these things, and they, quote, just like the stock market, they go up and down every day. Then there's private credit. There's no market for private loans. They don't mark to market every day. In theory, the managers are supposed to market, but the managers, when they mark to market on the basis of the investment fundamentals, they don't reflect the psychological ups and downs that are dominating the public market every day. So the truth is that high-yield bonds and public credit look like this, and private credit looks like this. Interestingly, in many cases, they're the same companies who are the borrowers. And the fundamental risks of not getting paid back are the same. One is in a public market, which oscillates significantly. One is in a private market, which doesn't mark very much. This one is volatile, this one is not volatile. I would argue that they're both equally risky. So the interest in avoiding volatility is a little artificial. The non-volatility of this asset class is artificial, or maybe it's the volatility of this asset class, which is, but I mean, so the question is, to what extent are you going to let that influence your behavior? People say, oh, we like private credit because it's not volatile. But it has the same fundamental riskiness. And I would argue that the involatility of the private asset class is illusory to a great extent. So, you know, every client, every user has to make their own judgment about the extent to which these things are real and relevant. And
thank you. That was quite a lot to think about. Thank you very much.
It's a lot to think about.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
I turned myself off. Next is Ms. Willett. Hold on. And you're already on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate having read it and then hearing it. I do have a couple questions, though, that aren't so philosophical. But in your memo, you did emphasize understanding risk, how this conversation has been about evaluating risks. And I'm wondering, how do you consider risks associated with labor disputes in your investment decisions, and how do you mitigate those risks?
Well, of course, we're subject to labor unrest. Labor unrest would be very divisive. So we try to have good, responsible relations with labor. I don't remember, I've been doing this a long time. I don't remember ever having a significant labor event, a negative labor event at any of our companies. We try to be a benign employer, and if you read our business principles, we talk in there for our own employees about having a harmonious, apolitical, non-hierarchical environment in which we share the fruits of our labor. And that's all you can do. We have a lot of Taft-Hartley clients, unions, and they subject us to significant scrutiny, and we do well. So, I think, look, in life, we want to do good and we want to succeed. And everybody establishes their point somewhere between the two. There's often a trade-off. To us, it's very important to operate on what we call the high road, and with integrity and responsibility. And I can't, it's hard to be more specific than that, but I think the record is very good.
Right, thank you. Yeah, I think there's a significant amount of data that in this context, doing good actually results in the success. So I wouldn't put those on either end of the spectrums. But
well,
kind of,
can I just interrupt for one second?
Please.
I think a lot has to do with your time frame. You can make, in many walks of life, you can make more money in the short run by not sticking to the high road. It just doesn't work out too well in the long run, usually. And so that's really maybe the way I should make the trade-off. Short-term, maximizing short-term profits as opposed to acting with integrity. But, we decided many, many years ago that we will not deviate from the high road just to make more money in the short road. I think it's a really important decision in life, not just in investing.
Absolutely, I'll concede that. And as a long-term investor, I do forget there's a short-term incentive. Just to piggyback off of Mr. Pacheco's questions, I do have to ask about the different types of risks and the trade-offs you discuss. Really appreciate the conversation. So how do you incorporate the climate-related risks into your investment decision-making processes? And then kind of balancing between investing in traditional energy sectors and emerging clean energy opportunities?
Well, first of all, we don't invest in startups, technologies, or new technologies. So none of our investments are at the innovative end. Most of our investments are, we're mostly credit investors, so we're mostly operating in the mainstream of traditional economics, businesses. But, as I say, we have a head of ESG. We have a process. Each area has to enumerate how these considerations exist in their sector and what they're doing about it. And, it's hard for me to describe the nuts and bolts of the process. But you know, I guess I would just sum up by saying that we think that the risks involved in this kind of leads back to our earlier discussion, because I think that in many cases, people judge that they can make more money in the short run by ignoring their social responsibilities. But I think it's impactful in the long run. You know, we look at the long run, and we want to be part of the solution. You know, I think if you want to come down and learn about it, or you want us to send somebody up, I think, you know, I try not to hold us out as the pinnacle of virtue, but I think we're doing it right.
Thank you. Thank you for answering these questions and the presentation today, for being here. Really appreciate that. Thank you, President Taylor.
Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Mr. Marks, and welcome. And thank you, as has been said, for being here today. Your presentation definitely is helpful and thought-provoking and so on and so forth. And by the way, I'm going to take your pledge your pledge on volatility. I'm not going to eliminate it all, but I definitely, volatility is the least important risk, and I quote right from your memo.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I pledge.
By the way, if you're interested, so Mr. Pacheco mentioned the memos that I write. I've been doing it for 35 years. I wrote one in, I think, November of 22, which I thought was one of the better ones, which got relatively little attention. And the title was "What Really Matters."
Okay.
And I start off by listing 5 things that I think don't matter: short-term events, short-term trading, short-term performance, hyperactivity, volatility. And so, you know, Stephen can give it to you, or all the memos are on our public website. And I would encourage you to look at that, because, you know, and those, by the way, if you think about it, those are the only things you hear about on TV. And in my opinion, they're the ones that don't matter.
Sorry, in that memo, you also say what does matter. So maybe you should talk about that.
Well, you know, this came out of a little conversation that I had and a little self-exploration. But what I concluded, those things don't matter. See, I was on stage and everybody was asking me, this was 22, what month will the Fed start cutting rates? My answer is, who cares? And if I tell you May, what are you going to do? And if I tell you, oh, no, it's July, what are you going to do different? So this is what people think they have to ask about, but it's really of no importance. What matters is, do we invest in companies that grow? Do we lend money to companies that will pay us back? Do we uphold our responsibilities to society? And the best, can we achieve asymmetry? Can we find investments that will do well if good things happen, but not too badly if bad things happen? That's what really matters. Thanks, Stephen. But anyway.
Well, thank you for starting giving us an answer, you know, and by the way, I'll take your offer to read your,
Great.
And we'll go back, either my colleague or what staff will take a look at it. I definitely will read it. Question a little more specific, given the economic uncertainty and the evolving market cycles discussed in your presentation, what indicators should we prioritize when assessing whether the pension system is adequately prepared for potential downturns? And how can we balance our need for long-term returns with the pressure of inflation and demographic shifts?
Well, you know, again, this is exactly what you have to do. Nobody can tell you how to do it. We can talk about principles and thought processes, but I wrote a memo. Many of my answers start with that. I wrote a memo, I think it was September 05 or September 06, entitled, It's Not Easy, based on what Charlie told me. It's easy to enumerate the considerations. It's maybe easy to talk about how to make superior decisions. It's just not easy to make them. And that's what it all comes down to. You see, again, my answer to Lisa talked about the voting booth. Everybody casts their ballot today, and everybody says GM's worth 56. You look on the board, oh, it's selling at 56. Somebody thinks it's worth 57, he buys it. Somebody thinks it's worth 55, she sells it. The market operates in that context. You have to decide whether you think it's worth 50, higher or lower. Now, you don't have to play with General Motors, but I mean, just for example, and this goes for every action you take. Do I think things will come out well or poorly? Do I think I'm correctly more optimistic or correctly less optimistic? And I call this second level thinking, getting beyond the consensus thinking to a higher level, thinking a little differently, hopefully for good reasons. So differently and better. But nobody can tell you how to do that. Nobody can. There are just people that have better judgment than others. And that's what you need. It can't be turned over to a process or to a algorithm or a machine. And the fascinating thing about investing, if you think about it, is that if you could turn it into a series of steps and write them down, and if you got them right, then everybody would figure it out. Everybody would take the same steps. Being superior would exist in being different from that. So the efficacious process is always evolving because of investing is like golf. You got to. It doesn't matter whether you have a 74 or a 68. The question is, how does your score relate to everybody else's? How does your thinking relate to everybody else's? It's just a matter of outthinking people. So if you think about that, I can't tell you how to do it. And my first book was called The Most Important Thing, and that's kind of obviously different from What Doesn't Matter. But I said in there, the first chapter talks about this thing called second level thinking. Thinking, to be a superior investor, it's very simple. You have to think differently from others and better. If you think the same and act the same, you'll obviously be the same. You can't be superior. But you don't want to be different just for the sake of being different, because you want to be different and right. And if you're different and wrong, it's a disaster. How do you do that? And I said in the book that second level thinking, it's kind of like in basketball, they say you can't coach height. All the coaching in the world will not make your players any taller. And, you know, all the instruction in the world will not make people better thinkers. Now, you can tell them what's important. You can give ideas about it. But the point is, some people will end up making better decisions than others. And you try to hire the people who will make superior decisions. It's all about that. The process is never any better than the implementation.
Agree. It's not easy. Thank you again for your presentation and for being here today.
It's a great pleasure.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffino. I just want to state in your presentation that no matter how good a thinker, risk says we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But you know what? It's a disaster to think you know what's going to happen. Mark Twain said, it ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble, it's what you know for certain that just ain't true. So it's a disaster to say, I know what's going to happen. But you also can't say, I don't know anything about what's going to happen.
Oh, true.
You have to make educated judgments, and on balance, they have to come out right.
Exactly. So this has been very helpful, and I continue to thank you for this presentation. I'm going to move on to Mr. Palkey for his question.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm totally enthralled with the conversation. I think you already answered it, but I'm going to ask it in a different way. Going back to your risk return and the outcome possibility of the negativity and all that, do you see that those probabilities shrinking if AI is able to predict those, or how technology grows and stuff? Do you see that those probabilities shrinking in those graphs?
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm far from an expert in AI, and I don't know, and I'm not. There are people who are better and worse at dealing with the technological future. I don't put myself in the category of people who are better. In the investment world, we have a concept called efficiency, and efficiency means the tendency of the actions of investors to incorporate data correctly into prices, so that you can't find winners and losers. So that, in other words, the efforts of thousands of investors who are all intelligent, informed, numerate, highly motivated, et cetera, tends to drive out error from the market. Or the theory says that prices represent reality, basically. And as a consequence, you can't find bargains, you can't find overpricings, et cetera. And I imagine, and by the way, Buffett, for example, talks about the fact that he used to be able to buy dollars for 50 cents. He would find things that were ridiculously being given away. But now that everybody has a computer and everybody has access to the data, it gets harder and harder to find freebies. Market has become more efficient. And so I think AI will do that to some extent. It will cause information to be incorporated in asset prices. And, what can a computer do? It can add, subtract, multiply, divide, read, remember, compare. Now, maybe it's going to get to the point where it can think things up on its own. That's what AI is supposed to be. But even if it just can do the things I enumerated, if it can handle a lot of data, do it fast, not make any mathematical mistakes, and not make any emotional mistakes, that's a great accomplishment. And it drives markets toward efficiency, and it tends to drive out error. So it gets harder and harder to outperform. There's no doubt about it. Because, investing is kind of like playing poker. And the easiest thing in the world is to win at poker if the other people at the table are idiots. But with all these advances, the other people at the table get smarter. It gets harder to find total idiots. And so, and even if you look at Berkshire Hathaway, now part of the problem is they've gotten so big, but the point is that their investing, Buffett's investing, went from astronomical to highly superior to superior. Nobody talks about Berkshire's investing as being astronomical anymore. And that's part of the reason, along with their bigness. However, I believe that, in fact, I wrote a memo called Something of Value, because my son and his family moved in with us during the pandemic. And so and he's an investor, and we got to exchange a lot of information. And he came up with the point of view, which I think is very, 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 very powerful, that readily available quantitative information about the present will not make you a success, for the simple reason that everybody knows it. Success as an investor, superior results come from knowing something the others don't know, or thinking in a way that others don't think. So success in investing in a data-efficient world will come from being able to think better about the data, not just having the data, but drawing the better inferences from it, thinking better about the future, and thinking better about things that are qualitative, not just numerical, you know? And I wrote a memo called Investing Without People about 8 years ago. And I said, you know, if you give a computer 5 business plans, it's not going to be able to figure out which one's Amazon. Or if you introduce a computer to 5 CEOs, it's not going to be able to tell which one is Steve Jobs. So in the qualitative and in business considerations, like you know, like we talked about climate and treatment of labor and things like that, making better decisions about that. But merely manipulating publicly available numerical information, that game's over. But I still believe that there will always be a place for the highly superior thinker.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. I'm going to remind everybody we're running about 10 minutes over and we still have public comment. So let's keep our answers and questions short. Mr. Pacheco?
Yes.
Sorry. I thought I had already done that. I guess I had not. There you go.
Thank you, President Taylor. Yes, my question is pretty brief. I just want to, I appreciate your thoughts, Mr. Marks, on the externalities that you articulated to Mr. Rucava earlier during our robust dialogue here. And I just want to know, how do you contemplate risk that you do not show, that don't show up in traditional financial analysis for a given company that can have major impacts, specifically like in climate risk? And as a correlate, how is Oaktree specifically addressing climate risk in its own portfolio management? If you can elaborate some further on that, sir.
Well, look, as I indicated, superior results come from thinking differently and better. And that's what we try to do in all arenas. Climate is one of the most important ones. And so, you know, as I said, we try to think about, you know, the easy example is being a constructive owner and not just a what do they call it, greenwasher, you know? The easiest way to get on the right side of the climate debate is to sell every offending asset.
Right.
Doesn't do anything for the planet.
No.
The best way to do something for the planet is to be an active owner and produce solutions, which is what we try to do. It's really as simple as that. By the way, I think the state of California passed a rule that you can't sell fossil cars after 35, or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So basically what they said is you can sell fossil cars until 35. There'll have to be gasoline. And so who's going to produce it? And will they produce it in the best possible way or in an inferior way? And as I said, if responsible companies influence the gasoline producers, we can get constructive results. And if they sell their holdings to people who are, you know, marauders, we'll get a less favorable outcome, and that person will make more money in the short run, which is probably what they care about. So responsibility is not the same as not holding any fossil assets. And so, you know, the first step towards solving any problem is elevating it.
Mr. Marks, I got a quick question for you on that to add to Mr. Pacheco's. I was just wondering, yeah, this is CalPERS thinking as well, right? Mm-hmm. If we're not holding, we don't have an impact. And we just had a really good example of that when we were questioning the governance policies of Exxon. So I think I think part of that should be that we're all looking at that together, right? We're all standing
Right.
together when things like that happen,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So I guess in that, what are our next steps, right? Where we go from there when I think Exxon thinks they won. So,
Yeah. Well, I'm not, we don't deal with the public stock market, which is where Exxon exists. So I don't know much about the specifics of Exxon. But obviously, look, I believe in that investors should be informed and collect, and part of the information process can come from banding together. Under the antitrust rules, there are a lot of things people can't get together and do. One thing you can get together and do is talk about this subject, and talk about constructive solutions. But again, you have these people who do audits of portfolios. Are they looking at just head counting, who owns what? Or are they looking at who's taking constructive behavior? And anything we can do to maybe get together to encourage that is positive.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. I think kind of,
Absolutely.
I don't know, Mr. Pacheco, if you want additional questions, but I think that's kind of your two questions together kind of gets
and
there,
I
right?
think, I think CalPERS does these kinds of things, and CalPERS gets
Right, we do.
On social issues, not just economic issues, and that's the right thing to do. And CalPERS is the biggest pool of money in this country, and can certainly exercise leadership.
Well,
And we do regularly, so.
Yeah, good.
well, I do want to follow up what Ms. Taylor entertained. Can you kind of give us an example?
Jose?
Yes.
We're running way over.
Yeah, we are one. So
Okay.
I just want to say thank you, sir, for
My
your
pleasure.
But
My
I
pleasure.
do appreciate your time and again, it was very good. Thank you.
Mr. Marks, I want to thank you so much for being here and giving us your experience and your wisdom, and still counting on you to be there for our survey, because I do have questions,
Oh,
I
I'm
think.
not going anyplace.
All right, I'm going to move on to our public comment right now. So I have three, one on the phone. I'll do the two in the room first. Mr. Swaby and Mr. Ruiz up front up here. Okay. I know, I'm right there with you, Mark. You just to retire earlier than me, Mark.
Oh, I may have finished school sooner.
Who wants to go first can go first.
I'll go first.
Okay, Mark, the minute you start, the clock starts.
Okay, thank you. I, Mark Swaby, a CalPERS member, wish a happy new year to the CalPERS Board, its leaders, staffers, contractors, and our guest presenter, Mr. Howard Marks. Thank you for the privilege of allowing me to address you today. My concerns concern benefits. One of them is our benefits and costs that CalPERS accrues over the course of a year, of any fiscal year. I want to see CalPERS absorbing more of these increasing costs, especially of long-term care health insurance and some of our other insurance benefits, while passing less of these costs to our members. If the cost of the members should be no more than 2.5% of any product that we sponsor. And CalPERS assets, currently $525 billion, should be, and the returns from those assets first should go to the cost increases. And then another concern I have is about investments. I want to see increased returns of investments to CalPERS, particularly from the private equity program. From July 1998 to June 30th, 2024, and this information can be verified by the CalPERS Finance Report of 2024, particularly its flow chart, chart of contracts in the private equity program. CalPERS invested $98 billion cash into private equity contracts. Approximately $130 billion was returned to the private equity program. $2 billion was returned as profits to CalPERS as a whole. Over 26 years, that's an anemic rate of return. And we risk our own sustainability with increased investments in private equity contracts. These private equity firms, the biggest ones, are publicly traded. We can capitalize any kind of activity that a private equity firm wants to do by buying their stock on the market. Some companies pay as high as 10%. Oaktree, over here, represented by Mr. Marks, pays an annual dividend of 14%, eclipsing our current returns. That's two companies eclipsing our programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
hope for changes to come.
Thank you, Mr. Swaby. Mr. Ruiz.
Thank you for allowing me, Frank Reese, a CalPERS retiree, an opportunity to address the CalPERS board. And Happy New Year to the board, to the CalPERS staff, and to Mr. Howard Marks, who has been our very intelligent presenter today. Welcome back to the upside-down world of private equity nightmare investing. Just like in the upside-down world of Alice in Wonderland, where what is up is down and what is down is up. CalPERS in its own upside-down world with CalPERS is in its own upside-down world with private equity investing. Who benefits in this world? CalPERS or the private equity companies? CalPERS in its investment dollars has shrunk so small that it's been swept into the Kool-Aid bottle. CalPERS is bobbing up and down in the valuation ocean. Peering through the glass, CalPERS sees not the marching playing cards, but an assortment of contracts stomping in a circle singing, not here, not there, not anywhere, not here, not there, not anywhere. Finally, a huge wave overturns the bottle and CalPERS falls out. CalPERS asks, now what? Only to hear the contract saying, no outside returns here, no outside returns there, no outside returns anywhere. The song follows with no money here, no money there, no money anywhere. The contracts follow each other in an ever-expanding circle, 341 to 363 to 383 contracts. CalPERS joins the circling marching stream of paperwork. CalPERS is deaf to the advice of reason and common sense. CalPERS is blind to see the billions going to the private equity companies and not to the CalPERS members. But CalPERS continues to make upside-down investments where the outside returns go to the private equity companies instead of to CalPERS members. The 383 marching contracts chant, no outside returns here, no outside returns there, no outside returns anywhere. The marching contract saying no 17% outside returns yesterday, no 17% outside returns today, no 17% outside returns tomorrow. CalPERS has invested $86.4 billion and can't achieve the outside returns. Where are the minimum $10 billion returns from the private equity program? No 17% outside returns to offset the 30% increase in Medicare or long-term health care costs. No 17% outside returns to offset the 10, 20, or 30% increase in health care costs, such as at United Healthcare. No 17% outside returns to offset decreasing pension fund dollars anywhere from the private equity program. We want money to offset the rising costs of CalPERS members in their pension fund. CalPERS needs to wake up from the upside-down nightmare
Sir, your
investing in
time
the
is
private
up.
equity program.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you again.
So I have public comment from the phone now.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Tom Poundrill from United Union on the line to speak to the risk discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, my name is Tom Powdrell. I'm calling on behalf of United Union, the largest private sector union in the UK. I'd like to start by expressing our solidarity with the residents of California during the current environmental crisis and with the Californian firefighters and other workers putting themselves at risk to bring the fires under control. The discussion of risk today has been very interesting. We know that CalPERS is a global leader amongst asset owners in thoughtfully addressing investment risks, including those that arise from human capital management. Unite represents workers at Bakkavor, a publicly traded food manufacturer, which employs about 15,000 people in the UK. It also employs about 1,500 people in the US, including at a site in Carson in California. Long Range Capital, an asset manager employed by CalPERS, is the largest external shareholder in the company. It has about 20% of the stock, and its managing partner, Robert Berlin, is a member of the Bakkavor board. Bakkavor workers in Spalding in the UK are currently undertaking strike action to reverse years of real-term pay cuts. Many of the workers are paid little more than the minimum wage, and some of them rely on food banks. They've been asking for a small rise, about $1 an hour, that is negligible in terms of the company's overall profits. However, Bakkavor has failed to negotiate meaningfully, and instead is going outside of collective bargaining by making individual offers to workers. And we know this will be of concern to CalPERS given its commitment to labour standards. The ongoing dispute has also created operational risk, including shortages at Bakkavor's clients, the major supermarkets, in the run-up to the holiday period. And that in turn has been shown as turned into investment risk. The share price is down about 15% since the strike started. So the current situation is not favourable to anyone. It's a clear example of human capital risk that was discussed earlier in this session. Although we've contacted Long Range Capital, we have not received a response to date. So we've already been in touch with the CalPERS board to make you aware of this risk. So we just wanted to be here today to thank you for your leadership in addressing human capital risk and to pass on thanks from Bakkavor workers for reviewing this issue. Thank you for your interest and thanks for an interesting discussion today.
Thank you so much. Are there any other public commenters that I'm not aware of? All right. So thank you. So for right now, we're going to recess for a 15-minute break. So I'm going to say it's 11:05. So that's 11:20. Thank you. I was going to say 11:30 and just add to it, but I won't do that. And our next item will be asset liability management, exploring risks and trade-offs. And we will see everyone at 11:20. Thank you. We're sort of working on technology up here, and everybody's still kind of wandering in. Okay, so welcome back. We're back for an interactive presentation with our CEO, Mr. Gilmore, our Chief Actuary, Mr. Tarando, and our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Nix. The board will be responding to question prompts, so I'll ask my colleagues to be prepared to respond. I want to encourage everybody, let's stay on time. But I want to make sure everybody noticed what I noticed last night is our questions come up and then kind of an explanation comes up in the slideshows, right? And then the question comes up for us to vote on. So don't feel like you're gonna have to vote right then. So go ahead, Mr. Gilmore.
Look, thank you very much, President Taylor. I thought I'd actually start by challenging Howard on one of his assertions. He said there's no place in the portfolio for treasuries. My question really is about overall portfolio construction. It may be that if we only choose investments that return at least 6.8, it might lead to a portfolio that is riskier than we feel comfortable with, and it may lead to a portfolio that doesn't have enough liquidity. Howard, any thoughts on that?
You're not, push your button.
Some
There you
brilliant
go.
person once said that all generalizations are flawed, including this one. But you know, that was an extreme statement. And I would say that if you want to get to 6 3/4, in general, you would want to not have many things that are guaranteed to return 4. But you might want to have some of those for other reasons, like, well, number one, to dampen volatility if you think volatility is important. But the other reason is to provide liquidity, because, you know, you might have to, you have to keep paying benefits even in times when the market's really low. You'd rather not sell assets at that time, so you might want to have some treasuries to fall back on to pay benefits. So, you know, that was kind of a purist, idealistic statement. Realities are sometimes a little different. I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today's session is a bit different. We are intending to seek responses from the board on a number of questions, and we're doing this to try and ascertain the board's risk appetite. And it's always difficult to do this sort of thing. I'm expecting that there will be tensions or potentially conflicts between some of the answers that we get, and that will be very valuable, very instructive for the future work that we do, including the workshop in February and also when we think about overall portfolio construction. That's setting the stage. We'll do this educational activity, and President Taylor has already mentioned that when we do this, we'll put up a slide showing the question, then we will discuss that in a little bit more depth, and there's also an opportunity for the board members to ask questions about the question, and then you'll be asked to respond to that question. Really important that when you do respond, you hit submit so we can see all the responses. Once everyone has responded, we will show the aggregate. Then we'll move on to the next question. At the end, we'll collate all the questions and reflect on them. Now, it may be that we won't have enough time to fully reflect, but there will be great input. We've actually had a few dry runs internally with the team and some fascinating results. I would expect that there will be quite a range of views when people are responding, and it's conceivable that that range of views will change through time as we understand more about the inherent tensions and the trade-offs. But that's a good thing. If we do see that dispersion, we know that we need to spend more time thinking about that and discussing that so we can come to an understood position. Of course, this is all based on the Constitution. That's Article 16, Section 17, which sets out the responsibilities of the board. There's the focus on the fiduciary responsibility, assuring prompt delivery of benefits, minimizing employer contributions, acting like a prudent person, maximizing rate of return and minimizing risk of loss. The last two, there's always this inherent tension. And of course, Howard has gone through some of the considerations there. But let's start.
I lost my stylus.
We've said approximately 3 to 5 minutes per question, but really this can extend. I think some questions will probably prompt more reflection questions from the board than others. The first question, and this is probably the most important question, and it's about that trade-off between overall portfolio risk, what it might mean for the funded ratio, and what it might mean for contributions. So the board is being asked to express a view on whether it thinks we should be taking more risk or less risk. And you've seen this before. This is a chart that Scott showed us in November, and it shows two portfolios. These portfolios, the one on the left-hand side, is a 60% equity, 40% bond portfolio. And it shows that under that portfolio, where we've taken a number of simulations, 5,000 simulations, the expected contribution rate of employers is 30.3%, and the median funded ratio is 78.8. Those numbers, those contribution rates and the median funded rate are inferior to what we would see under an 80 equity 20 bond portfolio. So under the higher risk portfolio, we would expect to see lower contribution rates from employers and a higher funded rate. However, when you look at the plot of all those 5,000 simulations, there is a greater likelihood of having a very low funded ratio under the riskier portfolio. And this is exactly what Howard talked about. This is a specific example of that diagram that he drew. Jeremiah, can you get that diagram up? The slide from Howard's presentation. He's got it. Slide 17. This one, which shows a linear increasing trade-off between risk and return. And if you think of the one on the far right, there's a higher expected return, higher risk, but there's also a higher chance of very undesirable outcomes in terms of losses. So if you go back to the question, what we've done is to show a specific example of simulations that reflect the chart that Howard has shown us. Any questions before we ask the board to respond to this question? Would the board prefer more investment risk?
So I just want to make sure that we take our time and everybody think of questions that they might have. This is, to me, this is the ends of the extremes, right? So this is like, I'd really like to take a lot of risk and I want a really high return, better funded ratio, and then kind of go with what Mr. Marks talked about, which is, only 2 years out of 10, so we should be good, right?
Draw my curves.
Yes.
And then the other one is I don't want any risk, pretty much, right?
Can I take a minute to try to?
Sure.
Okay, so this is something I've been showing people in the last 6 months. So,
can we get the screen?
Is it coming up?
Oh.
You're drawing and we need it to come up.
Okay.
So this is a little bit novel in terms of the responses.
Okay,
Great.
so I hope everybody's comfortable with probability distributions. This is the range of outcomes for, let's say, what I call ownership assets, stocks, companies, properties, S&P, things like that. You have a certain probable outcome, mostly, and then you have a wide range of possibilities around it. This is the probability distribution for a debt portfolio. You lend somebody money, they're probably going to pay you back. You have a little bit of downside risk, not much, but you have no upside risk. And because it's an inherently safer investment, you don't have as high a return. So this is kind of reality. Like you say, these are the extremes. All ownership, high expected return, lots of uncertainty, and some bad ones. Debt, little uncertainty, no bad ones, but not much return.
Right.
So the real question is, which of these is better? Now, however, in the investment business, it's not all one or all the other.
Exactly.
So you could do this. This is 2/3 debt, 1/3 equity.
Kind of what you were talking about earlier.
This is 2/3 equity, 1/3 debt. So you see, it's a progression. And as you switch from debt, which is inherently safer, all things being equal, a generalization, to equity, which is higher performing with more uncertainty, you get a progression of curves. And the ones which have more equities have a higher expected return, but a wider range of outcomes and increased bad outcomes. And the bad outcomes are worse. As you go into debt, you have very little uncertainty. The worst possible outcome isn't that bad, but you have a much lower expected return. So the question is, and this is what I was trying to get at in my memo, which we talked about in length, which is better? And the answer is you can't say which is better. They're all in relative equilibrium relative to each other. The only question is, which is better for CalPERS? Which do you prefer? Higher return possibilities with more uncertainty and more risk of loss, lower return possibilities with more certainty and less risk of loss. Which do you want?
Well, I think if we are looking at the questions, the A and the B, which we have to answer both, whether we agree or disagree, and we're talking about this being extremes, I think we can talk about whether or not we want to kind of get in the middle here, and because I think it's going to take a little bit of everything, right? It's not, the Constitution says we have to diversify, so we can't just have all of one thing, right? So I just wanted to make that clear for the board as well. So any other questions? I'm not seeing anybody come up with questions.
So numbers 2, 3, 4, 5 are my intermediate curves. One is the high risk, high uncertainty. 6 is the low risk, low uncertainty. 2, 3, 4, 5 are the stations in between, the mixes.
And we're not answering for B as well. We're just picking one of the options.
Yes, one of the options. So how do you view the trade-offs? It also depends on time horizon.
Correct. You're not asking all the questions at once.
And as Howard was saying, if you ignore volatility, you may have a different answer compared with if you take it into consideration.
We're going to sound very, or at least I am, I'm going to sound very uncommittal.
These questions are exceptionally hard to answer.
Yeah.
And they involve judgment. As a board member. Sorry, Director Pacheco.
Hold on a second. I didn't see he raised his hand. Hold on. Whoops. It doesn't want to do it. There we go.
Yes, thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Marks, for this presentation. So if my understanding is you're interpreting these graphs as snapshots, they're not in time, they're not taking into consideration time horizons. Am I right? Or
No, these are the range of future outcomes.
The range of future outcomes.
Yes, so each of those curves indicates a range of future outcomes. And, So you might say, here are the expected returns. Historically, the S&P has given 10. Maybe it'll give 8. Maybe it'll give 6. Maybe it'll give 4 as you reduce the representation of stocks in the portfolio and increase the representation of debt.
I see.
So it's a progression. But the point is, there have been decades when stocks produced 20% a year, and there have been decades when they produced 0. That's real life. And not individual years, decades. Now, if you buy a portfolio of 4% bonds, as I indicated here, you should expect a return of 4, but you'll never get less than 3, and you'll never get more than 4.
I get it now.
So that's the critical judgment. Do you want a 10% returning asset that could give you 0 or 20? Or do you want a 4% asset that could give you 3 but not more than 4? Or do you want to blend them? And if the answer is blending, which of course it is for everybody, what mix? That's really what Stephen's driving at. Not which is better, how do you mix them? More of A or more of B?
And that's where you're talking about diversification then,
Right.
in terms of that.
Nobody's going to hold an undiversified portfolio, and that would be a disaster for you.
Right, exactly.
And your question was also about the time horizon. Those simulations are over a 20-year period.
So that's so the 20-year period is the assumption then.
That's right. And those, the simulations we showed you in November, and which we put with this question.
Excellent then.
So should we go
Has
back?
everybody got enough to make
Yes,
a
thank you.
decision? If you want to go ahead and make your decisions, that would be great. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Stephen. You were still talking.
No, please vote. I was going to say that what we will do is we won't show the results until everyone has voted, or until we have enough responses. Shouldn't really call them votes, they're responses, because this is really about us just trying to get greater understanding of where we all think. And as I said, I expect that this may change as we go through this process through to November.
I guess one question I might have, Stephen, real quick. Are we actually adopting a specific risk appetite, or just saying that we want this type of risk?
It's the latter. And what this will do is help us construct potential portfolios, which we can then bring back.
Okay.
And we can think about, well, does this seem right to us? So this is really important input to us when we think about
I just was trying to figure out,
Yeah.
are we coming down with an actual
No,
risk number or something? Okay.
No.
Just checking.
We'll do that in November.
Oh, thanks, Stephen.
How's the response?
I don't know.
How many do we have? 9, some people. Is everyone...
Are we still making decisions here, guys?
Remember to hit submit?
Are you still making a decision?
No, my fate is in the computer now.
Anybody have not voted? Okay. I encourage you to vote because it won't show until you do. So pull that trigger, guys. It's okay. It's not a right or a wrong answer. Just as Nike says, just do it.
Do we have any more?
Any more? We're good? Okay.
So what does that look like?
I don't know. Still not seeing.
Can we,
That's not what it looks like.
It might look like that. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
That's excellent. That's really helpful. And as I mentioned, I would have expected a good distribution. And so this really tells us that we should be thinking a lot more about understanding those risk trade-offs. So that's excellent input. We'll go to the next question.
Okay, hold on, Deborah. Oh, yeah, you do. Hold on. Trying to do this without. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead.
So, what were the letters at the bottom of each of the
First names.
Okay, I thought those were not going to be made public.
The technology doesn't quite support that. So the idea was to do it more general results, but we also have to have a way of tracking response by board member. And so this was the way that it had to be implemented.
And as I mentioned, I think I would expect that people's responses may change through time as we go through this process and think about the tensions and the trade-offs.
Yeah.
So it's
And
really
I
indicative.
don't have a problem with it. It's just that was not communicated to us.
Okay.
Okay, we can go to the next question. Tolerance for loss. This is the other side of return. And when we did the trial run with the internal team, it became quite obvious that people are a little bit confused by the question. Cumulative. What we're really thinking about here is if there's a negative shock, how long does it take us to get back to zero? How many years does it take to get back to zero? This is not an undershoot.
Back to even? So after we've lost a huge loss?
Yes, back to even.
Okay.
And it's not about getting back to the discount rate return. It's about getting back to zero. How many years? And what we've done here,
Did we use, oh yeah, we did use examples.
so what we've done here is looked at historical instances where the market has declined reasonably substantially. And we've looked at a $520 billion portfolio that's 70% equities and 30% bonds, which is approximately the riskiness of our current portfolio. We've looked at the dollar drawdown. So if you look at the Depression, if we go through another one of those, we could expect that portfolio to be down about $350 billion. So it's huge.
Where was that?
That's the
1929?
Yes, 1929. If you look at the
Okay, and then the 2008 was pretty big too. There was one right after that, 37.
That's right. So 2008, but also before that we had 2000 to 2004 with the tech bust.
Yep.
So those two periods together, you had a period of very poor performance for equities. And quite often when you use that period for comparative purposes, it may make other things other than equities look reasonably good. So you've got to be very careful about the time frames. But of course, one side is the dollar loss. The other side is how long does it take to get back to zero. So you can see with that 70-30 portfolio, it could take 3, 4, 5 years, even up to 8 years if you go through another financial crisis. So that's with the riskiness of the current portfolio that we have. So the question is this one. What is the number of years over which cumulative negative total returns are tolerable? These questions are hard.
It's never tolerable.
These questions are hard. Sorry.
Questions, Ms. Middleton, go ahead. And Deborah, could you turn your mic off?
Sorry.
Stephen, I'm struggling with this question. Tolerability is a very different issue than if we're dealing with a massive drawdown, another cataclysmic event that's occurred in the economy, and we're recovering at a somewhat better rate than is being seen generally, then my tolerance level starts going up.
Mm-hmm.
It goes down depending on how we're performing in comparison. So what is it you're trying to get at with this question?
One of the things I'm trying to get at is the trade-off between the first question and this question. Your question really goes to a higher level of thinking in terms of it's not just the loss. It depends on how that loss compares with, let's say, others. It compares, it also is a function of dollar value lost, percentage lost, how quickly do we recover. We can't fit all of these concepts into a single question. What I'm expecting is that the answers that we get from these questions will help us focus on further education sessions, workshops. So really it's just trying to get this sense. Now ideally, I imagine people would like to not see losses or to see those losses being recovered very quickly. But the reality is that tends not to be the case. Historically, you could have a drawdown and it may take several years to get back to zero. And it's really just thinking, as a board, what do you think is a realistic time frame to get back to zero? Obviously, there are many other considerations that you've referred to, Director Middleton, but it's just a high-level, simple question with a very complex answer.
It is a complex answer because the other thing that's not in here is liquidity. And if that drawdown requires us to sell assets, that's a very different scenario.
Absolutely. And to what Harvard was saying before, was it the cardinal sin, having to sell assets during a downturn, especially when those assets are illiquid? They are very costly. So can we seek responses to this question?
I don't think we're quite ready yet. So I have a question that might help maybe. So we saw the chart with the blue bars, right? With so the months of drawdown, has anybody averaged that? Right? That's a thought. But also there's so many things in consideration. So if I just, from my experience being here, 6 years after the crash, we were still working to pull ourselves out of that hole. There's no absolute zero either, because actuarially, ask Scott, you're always never gonna have a hard time being funded, right? So I believe in 2000 we were 102% funded when we had that crash, right? I don't remember what we were in 2008, but I do believe we were close to 100% funded at the time. We have still not recovered that. So what is absolute zero to you? Right? What do you mean? Getting back to our funded ratio? Do you mean we've got more than enough money because we've had more money than we've ever had in the fund?
This wasn't about getting back to the funded ratio. This was absolute losses. So it's a much
pre-crash
easier test.
So that's not even this then. That's not even these bars.
Those months of drawdown would extend for a lot longer if it was about getting back to the
funded
run rate.
Status.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a less demanding test.
It was 40 months. Okay.
So if you think about the average, obviously things like the depression.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's going to kill us.
But you should think, on average of these drawdowns, you think maybe 3 to 4 years.
Yeah,
but what's tolerable?
Yeah, but
because we know that happens.
That's a question that's just not ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'll answer the question, but I really feel like it's not a. This is why I wanted to talk about these when I saw these last night. I don't think that's a question that we should be answering. I think you're asking the wrong question. We don't have a choice at that point, right?
Well, this is exactly why we put these questions up. What is the question we should be asking? Well, because this is about a question on tolerance for downside.
Go ahead.
If you were to say we should not have a portfolio such that we can be below today's dollar value 4 years from now, we can give it to you. Or 3 years, or 5 years, or now exactly what the difference is between 3 and 4 it's hard to figure out. But I mean, stylistically, this is all stylistic, really. This is not mechanical. But if you say, we don't care, just give us the portfolio that will give us the highest return 20 years from now. That's one thing. But if you say we don't want to have a portfolio that can be down 5 years later, then you got to get something else. If you say it's 7 years.
This question isn't asking this, Howard. It's asking how long our tolerance is for the recovery.
Right.
So that's a different ask.
I think it's almost the same thing if you frame it the way Harvard has done. let's say we have 520 billion now, there's a shock. How long can you wait to get back to 520? Right. That's the question.
How long is tolerable to us to get back
Yes,
to 520?
Yes.
Look, nobody thinks that this is a question for which there's an answer, realistically, because it's personal, it's emotional, it's political, it's in it.
There's all kinds of things in consideration. You're talking about our stakeholders too, how they feel about this, right?
But Stephen is just trying to drag out of you guidance, so that for which he can do his he really has. It's an unanswerable question, but it's a question he has to know the answer to do his job.
But if we come to an average, right, between us, and say we all agree on 5 years or something, or average out 5 years, or average out 2 years, or whatever, what is that answer for you? I don't understand.
It answers a lot. If I go back to a previous role at, let's say, at Future Fund, they started just before the financial crisis. And the board there didn't want to see losses over a rolling 3-year period. That was their view. And that was feasible immediately after the financial crisis because assets were cheap and the look-forward return was quite high. So in Howard's framework, they were less risky because they were cheaper. But as the assets got more expensive, as they rallied, it was no longer possible for Future Fund to have an expected worst-case return of more than zero while achieving the return objectives. So there's always that inherent trade-off between those concepts of the ideal for minimum required return and the potential downside. And it will change through time. It will depend on current market pricing of assets and look forward returns. Just like if you have one of these big drawdowns, assets will be cheaper and the look forward returns will be higher. And that can affect discount rates, contributions, and so on. So it's a multi-dimensional question. We've just tried to get to the core, the essence of it. But depending on the responses, we can obviously drill down more deeply into just how the board thinks about these issues. This is really as Hal says, a way of teasing out high-level preferences and thoughts, and we can explore these things in more detail.
Because you just mentioned a whole bunch of other things that come to play in that as well. But so here's what I will say. I'm going to pick a number. I guess we all should just pick a number we feel comfortable with, which isn't comfortable, but
deliberately so.
If
it was comfortable,
I'm going to let David have it's just ridiculous to me because we come in and we're supposed to do our best, and we did a whole bunch of work on this portfolio after 2014 when I started, right? And granted, maybe that was because, Marcy came in and people were willing to take risks that we may not have been willing to take in terms of really honing that portfolio and the risk of the portfolio. Now, initially, I think everybody's attitude was to just hide, right? Which is why we got rid of private equity and all kinds of things. Anyway, it's just such a weird question. But David, go ahead. Maybe you can clarify it for me. Hold on.
I don't know if I'll clarify. I have a couple comments and a couple questions. I'll start with the question. I was just curious, are we going to be asking these similar questions to our stakeholders? Because I really...
I don't think we should.
Well, I don't mean like right now or with us.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, to some extent, how our stakeholders think about this gives us a lot of information about what kind of education, outreach, and how we can communicate that understanding, because often that's my challenge is I can feel perfectly comfortable with some decisions, but I have a hard time articulating them to our stakeholders and making sure that I understand their concerns and their worries, because ultimately we're here for them. So that was one thought. The thing that I think will find valuable in looking at this, like with the first one, is not so much what an average is of the distribution. I really want to know what the distribution is. If we've got 4 board members at a 9 and 4 board members at a 2, it's like, whoa, we've got some work to do, and having an investment committee that's a committee of the whole board, also to me is still awkward because,
I agree.
We all have a vote, but our particular interest and engagement may be different from one committee to another, and so those things factor in as well. And then finally, where's the submit button? I was ready to hit it when it came up, and I don't see it.
Oh yeah,
on
it's not here. Wait, you have to scroll.
Waiting and waiting and
you
waiting.
You have to scroll.
for it to
Scroll. No, over there.
I would say there's something else.
There you
also.
go.
There it is. Okay, I found it. There.
There's something else also. Once we have the preferences from the board, we can also survey the internal team to ascertain where they think we currently are.
So you said the internal team didn't understand this question, though.
This question on cumulative, it was the wording. We had to explain it. So,
okay, and
so maybe it's
are
just
we
the word.
allowed to know what their answer was after we answer ours?
Well,
no.
actually, we've done it. We've done a couple of surveys actually. We surveyed just the the leadership, and then we surveyed a broader team. But what I think is more interesting is where the team thinks we are relative to where the board wants to be. And that gap is really something we can focus on in terms of the business strategy, if there is a gap.
Well, I just want to make clear that I don't know. So whatever answer I give, don't hold me to it.
Yes, we have a workshop in February, and
Okay.
we'll have quite a few of these. This is about teasing out uncomfortable answers to think about portfolio construction.
So after,
Apparently, you are right on market.
yeah, because these are uncomfortable questions.
But they should be.
I've asked all my questions. I wanted to make sure that our board kind of had a directive as well, because this was one of the ones I saw last night and it was like, what? So if everybody's ready to vote, please vote.
Response is coming in.
You're going to get 4, right? The average.
Let's see. Let's say 3 or 4. Could be less. Okay. Okay, that's great. The question for us will then be whether we can reconcile the answers to question 1 and question 2.
Yeah, you want, so far, the voting is you want a high-risk, high-aggressive portfolio that can't be down more than 3 years.
But this is really helpful because then it allows us to have those discussions on the tensions and the trade-offs and what's more important.
Right.
Okay, we can go to the next question. And this is about the performance of the portfolio relative to the discount rate. And what is the minimum number of years for evaluating the portfolio's performance relative to that? And to help think about that, what we've done is taken the 10-year returns of the 70-30 portfolio versus the discount rate. So that blue chart, or the line, represents a 10-year return. So you can see that for long periods, that 10-year return is above and below the current discount rate. It's a 10-year return. So even a 10-year return, big differences with the current discount rate.
Can I interject? If you said the 5-year return, the fluctuations would be much greater. So you'd have much longer periods when you're below, and below by a lot more.
And if you said the 30-year, you would have fewer periods.
Right, almost none. So this is just a report card.
My microphone's not on. I mean, that's how it always works for a pension, right? We sort of even out after a while and we hit our goals, or a little higher than our goals generally. Anyway.
But the question is, how's life in the meantime?
So yeah, so what you're saying is in the meantime you want a snapshot.
Yeah.
Ugh, okay. Anybody else want to talk? All right, let's vote. Minimum, okay.
And this is one where we give you an out in terms of unsure or no opinion.
Yeah, unsure, no opinion.
How are we going with responses? That submit button? Ah. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's a good distribution. Again, something we'll be discussing. So I think all of these questions so far have given us more pause for thought, which is good. If we can go to the next question, it's about complexity. And here, the trade-off is to run fewer, simpler, more scalable, cheaper strategies that require less oversight, or to run more complex, less scalable strategies to try and increase value add. But of course, that leads to perhaps a larger team size, it leads to potentially higher costs, the administrative burden as well. The idea here really is complexity can lead to those higher returns, but it can lead to all these other administrative challenges, operational challenges, communication challenges, and so on. But as I said, the idea is that you will be increasing complexity to generate higher returns. But it's not a one-way decision because it leads to additional challenges.
Any questions from the board? All right, go ahead and vote. David, hit submit. Okay, don't just, there you go. Fingertip. If that's not working, use your time. It's you're touching with your fingernail, that's why. Are we done? We're one more still. Does someone having trouble hitting submit? Frank, have you done it? Okay. Well, you're looking at something else, so I'm just making sure. Anybody who didn't vote? There we go.
Oh, another really great answer.
Oh, we were all over the board on this one.
But that's fabulous, right? That's really helpful. Let's go to the next question, which is liquidity. The questions about liquidity before. And the ends of the spectrum are, one, maintain more excess liquidity so that we can be more dynamic and opportunistic and not have to sell illiquid assets. At the other end, it's about making fuller use of available liquidity to find hopefully higher returning illiquid assets. But in doing so, we would forego the ability to be opportunistic, and we would also be in that situation where if there were to be a negative shock where we had to release liquidity, it would be more expensive. We're not really talking about the real extremes here because, of course, we always want to be able to pay the benefits. It's more about the relativity.
Okay. You answered
And
that question then.
the trade-offs are fairly simple. You know, there could be a big downturn. We want to buy things cheap. We need liquidity to be able to do that, or to capture some periodic opportunity, or to change strategy, versus locking in or locking up liquidity, giving money to people like Howard in private credit, who promise to deliver higher returns than the liquid markets. But of course, we've given up some opportunity to do that. Private equity, longer horizon. So how do you view that trade-off between the flexibility and lower return, current lower return for holding that liquidity, but also the upside of having that additional flexibility so you can be opportunistic, versus locking up the liquidity and seeking those higher longer term returns?
Okay. Everybody vote if you haven't voted. I think everybody has based on what I'm seeing. Are you still thinking, Kevin? Okay, hold on a sec. So you're not talking the extremes, knowing that we have to have liquid.
We need to pay.
In the last crash, we didn't have enough and we had to sell assets, so.
Well, we could still
We had
pay those
assets to
benefits.
sell, yes.
But there was a cost associated with selling them.
Exactly.
Which was Howard's cardinal sin. That's interesting.
Wow, that is interesting.
That presupposes that we're able to do that well, but we can talk about that later. Let's go to the next question. Diversification versus concentration. One of the, foundations of portfolio management is that the only free lunch is diversification. And we're, of course, also asked to diversify the portfolio. Asked to, required to.
By law, we're required to, guys.
Required to. But there are different ways of thinking about diversification. Some people might say, oh, we're diversified because we hold so many different stocks, equities, and I'll show you that in a second. On the other,
that's what they meant.
On the other hand, I've asserted that we should be focusing on the advantages that we have, because there are some areas where we're more likely to beat the market. If we have a genuine long horizon, that can be an advantage, for instance. Or if we're somewhat special and we can get access to some investments that others can't, that could also be an advantage. But that can tend to push us away from that highly diversified portfolio. So just, again, setting out the top exposures we have. Treasuries, that Howard loves, are our biggest exposure, and then we have all these individual equities. We've also shown here the risk factors. The biggest exposure we have, or the biggest risk we have, is to growth into equities. And you can see that on the left-hand side. And then we've broken out the non-equity risk Again, a lot of that comes from equity-like exposures in private equity and real assets. So we do think about that diversification, but the portfolio is really going to be dominated by this generic equity risk.
Let me give you another way to think about this.
You mean a better way?
You concentrate your portfolio to take advantage of what you know. You diversify to protect against what you don't know.
Correct.
It's really as simple as that. If you knew everything with certainty, you wouldn't have to diversify. You'd buy one asset and make the most money with the highest certainty.
So the response is coming in.
Should be. Is everybody done? Okie doke. We should be done. Ready? One more? Anybody not hit the submit button? Does everybody hit the submit button? I'm showing me. You sure we got one more? Up, there it is.
Okay. People are fairly aligned there, which is also quite interesting.
That is interesting. Huh.
So people do want to concentrate the portfolio in those areas where we know more or have an advantage. Okay, very interesting.
Wow.
Go back to the questions. The next one
Okay.
is about absolute returns versus relative returns. And getting the board's view on what's more important. Obviously, we spent a lot of time focusing on the discount rate, so we can get to fully funded status. So is it more important to generate high absolute returns, even if they're just a function of the market? Or should we be spending more time thinking about the value add that management is helping create, regardless of absolute returns?
Another way to think about that is you think you need 6.8%. What if we could give you 6.8% every year? That would be good, right?
Right.
But what if everybody else was making 9?
Right.
How would you feel then? That's relative versus absolute.
Or what if we gave you 6.7 and everyone else was making 5?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Then you wouldn't be too happy absolute, but you'd be thrilled relative.
Just showing the trade-offs.
Yeah.
I want you to go back to that other slide, please. Thank you. Relative returns.
So it could be that we do well just because the market's up, or it could be we do badly even though management's done a great job and the market's down.
So, can we go back to the other slide real quick before I make a decision? So, no, yeah, that's fine. So B is saying it's largely determined by the market and management should be assessed on whether it exceeds the benchmark regardless of absolute returns. A is more important to generate high absolute returns even if those returns are simply a function of the market than to beat the benchmark. That's where I'm getting confused. Are we saying... You're saying, okay. I mean, I think it's a little of both, right?
All of these questions are a little bit of both.
A little of both. Here we go again.
Because this goes back to what we discussed in November, all these inherent tensions and trade-offs.
I don't know. All right, I've done mine. I think by the talking at the end, everybody's done theirs. Oh, I'm sorry, Ramon, I didn't see you.
Just to understand, I think, yeah, maybe I'm misreading it, but I just want, is this trying to get to the definition of risk that was presented earlier, where it's also what you leave on the table, so to speak, that you could have, like opportunity cost, but you could have achieved? Is this something, is this related to that?
It could be related to that. The main thing is what's more important to the board. Getting the absolute return, which may or may not be a function of what management is doing, or is it really about the additional return or lower risk created by management?
Thank you.
I think we should have the ability.
Well, he said in February we're probably going to change our minds or something.
Yeah, no, we can, because at the end of this session, we will have all the responses, and there will be some inconsistencies in responses. That's perfectly normal. Also, when there's a wide distribution, then we know we need to spend more time looking at that and coming to a reasonable consensus. So it sets us up for a really good discussion going forward. Although I find this is really, really incredibly helpful, just to see the range of views. And also to hear the questions, because of course that second question prompted some thinking on, well, actually, I wouldn't have written it this way. But then again, we've deliberately written these questions so that they are revealing.
Well, yeah, they're not so much revealing as it could be this or it could be that, or it's a little of both, or, yeah, I don't know if it's revealing, but.
Okay.
I'm finally in the
Good.
majority here.
What good normal distribution. And you can see, of course, we have deliberately not included a central answer. So you've got to lean one way or the other. Of course, that's also deliberate.
Got it.
Back to the questions. Great.
Number 8.
Peer aware. And
here we go again. It's a little of both.
Here we go again. And it's about balance. Which way do you lean? So is it important to judge us against peers, even though those peers may have different mandates and risk tolerances? Or is it more important to assess our performance against the objectives that we have?
Oops, come on.
Remembering those peers can be quite different in terms of what their objectives are, their risk appetite, and so on.
There's a reason we measure against our sister fund.
So how would you feel if both organizations outperformed their discount rates, or if they both underperformed? What's more important?
I'm not going to say.
The responses, please.
Anytime, yeah. Are we there? Okay. We have one more who hasn't submitted. Anybody? Oh, there we go. What, you guys?
No, that's very interesting.
Yeah. I thought we'd be right in the middle with either the yellow and the red together, but not. No? Okay.
Well, I think this is interesting because, of course, the Constitution asks us to pay pension benefits and to look at these trade-offs. So this is, I think, consistent with that. But of course, you need to have some way of judging the performance of the team, which is one of the reasons why you'll look at peers. So we go to the next question. Innovation. Do you prefer to adhere more closely to industry norms, and proven approaches to reduce the risk of failure? Or do you prefer to make greater use of innovation, non-standard approaches with upside potential? This also goes to a bit of what Howard was saying in terms of you do what everyone else does, you're going to get the same outcomes. But if you do something different, you might be taking on additional risk and leaving yourself exposed to additional downside. We've looked at a couple of different types of innovation. One can be the continuous improvement mentality, and the other one could be sort of a high tolerance for risk and creative thinking. Agile, or I'd say agile is also continuous improvement.
Those are good. I think it's sort of a, anyway. Oh, come on. No, I'm having trouble. There we go.
So tolerance or preferences for innovation versus...
Well, when you put them up side by side, they both sound really good. So I think that should be a blend, right? We keep getting into these, well, that all sounds good.
I mean, yes, but it could be that the lack of innovation is performed in such a way that you don't continuously improve.
True.
So I would say that's also a characteristic of innovation.
Well, I think we should always be creative and innovative, but...
So it's conceptual. More standard, more innovative with more risk. What responses? Okay. That's good.
Okay. Makes sense.
Again, a fairly good consensus. Okay, if we go back to the questions.
We're almost done, guys. 2 more questions.
Internal versus external. Should we use external managers so we can get access to a greater range of investment styles and expertise, even if it leads to higher costs? Or should we use more internal staff, internalize skill sets, reduce costs, retain that intellectual property? And here we've looked at different asset classes, and that composition can change depending on the nature of the asset class. The private assets are more likely to be invested in through external managers, and they're going to be more internally resource heavy, even if we do it
There was
through
a
external
way
managers.
that they were thinking of at one point to do that internally here. It's just slow going. If we were to do that, it would take like a decade to even complete. So.
Well, this is about preferences. So directionality.
Has everybody voted? Not yet. Can we submit our votes, folks? Two more to go. One more. Okay. Okay. We're sort of in the end in the middle. Okay, good.
So a desire for more internalization.
I'm a state worker, man. You're going to keep my state workers.
These are union people.
This is also helpful input, because we need to think about what sort of systems we need, skill sets,
Absolutely.
organizational structure, and so on.
Those have been discussed at the
Yes.
board before. Yeah. Compensation, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, to the last question. Costs. What's more important? Risk-adjusted returns, good risk-adjusted returns, net of costs, and portfolio benefits. Regardless of the cost, look at net of costs, or should we be thinking about, should be really sensitive to the level of fees we pay to external managers, such as for private markets? Although, of course, in the case of private markets, some of those fees may be a a return sharing arrangement, but still that's something we're paying out of our capital. So how do people think about that trade-off? You can see here, this is from CEM, and we've got the green triangle, which shows where we rank relative to some peers. We are in that low cost, higher return quadrant, but we're at the lower end of the return, although we're at the, closer to the cheaper performer. So we're in the right quadrant. The question is how far to the left do we want to be and how far up do we want to be? So the question.
Okay.
Risk-adjusted returns net of costs. So we should be focusing on the net outcome, or should we be very sensitive to the costs of the implementation?
There should be a right in the middle one. All right, everybody make sure you vote. Or hit submit, we got 2 more to go. Did you make a decision finally? Just teasing.
Oh, perfect.
There we go.
That's
Sort
also-
of the whole gambit, but your big one was number 3.
This is also fascinating. Okay, should we go through and just reflect on what do these answers look like? Can we compile the PDF for the whole document? There's some very helpful input for us here ahead of the session in February and for the meetings ahead. Okay. What this is telling us, of course, is that we would like to take a reasonable amount of risk. One of the questions is how that relates to the portfolio that we actually have now, whether it means more or less risk. And we also need to be thinking about what the expected distribution of outcomes could be given different risk levels. So, Director Walker.
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just basking. I apologize there.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. That I find this to be very fascinating. And then I know it's going to generate conversations about, direction, and we're going to have a lot of them, right? It would be interesting to me to then, once we've had the conversations, to take the survey again.
Yep.
To see
Yes.
if we're still in the same spot. Because I think there were some things that needed a little more fleshing out. It's nice to have a benchmark, I think, of this, but I think it would be more telling the one after.
Look, I completely agree. Partly it's because people reflect on the question, and partly will be because people have answers to other questions.
Right.
And then there's the tensions and the trade-offs.
Right.
To
Correct.
think about how we land on that.
Right.
So that
that
was
is
that was the
plan.
intention, to do this repeated times.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
Yeah, because that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, because what we have now is we have these initial preferences.
Oops.
So we can say, okay, what does a sample portfolio look like based on these preferences, and are the trade-offs consistent?
Right.
My expectation is that they won't be consistent. It would just be, it's a happy accident if they were, but this will bring into sharper relief where those tensions are
Right.
and what the trade-offs are.
And the conversations we need to have.
And the conversation, so we can focus the conversation. Because what happens now is that under the existing strategic asset allocation, we tend to bundle multiple decisions together.
Mm-hmm.
We look at the portfolio, we look at the discount rate and risk appetite altogether. And we're trying to separate these things out to say, okay, what is our risk appetite? And then to think about those trade-offs.
Okay.
Okay,
Any
so
other questions, guys?
so people want a reasonable amount of risk, although of course there are some people who are more risk averse, and we need to be thinking about that as well, what that means. If we go to the next slide.
That's my grandson.
Ooh.
It's a very sensitive, that's it, perfect. And this one obviously prompted more questions than any other in terms of the definition of the question, and maybe we can rework that question, but the idea is about drawdown and what's tolerable. So if we looked at 3 years, we could look at one of those portfolios based on the first question, and then see how likely it is that we have cumulative losses over a 3-year period, and see whether that's comfortable for the board or not.
You know, we struggled over this question because it seems so hazy, and it is. But I thought about a way to bring it into focus. If you started when I started, and you've been in this business for 56 years, you've had 2 decades when stocks returned zero, when you were underwater for 10 years. So that's what we're talking about here. Now, if you say to Stephen, we never want to be underwater for 10 years, then you can't have a portfolio which is all stocks, because he can't guarantee that. If you say we don't want to be underwater for 5 years, then you probably can't have a portfolio which is half stocks or much more than that. So they do feed directly into the decisions, and he's very much benefited by extracting this information from you.
And as Director Walker says, that information can change as we look at the trade-offs.
I think, as we look at this, for sure, because I had this and the next one were the two that gave me the most pause.
But it's really helpful for us in thinking about alternative portfolios. So we go to the next slide. Timelines. This was also fascinating. I'm not sure what to conclude here, apart from that there's a wide range of views, which we can continue to reflect on. I suppose one of the questions will be, we saw that chart of the 10-year cumulative 10-year returns, rolling 10-year returns, and there were long periods when we were above and below the discount rate. Even at 20 years, there would be long periods. But of course, we want to focus on shorter periods. I think we just need to be realistic and say that.
Well, how do we, if we're focusing on shorter periods, how do we make sure that we are paying our benefits for the long term, right? I think that's where we come into conflict with this. So I think we have to be mindful of both, right? So
you have to be mindful of both, but you can't maximize both at the same time.
No, you can't.
It's kind of like what we were talking about do you think about short-term or long-term? And if you say, we want to reduce the probability of bad outcomes in the short run, then it's very hard to maximize benefits in the long run. That's the trade-off.
Yeah.
And by the way, what is concern about performance in the short run? It's concern about volatility.
Correct.
Which I'm trying to talk you out of.
Correct.
So my goal would be to get to see those votes moving to the right.
To the right, unsure, no opinion, or
Yeah.
it would be my left.
Yeah.
I take it
Oh,
is
well,
what.
No, I think it's the right. I want you.
Towards the
I
20
want you
years.
at the end of this deliberative process.
But that's saying that we would tolerate.
No, that
Oh,
was,
no, that's the wrong
that
one.
was the
Sorry.
That was the last question.
Time
This
period.
question
Yeah, you're
is
right.
The assessment
I think
period.
I picked the
This is
10
the
years.
assessment period.
Yeah.
And at the end of after February, what I want you to do is call Stephen up and say, we're going to evaluate you 10 years from now, and we're going to close our eyes in the meantime. And that's going to permit you to do your job better.
In a perfect world.
Who said
Without all the articles on CalPERS's poor
exactly.
returns every year.
Exactly. As they say, in a perfect world.
So I
right?
just want to remind everybody, we are now 10 minutes, 11 minutes past. We do have two folks that want to talk about this as well. So let's move through this.
Okay.
I hate to, I would love to keep chatting. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll go through it very quickly. Complexity, well,
was
wide
tough.
range of wide distribution, so we can talk about that going forward. We'll go to the next one. This I thought was quite fascinating. If we've got a long horizon, one of our advantages should be locking up liquidity. So we can think about this and our ability to use liquidity opportunistically. But this answer surprised me a little bit, was when you were asking about differences with the team. This is one where there is a difference in terms of view. And maybe there's also a difference with...
Would you consider this, that the board's saying it's more open to that risk, or is it less open to that risk? I can't quite understand how I'm reading either one of them.
I would say that, given the portfolio we have and where we're heading, we're assigning some value to illiquid investments. And this is saying actually we should be biased more towards liquid. And if we've got a very long horizon, would probably want to have more exposure to illiquid assets if we think they're going to give us higher returns.
Illiquid assets.
Illiquid
Okay, yeah,
assets.
that's why this is the one I was shocked at, because I think I did 5.
Yeah, so I'm surprised by this
you
one.
and I did the 5.
So there's a
So more
discussion to be had on that.
conversations are necessary if that's
Absol-
where you want to go. So.
Absolutely.
And can I just say one thing? This answer illustrates the challenge that laymen have in reconciling these factors, because you want a high return, but you want low risk. You want an aggressive portfolio, but you want a liquid portfolio.
You know, the way
et
it's,
cetera.
I'm going to disagree. The way that's worded made it a little difficult to determine what you're asking. So, yeah, I think so too. I think folks got confused on that one. Because I kept reading it, and I think one of you hit it when you were talking, and then I was like, okay, now I get it. So it could have been the way it was worded.
Anyway, it sets up a future interesting conversation.
Yeah.
If we go to the next one. Okay, people do want to take advantage of our advantages, which I think is good.
It's very good.
So it gives us a better chance of beating the odds. Next one. This was interesting, and again sets us up for an interesting discussion in terms of what's more important, absolute or relative.
You got a bell-shaped curve.
Yeah, it's probably the only one we've got a bell-shaped curve.
Exactly.
Next. Most people want to focus on our objectives rather than thinking about peers, although of course looking at peers can help us assess whether we've done a good job or not. Next one. Innovation. People want to support innovation, which is great. But of course, to be able to do that, it does introduce some additional risk, and we need to have the right mindset, a growth mindset. We just need to be alert to that. People are more interested in internalizing. There are some things we can internalize reasonably easily. Some things are going to be more difficult, but again, it sets up a good basis for a conversation on what's feasible and what's more difficult. And costs. Fascinating result, this one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bell shape.
This is interesting.
Modified.
It's a wide, yeah, it's a bell shape with fat tails. I had thought that people might look at returns net of costs, but of course, if there's anything that's certain about investing, is that the costs are certain, the returns are uncertain. So an interesting result. So there's plenty for us to mull over. There's plenty of really insightful input for our session for February. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We do appreciate this. Was very confusing. I was going to call it educational, but Thank
So
you very
we will
much.
be adding an investment committee to the February agendas, which we normally would not have one in February, but David, we will have an investment committee in
So it's going to
February.
be a 3-day rather than 2-day meeting.
We can still do it in 2.
Oh,
The other committees are very light agendas.
okay. All right. I have, and I want to thank Stephen. I want to thank you, Mr. Marks.
By the way, you can call me Howard, just like you call him Steve.
Howard.
Same guy.
I appreciate it, Howard. I'm going to go ahead and call Jerry Fontaine and Elnora Fretwell up to make their commentary on the survey. I see you back there, Elnora. Get up. Jerry, you can start. The minute you start, the 3 minutes moves.
Let me go first. Good morning, or almost afternoon. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'm Jerry Fontaine. I'm speaking as a CalPERS stakeholders member. I'm a little bit dubious about the survey. I see it as a possibility of an item to be used to switch the responsibility of investment recommendations from the investment committee to the board without giving the board the knowledge of the full scope of investments available. They'll tailor something just to what the board would like to see. And you may miss something that's very important out there. So it should not be used. I don't think the board has enough time to provide answers of the quality necessary to complete this type of survey. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fontaine. Elnora?
Eleanor Fretwell, PERS member. Mine is kind of the same line. I understand you're doing a survey to see what the board thinks about the market risk funding. It can go, the high risk could be a loser or a winner situation. If you go low risk, it can be less money. Are you saying no one really knows what to do? But I thought the assess limited committee would hard to figure this out versus the board. What if the board, what the board thinks is right is really not what Assets Liberty management team would do? So who would decide? Would you say you are off the mark? And if that's the risk doesn't go right, then is it the board's fault? Even though some board members may not be experts in this field, I would think that you would know when to take a higher risk and when not to do it accordingly. So I was just a little confused when question number 1 first started, but I think some of the questions you might have answered, you know, as it went on. So if it's just a survey, that's okay. But if they're leaving it all just to the board, when we have a committee that does this, I was just a little bit concerned.
I just want to remind you both, the investment committee is a committee of the whole board.
Okay. All right then. But it just sounded like y'all was at the beginning a little confused about the questions and stuff like that. But that's why I asked those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to adjourn for, what did we have it scheduled for? It looks like 45 minutes. So we're at 12:45. We're going to be back at 1:30. So we're at that point, we will be running about 20 minutes late. So we hope to catch up on our time so we're not out of here later than 5:30. We are adjourned for lunch, or we are recessed for lunch, I'm sorry. Session. We are now going to have the total portfolio approach and transition considerations. So with that, we're going to get going with our Chief Investment Officer, Stephen Gilmore, leading a discussion about the factors that go into transitioning to a total portfolio approach. It is all yours now.
I thought with a view to an upcoming session on generative AI, I would summarize some of the questions that came out of the November discussion at the investment committee, because that has shaped the content for this education session. And the first thing it came up with was risk appetite and trade-offs, which we spent the best part of the morning discussing. It also, second, comes up with total portfolio approach versus SAA, which is what we're going to be talking about now. It also includes other things like benchmarking, performance measurement, organizational and cultural implications, plan maturity, liquidity. We discussed some of those things. But what I found very helpful at the end was board members emphasized the need for clear, layperson-friendly explanations of these complex topics during the education session. So please call me out if something I'm saying isn't clear.
I wasn't shy, Stephen.
I'd appreciate it. Anyway, if we go to the first slide here, I'll talk a little bit about the current state. This is our strategic asset allocation, and then talk about the steps to move more in the direction of a total portfolio approach, and then, of course, touch on managing the change and what we need to be thinking about. The current setup is that we have a strategic asset allocation that we update formally every 4 years. We have an interim update after 2 years. This is done in association with updating the actuarial assumptions, and we come up with a candidate portfolio investment rate return discount rate. What happens is we are effectively combining those questions around risk appetite and the portfolio with the discount rate. All those three things occur together, and it isn't always clear exactly what influence each thing has. It also leads to some uncertainties, because the board explicitly ends up approving a fairly detailed portfolio in terms of asset classes. The question then becomes, well, who's responsible? Who owns the asset class selection? Is it the board? Is it the team? How does that happen? And that also feeds into questions about accountability. So who's accountable for the decisions around the selection of asset classes? Of course, it's even murkier because the management team is out there making recommendations to the board. The investment decisions are also determined by, or influenced by, asset class benchmarks. And it's also the case that the assumptions that go into the strategic asset allocation can quickly become out of date if markets move, if relative pricing changes, or if the behavior between different asset classes changes. So we've gone through some of these things before, but this is a chance to dive a bit more deeply into some of the differences between a current approach and what a total portfolio approach would do. The idea with the total portfolio approach is to focus on our ultimate objective and to compare performance against a very simple portfolio that's transparent, that could basically achieve the objectives we have. It's also an approach that places greater accountability on management. But that comes with the requirement that management does a much better job of explaining why it's making particular decisions. So the first thing we've highlighted here is with respect to board risk appetite, and of course we tried to approach that earlier in the sessions today. Under the current approach, it's not explicitly defined. We come up with a portfolio, yes, it has certain risk characteristics, but under the total portfolio approach, it plays a central role, because we're looking at a very generic approach to thinking about risk. And the board would set that risk appetite. It would give a delegation to management to vary around that risk appetite. Of course, at the moment, the board sets the SAA, it also sets policy ranges, but the reality is management doesn't deviate very much at all from those targets. And we can talk about why that is. Also with the SAA, diversification typically occurs via asset classes, yet we know that different asset classes can be driven by common factors. So a range of asset classes will be very exposed to growth. Obviously, equities are very sensitive to what happens to growth, but infrastructure, real estate, certainly private equity can also be very sensitive to growth. With the total portfolio approach, we're looking at these higher level drivers of the asset classes and looking at the commonality. The performance we've talked about before, at the moment we have 11 different benchmarks for the various asset classes. With the total portfolio approach, we're really looking at the ultimate objective. And in a way, we're benchmarking each asset class against that ultimate objective. We're looking at the drivers of the asset classes, and we're looking at a form of risk matching, but which we can talk about. And my response there might prompt some questions. Active risk, at the moment, it's managed via our asset class. So we have a target and we have a policy range around that. With a total portfolio approach, the board would be saying to management, okay, here's our overall risk appetite and here's how much discretion you have around that. So management would play a much more active role in deciding exactly where things get invested, but the board would set the risk parameters around that. And that risk appetite would be managed at the fund as a whole rather than each asset class. Again, with the opportunity set, at the moment we focus on asset classes. The TPA is really thinking about what each investment contributes to the whole portfolio rather than just thinking about single asset classes. Culture, siloed framework, fragmented under a strategic asset allocation and under a total portfolio approach. We focus on the common purpose, and it's essential that we have collaboration. And the governance, again, the TPA, it's a total portfolio risk approach rather than looking at individual assets, asset classes, whereas in the current SAA, it's about target allocations to asset classes, and then you have to aggregate them up to think about the whole portfolio. I don't know if any particular questions with respect to those, because there were questions in November, or should we just keep on going through? No? That's easy.
I don't see anybody.
That's great. The governance model would be a bit different. At the moment, the governance model centers on the strategic asset allocation and the policy ranges around it. With a total portfolio approach, the board would set the risk appetite. So it would give an example of a portfolio that's consistent with that risk appetite. It could be a reference portfolio. In the past, or in earlier sessions, we've been looking at examples like a 70-30, but it could be a 60-40 or an 80-20. When I say 80-20, I mean 80 equities, 20 bonds, or 20 cash. It doesn't make that much difference. So the board would say, okay, this is our appetite. And it would also allow management to deviate from that. It would allow management to take some active risk around that. The board would set those parameters. So it's very simple. The board could easily assess whether management has done a good job. Has it beaten the very simple off-the-shelf portfolio? Beaten in terms of returns or beaten in terms of lower risk? But it becomes a much easier exercise to look at how management has done and also to look at the relative responsibilities of the board and the management. As I've mentioned a couple of times in the past, most of the variation in returns or the drivers of returns for the portfolio have really been the performance of the equity market and the association that other classes, asset classes have with that asset class, with equities. So most of the exposure we have is very sensitive to growth. It's also going to be sensitive to surprise inflation. It's going to be sensitive to interest rates rising and so on. And it's like a common factor that we have across almost all of the portfolio.
Yep. Hold on, it doesn't like my finger. There we go.
Sorry, Steve. Thank you for the presentation, but I did have a question on this one, and well, I'll leave it on this slide, not the previous one. So should I read? No, not that one. I'm sorry. Let's go back to the chart. Sorry. That one. So one of the things I think that I gather from the presentation and from past meetings is that under this new approach, there'll be more active management. Is that correct? I mean, there would be within the there will be more initiative to do something for the total fund. But my question is, should we read this to mean that whatever little active management there is now has not been enough to beat the benchmark? Is that how we should read this?
It's a little bit different. What I'm trying to show here is that even though we have all these different asset classes in the portfolio, they're largely driven by the equity exposure we have or the exposure that the various asset classes have to growth. But there is another chart which goes to your point, if I can get there. If you look at this, this one here, this performance transparency, if you look at those orange bars, the actual excess, we're looking at the performance of the actual portfolio versus the benchmark. And you can see there's almost no difference. And that's because we're not really taking much risk around the targets or the benchmark that the board has set for us. Under a total portfolio approach, if we're using something like a reference portfolio, those swings will be much, much larger. And you can see, let's say, look at the blue bars. If we look at the excess versus the simple portfolio, you get much greater swings. So it will look like we're taking more risk relative to that benchmark. But to your point, we haven't really been using much discretion around the target portfolio. And the question is, why is that? And often it comes down to the incentives that the team feels that they have. And when you've got individual asset classes, quite often they feel compelled to just focus on that asset class and to try and achieve their benchmark rather than thinking about the total portfolio and generating excess returns for the whole portfolio.
So thank you for that answer, because it sort of speaks to one question I didn't ask, which was the two slides. I don't know what slide it was. The one where it said the two differences, the slide number 4, and it talks about the cultures, siloed and fragmented on the current SAA. So I guess it's a dumb question, but so is this analysis something that has historically been the case here in CalPERS? Or, I mean, I don't want to assume too much, but this is fairly new about being siloed. And I mean, I know every asset class has their benchmarks and has their work to do and their leadership and all that, but it seems like it's a very simplistic analysis that we've never seen before. So is this relative new realization, or, I mean, is this the reality, I guess, to be frank and to the point?
It's what normally happens with a a strategic asset allocation when you've got different asset classes, but each time we go through and update the strategic asset allocation, we need to think about the whole portfolio. We need to think about the relative attractiveness of different asset classes. And we do that exercise, as I mentioned, thoroughly once every 4 years and an interim one every 2 years. So with a total portfolio approach, you're doing that conceptually much more frequently, so you can those updates. What happens with the existing arrangement is that you get these targets. The teams, the asset class teams, go away and say, this is my target. I'll go and build a portfolio to try and achieve that target. And they won't necessarily be comparing the attractiveness of the investments they can see versus the attractiveness of investments across other asset classes. We've also got information barriers. So sometimes the communication between asset classes is constrained. But the mentality tends to be, okay, I've got a target, I've got a benchmark, I'll go out and try to beat that benchmark for that asset class. And when you aggregate them all up, you may not get the optimal portfolio outcome. So just a standard approach, the strategic asset allocation approach does tend to lead to more siloed behavior. And you're not comparing those different alternatives across different asset classes.
But isn't the basis of the SAA that you allocate based on where there's, I would say potential, but where there's more opportunity? And shouldn't that sort of maximize? Just to understand, it seems very simplistic, and it's something that, why didn't we see this before? Sort of.
Well, sometimes...
And the analysis, anyway.
Well, sometimes people say that a total portfolio approach is better for returns, and a strategic asset allocation is better for governance, because you can be quite definitive about what you want a particular asset class to do, to target. I would say that when you go through the strategic asset allocation exercise, you are looking at it across the whole portfolio, but you do it infrequently. The total portfolio approach is more about trying to do this in a continuous way. If we did the SAA every 6 months, it would be much more similar to a total portfolio approach. What happens now, it seems to be set, and then we just don't do those comparisons. And what I think is really important also is that when you have all these different individual asset classes, the person or the people overseeing that particular program will think on a standalone basis. And it could be that there are really attractive investments that you want a lot of for the whole portfolio, but it may feel uncomfortable for an individual program head to take that much risk. And I've seen this a few times in the past, particularly with some fairly lumpy investments, let's say in the infrastructure space, where the infrastructure team will be quite excited to make a particular investment, and they will say, let's do X dollars. They'll bring it to the internal investment committee, and the investment committee will say, hey, this looks like a great investment. Let's do 2X, because it makes more sense at the portfolio level. Okay. The asset class team feels very uncomfortable, but it makes sense for the whole portfolio. And when you take a total portfolio approach, you can actually do those sorts of things. Whereas if you're looking at that siloed strategic asset allocation approach, you're not going to do that. So you're going to leave some money on the table potentially. Likewise, with the strategic asset allocation, the various teams will try to get to their target or their benchmark. So they get to their target and they'll focus on the benchmark, but it could be that there are more attractive investments elsewhere, and they don't necessarily communicate with the other teams to discuss that.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand I guess I'm not sure whether there's an evolution happening from what we're doing to the total portfolio approach, or whether it's. I'm just trying to understand the differences. So thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
I'd say it's an evolution, and say one way to think about it is that it's almost like a more continuous SAA, where you're continually getting information and potentially updating the targets, rather than having this, fixed exercise every 4 years.
But on that 4-year exercise, there's always we have consultants bring in, what the projections are based on these 20 people, 20 firms, and on the TPA, what do you use as your gauge as to how the asset classes change?
We would still be doing that. We would be looking at the expected returns for the various asset classes. We would be looking at how risky we think they are. We would be looking at how we think the various asset classes would interact with one another. We would also be looking at the specific advantages that we have, and we would potentially be weighting things more towards where we think we have that advantage. So it's in some ways very similar to the SAA. It just happens in a more continuous way. And there's also, I guess, a greater emphasis on a clearinghouse for information so the different teams can see what the other teams are finding attractive or not attractive, as the case may be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton?
All right, thank you. Stephen, thank you. I think you're raising questions that are important ones and ones that are the pertinent questions for us. If I'm following correctly, moving to a total portfolio approach of necessity means that we will have a greater appetite for risk and be willing to take on more risk than we've been taking on. It also infers to me that you and staff will have greater discretion in terms of how money is invested over time. I'm not necessarily opposed to either one of those, but it raises fundamentally the question of board oversight and how it is that we are supposed to assess what is success and what is failure, and when do we do so? And that is particularly an open question when what we should be moving towards are results that are going to be measured over a much longer time frame. So help me with the oversight questions and making sure that we will continue to be able to do our responsibility.
Thank you, Director Middleton. I would say, first of all, that moving to a total portfolio approach doesn't necessarily mean taking more risk. Because right now we have an SAA that has a degree of riskiness.
Right.
But we haven't explicitly asked that question as a standalone question, how much risk appetite does the board want? So we're trying to tease that out through these very uncomfortable questions because it's a very difficult answer to get at. So first, it may not lead to us taking more risk. First. Second, the board has already given the management team a lot of discretion in terms of the policy ranges that it sets for us. Remember, we can vary the equity allocation by plus or minus 7%, fixed income plus or minus 6%, private equity plus or minus 5%. There's a lot of discretion there. We just don't use it. The team doesn't feel encouraged or incentivized to use it. And in the past, I've tried to look at how much we could move the riskiness of the portfolio by using that discretion. And it's a lot. And I don't think we would be asking for any more discretion than that. But of course, it's not always very clear to the board just how management is using that discretion or what it means. As I've mentioned before, for things like private equity, you could have a very wide range of riskiness of investments, venture capital being the riskiest, for instance, or in infrastructure, you could have something which has contracted cash flows versus something which is development. But you don't look through to the detail. So a lot of the risk could be hidden. So I wouldn't say that we're necessarily going to be in a situation where we're taking more risk. Yes, I think management will probably have more effective delegated authority because it won't hug the benchmark so much. I would expect that if we go down this route, the board will end up choosing, let's say, a reference portfolio, and then it will be very explicit around how much active risk it gives to management, because right now it's not that explicit.
Right.
And then it will be incumbent upon management to explain its decisions relative to the outcomes against the reference portfolio, and management will also have to explain why it's chosen to allocate that active risk in a particular way. So we would be reporting on that, I think, in a clearer way, because right now much of the focus is on actionable tracking error, which doesn't really make that much of a difference to portfolio outcomes. And we tend not to think too much about the stuff that is less actionable.
So I appreciate that answer, and it's a good one. And clearly, there isn't anything that guarantees that we will be taking more risk. But we're going through a very large exercise that clearly is directed at having a greater appetite when it comes to taking on risk. And one of the things that I took away from Mr. Mark's presentation earlier today is we need to do a vastly better job of assessing the missed opportunities that we have had in our portfolio. And given the size of CalPERS and the investment that we have in managing our funds ourselves, we have a fundamental obligation to be at top of class when it comes to not missing opportunities.
I would say there are a couple of things there in terms of missed opportunities. We really should be focusing on those advantages we have and the strengths, and also going back to what Howard Marks was saying, you don't want to be sort of selling at the bottom. Right. If we have a long horizon, we should be leaning into those times when assets are cheap. And human behavior is such that people tend to get anxious when markets are falling, and they tend to take off risk. Whereas that's the time you should be investing if you've got that long horizon.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we have questions right now, so go ahead. Do you, Kevin? He's reaching for it just as I say no. Oh, dang it. There, go.
Thank you. Yeah, that was just something Lisa said that sparked thought in my head. So the way that the board would look at its oversight, or the structure of its oversight, does that correlate with possible changes in, say, the compensation that we just did recently this past year of the staff? Would that also, would that change as well?
I probably can't say too much about that, except that one of the big decisions is normally about alignment with the whole portfolio. And the board has already done that. It's already done it. That's one of the toughest decisions.
It's the benchmark.
Yeah, it's a benchmark for us. We're looking at the whole portfolio. But I don't know if I can say too much more on that.
Yeah, I just talk a little bit about the 10 or 20 bips above benchmark performance. That's probably the question.
Yes. So right now, the staff is incentivized to try and achieve, let's say, 10 basis points above the benchmark, and isn't really incentivized to achieve a lot more than that over the short term. That's very different from the sorts of incentive arrangements I was used to in previous places, where the active return, let's say, targets were much more ambitious. Mm-hmm. But that's for the board to be thinking about.
Okay. Thanks.
Jose Luis, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Just want to ask you a question regarding the comparison between the performance. You had mentioned that we have about 11 asset class benchmarks relative to the total fund performance. Now, is that basically, would we be simplifying our benchmarks to have one global or one aggregate benchmark?
We would, and I'll explain this a little bit, because I've referred to the equity beta. So this is the tendency of asset classes to move with respect to equities. what we would be doing is saying, let's say we chose a reference portfolio that was 70% equities and 30% cash. Let's just say that's our reference portfolio. That expresses the board's risk appetite. How do we actually make an investment decision, and how do we judge whether it's been successful or not? I've used the example here of a $500 billion portfolio.
Right.
Reference portfolio is 70% equity, 30% cash. So it's $350 billion in equities and $150 billion in cash. Let's say we go out and buy some infrastructure. How do we fund it? What do we sell? With the reference portfolio, the board's expressed its risk appetite, so we want to keep that equity risk equivalent stable. If we think that the infrastructure asset is about 60% as volatile as equities, we'll say it has equity beta, actually volatility is the wrong word here, but let's just say that if equities go up 10%, we expect infrastructure, that asset to go up 6%. What we would do is we would, for a $5 billion investment in infrastructure, we would sell $3 billion in equities and fund the rest out of cash.
I see.
Now the test then becomes, is that a good investment? Well, we would compare what we would have earned on the $3 billion in equities and the $2 billion in cash versus the infrastructure investment. So you're benchmarking it against the reference portfolio components, but you've tried to match it in a way that's risk equivalent. Of course, you've changed the portfolio in other ways because you've added some active risk, because it's not going to be perfectly like equities. You've also added some illiquidity, but you would measure the performance against the reference portfolio. So at the first level, you'll be benchmarking it against the high level. And you do this to every single investment you make, so it all adds up. Of course, you also want to know whether the team's done a good job of finding infrastructure investments. So you might look at infrastructure benchmarks just to be informative, but it's not how you're going to be judged at the whole portfolio level.
Now I think I understand now with respect to that scenario, the equity risks, and as you would say, would be unchanged, and the performance would be measured just by that one reference portfolio.
That's correct.
And that's the key, is to determine that reference portfolio.
Absolutely, that is
now I
correct.
understand what you mentioned.
That is correct. And over shorter periods, of course, there can be quite a big variation between the reported returns. So it's important to look at a longer period. But what's also really important is that the board needs that assurance that we've done a reasonable job of estimating the relationship between the asset class and equities. And I think here the board would probably rely on its consultants to make sure that the management team has come up with reasonable estimates. I would say that from my past experience, the internal, let's say the total fund teams, have tended to be a little bit conservative in estimating the betas. But you might think that there's an incentive to overestimate and take on more risk. But in any case, I think the board would want to rely on the consultants to assess whether we've been reasonable in coming up with those equity betas.
And with respect to the beta then, would the beta be an aggregate of a variety of elements, or just be one beta? I'm just trying to understand it. In this particular case where you have the 70-30 equity versus cash.
It would depend on the asset class. So if you're investing in private equity, it depends on what part of the private equity range you're investing in. If you're investing in let's say, venture capital, it might have a beta of higher than 1. If you're investing in some other forms of private equity, it could be a beta of 1. So it's going to depend on our assessment of the riskiness of the underlying investment. Of course, when we're actually setting out, let's say, looking at the opportunity cost or funding cost, we would also add some things on for locking up liquidity or for concentration and things like that.
Just turn the thing off.
But conceptually, it's reasonably simple because you can add up those equity exposures across the portfolio.
Absolutely.
And so the board would have a good idea that the overall portfolio has about the same riskiness as the board's risk appetite.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. That was very, very well articulated. Thank you.
I would say also, oh, sorry.
Oh, no. You done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, then yes, it is Melissa's turn, but hold on. There we go, it worked.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to look at it from a little different perspective, or bring the conversation to a little different perspective, but I don't want to go deep down this rabbit hole. I really appreciated the presentation, and I'm going to ask you to really simplify the thought process here. Our compensation policy for a lot of our investment team is based on benchmarks per asset class. We can still benchmark per asset class in a total portfolio approach. Is that correct?
I would say that the compensation is based on the aggregate. How has the total portfolio done against the aggregate benchmark, not each individual one? So if you're in a particular asset class, it's not your asset class benchmark. It's how has the whole portfolio done versus the aggregate portfolio benchmark. But people will have incentives other than just those benchmarks and the monetary incentives.
Correct.
They will always want to know that they've done well investing their particular asset class, maybe relative to others. So at the moment, the focus is on the outcomes for the whole portfolio, not each individual asset class. So in that sense, it's not a big leap to be thinking about looking at performance relative to a reference portfolio. The leap occurs because the variation between the performance of the portfolio versus the reference portfolio will be bigger than what we currently have. If you remember that chart here, those orange bars since, let's say, 2011 or so, have been very small. The deviation between the actual return of the portfolio versus the benchmark have been very small. With a move to a reference portfolio, those swings are going to be a lot larger. So it might feel uncomfortable for the team to see those larger swings. So that's a bit of a difference, but there's nowhere to hide. And we really need to ask ourselves, are we doing better than a simple off-the-shelf portfolio? That's how we justify our existence, either by generating higher returns with that portfolio or by having a portfolio that has less risk while generating those returns.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the conversation.
All right. Excuse me. Frank Ruffino?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Gilmore, for your presentation. Just a quick question. As we transition, or if we transition to TPA, what specific milestones and success metrics are in place to evaluate progress?
To evaluate?
To evaluate the progress towards, adopting the TPA.
There are a lot of steps in this process, and maybe I'll talk about managing the change. I think the very first thing we need to do is to come up with a view on our risk appetite. Hence those very uncomfortable questions that I asked earlier. That will allow us to think about the types of portfolio we might have. But of course, that portfolio, if we use a reference portfolio, is a liquid portfolio. So that's the first thing we need to be thinking about, that risk appetite. The second thing is going to be a question of, well, how much discretion does the board want to give management? At the moment, it gives management a lot, but management doesn't take it. So the board would delegate that ability to deviate from the reference portfolio. I think a third question that the board will want to be thinking about is, well, how do we think about liquidity? How do we think about the portfolio, those trade-offs? And this is also a very complex question because the reward that we require for locking up liquidity changes. If we have a lot of liquid assets in the portfolio, we're going to need a higher return on the next investment that's illiquid. So, we're doing quite a lot of work on this. The management team has spent quite a lot of time working on risk budgeting. So we need to be thinking internally about where are the most attractive places to take risk. Of course, we need to do that when we do the SAA, but this is going to be a more continuous process. So I would expect that we would present to the board our target portfolio based on that analysis of the expected returns and the risk and the interactions between the various asset classes. So those things are all part of the benchmarks in terms of the process. One thing that's a lot simpler with a total portfolio approach is you don't need the same glide path that you have with an SAA, because you have set out the risk appetite and we're always funding things out of that portfolio, so the risk shouldn't change. So it's a bit easier. I think also, based on the conversation we had in November, the board's very conscious about change at the team level in terms of openness to change. So we've done a few things. We are very keen to have a lot more dialogue across the investment team. Had a town hall last week. I solicited questions from the team members. I had 3 pages of questions going into the town hall. I've got to say I was very encouraged by the openness and by the extent and the thoughtfulness behind the questions. Was also really encouraged with the town hall itself. Got a lot of questions. We surveyed the team before the session to find out whether the team was open to moving in this direction, whether they were positive, whether they're just open, wanted to know more, or whether people were preferred to stay doing what we're currently doing. More than half the team responded. We only gave them a very short time to respond. And it was very encouraging in terms of the openness. We've also surveyed the team post that town hall, and I expect that we'll have many more of those. I've also asked Amy Deming to oversee a number of work streams that we need to progress with to take us down this total portfolio route. And some of the things we've been focusing on are the common purpose. What is our ultimate objective? Obviously, it's about the sustainability of the pension system, but we want to generate higher returns, and the total portfolio approach increases the likelihood, we think, of generating those higher returns. So getting everyone thinking about that at the whole of portfolio level. What happens now is it's not always the case. People don't necessarily feel incentivized to do that, even though they're compensated based on the whole portfolio. One example might be a particular asset class team might want to add leverage to an investment. And if we take leverage at the asset class level, it's going to be more expensive than if we do it at the whole portfolio level. So there can be a bit of a conflict between the asset class and the whole portfolio outcome. But if everyone thinks about the common objective, i.e. achieving the total portfolio returns, that takes us to a better place. Likewise, I made the comment before, it could be that for whole of portfolio reasons, an asset class is asked to take a bigger exposure than they would like. Or it could be that the asset class is asked to perform some sort of diversification activity for the whole portfolio, which they may not have done on a standalone basis. So it's that common purpose which is extremely important.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, Frank, thank you. Did you want to continue?
I'll continue through this, it's okay. The other thing is also, one of the other things is a common language, a unified language. We need to be able to compare different asset classes in a consistent way. So we need to be able to look at alternative investments and to review them consistently. So the Total Fund team has been doing that. It's been thinking about risk budgeting. It's been thinking about how to look at, let's say, a common hurdle for investments based on the riskiness of those investments. That common language, again, is a little bit difficult for folks, because if you are very experienced in a particular asset class, you have a particular way of thinking about things. Yet we've got to find a way of making that language common. I've talked before about private equity will focus on internal rates of return, they'll focus on various multiples, they'll focus on possibly public market equivalents. Infrastructure will focus on discount rates, real estate will look at cap rates, all slightly different. And so you need to be able to define something, a way of comparing prospective returns and risk that resonates across different asset classes. So the team's working on that. We're also working on a standard way of underwriting investments. Different teams will have different approaches, but we should have a consistent way across the portfolio so we can compare like for like. Again, Amy and some other, and Daniel are working on getting that common framework. And I think that's probably more relevant in the context of some of the private market assets. Thinking about the operational model. The key here is to have that visibility across the portfolio. Part of it is improving our technology and the ability to see the portfolio and to be able to interrogate the portfolio. But part of it's also about that collaboration. The more we can sort of see the portfolio across the team, the more it will foster collaboration. We've also removed some of the physical barriers we had in place between teams. It becomes easier for people to collaborate, which is a key element. And then I've also put down here risk focus. So it's really more about that risk that's being taken rather than just the assets in the ground, because some assets that are deployed will increase risk, some may actually be risk mitigants. So we need to think about it in terms of the risk contribution to the portfolio. And finally, talked about accountability. It will become much clearer as to where the accountability lies. The board is accountable for setting the risk appetite. The board is accountable for deciding on how much delegation they give the management. The management can then be assessed on the basis of, well, have you beaten the reference portfolio? And by that I mean, if you generate higher returns or you've done it with lower risk. And can be asked about, well, how have you decided to allocate that active risk? Have you done a good job of allocating that active risk? We can also ask the question, well, okay, you've decided these are the asset classes that you think are attractive. Were they? Or did you do a good job of actually deciding on which investments to make within the asset classes? So it becomes much easier to look at the different risks. It's like a hierarchy, and the tone is set by the board in terms of the various risk appetites. But the onus then goes to management to really report clearly on what it's doing and why. So there are challenges for the team, a lot of challenges for the team in terms of the total fund. They've been doing a lot of work over the years, and a lot of that's coming to fruition now. There will also be additional challenges on the reporting side, so that we can show how we've done relative to the various metrics.
Stephen, I got a question for you. If they had a risk budget that we gave them, it was management that wasn't enforcing that, is that what you said?
I would say that you've given us policy ranges. You have also given us some risk baskets. It depends on the liquid assets, so we have a 50 basis point limit there. But management tends not to use those risk basket or budgets. It's not necessarily incentivized to do it. At the moment.
So you're saying because of the pay structure, they're not incentivized to do it?
That could be part of it. That could be part of it.
So
I've got to be careful commenting on these things. But I think the key is where is what is the board's risk appetite? What do they want management to do? And then make sure that the various incentives, whether they're financial or otherwise.
So how do we make that different? I mean, I got that, and that's a different conversation we're going to have in February. But how do I feel like we did incentivize them. And I feel like they didn't use it. So how do we make sure they do it this time? Right? What's the accountability factor if they don't, I guess, is the thing. And we don't have to talk about that now, but I think that needs to be thought about. If we've given clear direction, which I know we did, so, and then we incentivized it last year, I believe, and we are still hugging, things that we shouldn't, the benchmark, and so then there has to be clear, as we work this through, right, and this is your baby, I want to see it successful, so we need to make sure that there's a way that we can complete it and make it successful.
Well, it's interesting. If I think back to, let's say, my previous employment, the board really had an aspiration for how much value add, the management team
I have no problem with that either, but
should make. And what we did was to look at what sort of excess return we thought we could make from the various investments, and we had a view on how much risk we had to take to achieve that aspiration. So, conceptually, we can come up with the risk-adjusted return for various investments, look at the interaction across different investments, and then work out how much risk we need to take to meet that expected excess return. It's expected excess, doesn't mean we're necessarily going to make it, but we can, do some work on that and present that to you.
that'd be appreciated, because I think this is a great path forward, but I just think we need to make sure we can get there. I feel like we're not getting there from before. Ms. Walker.
Well, thank you. So I've been struggling how to ask this, so I'm just going to just throw out there. So you continue to say that the staff has a lot of delegated authority, right? But it's not being used. And should that then be, as we move on to everything else and we're doing evaluations, it seems to me that we should have, it should be answered, why haven't we used it, right? When we go year by year to go into, evaluating and everything else, that to me seems to be an important question, because if you have the ability to do something and you've chosen not to do it through inaction, which is then an action by itself, then, it's kind of like, the biblical story where the rich guy gave, 5 people coins, and, a lot of them just buried it or whatever, and only one just went out and used it, kind of thing.
Well, I suppose turn it around.
Okay.
And this came up before I started here. I was, kind of asked these sorts of questions, and if you're sitting there and your upside is achieved when you make 10 basis points of excess return, but if you make 0, you don't benefit, what would be your incentive structure? So you need to think about what we're trying to achieve at whole portfolio level, and making sure that the arrangements are consistent with what we're trying to achieve.
Say that one more time.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Yeah, you just...
Well, your consistency point is right.
I'm not sure exactly how much I can say on this, but it really comes down to the current arrangements lead to a lack of incentive to generate returns that are way beyond, 10 basis points in the short term.
Let's have Doug.
Yeah?
Doug can do it.
Doug?
Okay.
Yeah, Doug's not incented in the
Yeah,
same way.
because I'm conflicted here.
Well, and we're also,
Doug's not.
we're discussing something that isn't on the agenda, although this isn't a formal meeting.
It's related.
It is.
It's related.
Okay.
Hi, Doug Hoffner, CalPERS staff. So, let me try to, clarify. I think what Stephen's trying to say is the way the incentive structure is currently built and designed, may have a lack of, it's at almost, it's a very low structure compared to achieving zero of that target. And therefore, the incentive would not be to strive for a greater return because the structure is designed and built.
So we have to raise the bar, is what I'm hearing, simplistically.
Yeah, you have to answer that.
Yes, I think what we've looked at and seen in the past would be the opportunity that would be there would be a greater opportunity for that incentive opportunity. But I think what's being said is that it's based upon that active management, and then really at accountability comes back to those decisions that are made or not made. A decision not made is still a decision.
Right.
And I think, Yvonne, what Ms. Walker is saying is in prior conversations is that how do we have that conversation to understand what was done or not done within that incentive performance year to determine how well we did or not within a benchmark, is it the TPA or a different structure? But this is something that we'd also tease out for the compensation committee and with your compensation consultants. So taking note to make sure that they're fully aware of the conversations that are occurring here today for those prior opportunities for the discussion to occur in the future.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to jump in on this, Doug, and just, I keep hearing the word zero, right? As if when we don't make money and we have that long-term,
The long-term incentive?
that says that if you don't make money over X amount, then you don't
Yes.
get. So then is that where one of our problems lie? Is that what you're saying?
Consistency.
Yeah, I think so I think the point is sort of level of consistency. So we have not achieved the long-term incentive. The board adopted and approved that maybe almost 6 years now. And it's a 5-year rolling period of time. We've not achieved that.
No one's achieved that.
We have not yet within the structure. So there's been zero payout for that long-term incentive. There's
wow.
annual incentives. The long-term has not been paid out.
Okay.
We've never achieved that level
So we
across the
have to
consistency
change that.
across.
And that's up to us. I get it. You can't comment. I get it. I just did not know that. So that's okay. Anybody? Oh, I'm sorry, Jose Luis. And I have not turned your mic on. Hold on. There we go.
Thank you, President Taylor. Just want to go back to that question on the incentive process. Just to follow that was about 2 years ago, wasn't it? We did that.
I think we finalized it.
Yeah, so there's modifications to the overall incentives that the board has authority for. That was done 2 years ago, effective July 1 of last year.
Okay.
That was not the long-term incentive. The long-term incentive was more than 5.5 years ago.
Right.
So we're talking about what was changed was the board adopted some changes to both the ranges within the annual incentives for various positions, as well as adopting, in some places, changes to the overall salary bands that were in effect. Those are the decisions that were made 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I didn't have any correlate with respect to the long-term incentive because that was already established, like you said, 5 years ago, and it hasn't been kicked in yet.
Those are two separate things.
Yes, two separate things. Yeah.
You also have your investment consultants in the audience. I think Tom or Steve would be happy to talk about what they see in other plans where you might have some inconsistency between the active risk budget and the incentive payouts.
Yeah.
And so it's not just the incentives. It's also things like time horizon or stability of risk appetite.
I would
which
like
affects behavior.
I would like Tom to kind of put.
No, I hear you. I got it. Tom's up here.
Oh, great.
So go ahead, Tom. I don't want to get too far into this weed right here.
Sure.
Because we're going to discuss it coming up, but in a next meeting. But go ahead if you would kind of go into that a little bit.
Sure. Tom Tote, Wilshire Advisors. I think from an appropriate incentive standpoint, one of the big challenges, and I think this is where they're trying to get to, and maybe I can speak a little bit more freely about it, is the band between earning no incentive comp and maxing out your incentive comp is very narrow. And because it's so narrow, that truncates how much active risk the team wants to incorporate into the portfolio. And I think that's where the tension lies.
So explain that to me a little further, because what I'm hearing then is we have the long-term incentive that no one's been able to take advantage of because
You haven't hit
basically
the
set it up incorrectly. And then we have our annualized incentive. How is that saying that they can't take risk?
So I'd maybe touch on one of the comments you made there, Ms. Taylor, that I don't know that I'd say the long-term incentive incentive plan was set up incorrectly. They're incentivizing two different things. One of them being beating your actuarial rate of return, which is sort of an absolute return hurdle, most impactive to the funded status, and the other is the active performance relative to the policy index, which can pay out even if the markets are down. So if the market is down 10%, your portfolio is only down 9% or 8%. It's a negative number, but that's strong value add, and the annual incentive comp would in fact kick in. Then you would not hit that long-term incentive plan. So they're two different aspects of performance which those incentive plans are trying to encourage.
Okay. Okay, so I'm still confused as how that narrow band between the 0 and the other one basically is because of why they're not.
So what's the best way to describe this?
Exceeding their benchmark.
If you think about what the biggest drivers of active risk are in the portfolio, they're by and large private assets because there's a significant deviation between the portfolios and those constituent indices. And that's really going to drive the active return of the portfolio. And so if you're in the public assets, you're incentivized to try to meet the benchmark because the active return of the total portfolio is by and large going to be driven by other parts of the portfolio. So that's where you're starting to constrain. There might be a period of time, and this would be something that the investment team would have to analyze, where public markets might, and whether that's in fixed income or potentially equities, might offer the best opportunity for active return. But currently, they're incentivized to really kind of hug their benchmark because what's going on with the relative performance in private assets is really going to be the driver of meeting that maximum absolute return target of 10 basis points.
Okay.
If those targets were higher, you would have to utilize more tools, I guess is the point.
Gotcha. Now I get it. I don't know if it helps anybody else, but I think I get it.
You've got Arena.
Oh, I didn't see it. Arena.
Thanks. I think Tom said what I wanted to make sure got on record about the long-term incentive in particular, and that they're measuring different or incentivizing different things.
Correct.
Very, very important. But I think, and maybe this is back to Stephen. Ultimately, we could change the incentive structures. It would not get at the fundamental issue around the TPA approach of moving away from that. You must invest up to a certain percentage in certain asset classes, right? Like, so changing the incentive structure, widening the band could have different types of impacts on investment behavior, but it still doesn't get to that fundamental question about whether or not we want to have a reference portfolio or we want to have the asset allocation approach, right? That's still a separate question about how we want to structure what we're incentivizing.
It's true.
Right, but the incentivizing is partially because we've had trouble getting out performance otherwise. So, and I think this particular, I think the one we're on right now, kind of discusses that and whether or not, because it does discuss having to, incentivize it, right, to get them reaching for more than they are currently, the staff. And you even said so in a couple of different places there, Stephen. So I have one more board member. Go ahead, Ms. Middleton. I'm sorry.
Thank you. This is going to be short. If we don't have the right incentive program, then we need, as the board, to hear about that directly, unvarnished, no caveats, and from our chief investment officer and our chief executive officer.
They are precluded from doing so.
Then we have got to change those rules because it is insanity. Underline insanity that we are not hearing from our CEO and our CIO on issues this fundamental. And whoever made those rules, and I suspect it was us, need to change them.
I think it's the legislature, isn't it? Yeah, it's the legislature.
Yeah, so both Marcy and I are conflicted. So
it's the 1090.
We have got to find a way to get past this. We are making billion-dollar decisions.
I know, I agree.
Without being able to consult with the people that have the greatest amount of responsibility for that. This process is broken.
I agree. I agree. Anything else, Stephen? Marcy? Doug? Anything else from, let me make sure I got all.
No, I'm just conscious of the time, but.
We're good right now. We got 5 minutes, basically, till the next one. Go ahead.
I just really quickly, I just want to thank you for your expertise as well as the expertise of all the staff. And I'm a strong believer that we don't do business the way we did 20 years ago. And for us to be to stay at the top of the game, we do have to evolve. So I'm excited to see how the minutia of all this conversation and detail get hashed out in the future. So thank you for the conversation today.
No, thank you, Director Polke. I've got to say that I've been very enthused by the degree of engagement across the team, the quality of the questions, just the interaction between the various teams. It's much more encouraging than I expected. And these things are difficult. I went through a similar process, I guess, close to 15 years ago. And it was quite a contentious process internally. But here it seems to be, but of course at that time we were just feeling our way because we didn't have other examples. But here it's very collaborative. As I say, people are asking very thoughtful questions. So really encouraging, but we just need to keep making sure that we're engaging with the team members, clear on what the vision is, and checking in frequently. And so far so good. Because I know the board's very focused on whether we're up for it.
Thank you. We do appreciate it. So with that, it's too early for break, so I'm going to go ahead and move forward with our agenda, which is Global Internal Auditing Standards. So again, thank you for the presentation. We'll change now and have, I think, let me turn the page, Belize Chapui to walk us through the implementation of the global standards and introduce your team and guests, please. I think we should.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chair, members of the board. Belize Chapuis, Office of Audit Services. This education session will focus on the global internal audit standards. The Office of Audit Services, CalPERS' internal audit function, also known as OFAS, assists the board with effective governance, risk management, and control. Pursuant to state law, OFAS follows the standards set by the Institute of Internal Auditors, which were recently revised and are known as the Global Internal Audit Standards. The revised standards emphasize the governance of the audit function and identify the essential conditions necessary for an audit function to be successful. Today's session will help you understand these updated standards and their implications for OFAS and the board's oversight responsibilities. As board members, your input and participation are essential to ensure that the internal audit can fulfill its mandate to comply with these standards and be a best-in-class audit function. We invited Mike Peppers, former chairman of the Institute of Internal Auditors Standards Board and the Global Board of Directors, and Elisa Martin and Bruce Mills, partners from Weaver and Tidwell, whom we consult with for technical expertise to lead this discussion. With their deep knowledge and practical experience, they will guide us through the key changes, discuss how these standards will shape internal audit practices globally, and provide insights into what we need to prioritize moving forward. With that said, I'll hand it over to Elisa.
Thank you, Belize, and thank you, Board, for allowing us to come and speak with you today and provide the background and insights on the new global internal audit standards. I'm Elisa Martin, and I'm a national strategy leader for the firm of Weaver, an advisory partner, and in charge of our public sector advisory practice. With me today, I have my partner, Bruce Mills, and our special guest, Mike Peppers, and I'll let the two of them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Bruce Mills. I lead our asset management consulting practice, focusing on the risks and controls for internal audit for large public pension funds, asset managers, focused on the risks that are entailed with the investments functions.
I'm Mike Peppers. I'm the Chief Audit Executive for the University of Texas System in Austin, and I here in a couple of capacities, a colleague of Belize and the team here, having played roles with the Institute of Internal Auditors, as we'll discuss today. But then personally, I have been a public employee for almost my entire career, and working in higher education, and so certainly have a connection with the work you do, and thank you very much for your engagement in this for the state of California.
Thank you, Mike. Just as a matter of introduction, Weaver is a national firm, accounting and advisory practice. It's not moving. There we go. And we have purposeful built our pension practice. It's the intersection point between our public sector practice, where we serve state government, higher education, and not-for-profit, and our investment fund practice, where we serve asset managers, alternative investments, and large investment advisors, as well as investment banking. And so those two practices come together when we serve our pension clients. And we are privileged to be here to talk to you today about internal audit. We have three objectives in our presentation today. The first objective is understanding the role of internal audit. And certainly, the CalPERS has had an internal audit function for a very long time and operating effectively. The second is understanding the new global standards and Mike's insights during that process of the adjustments and changes into those standards. And then thirdly, the impact on you, the board, and the interaction with our internal audit function as well as management. Today, we do intend the session to be interactive as much as possible. We have embed 4 different stop points for discussion and would value your insights. However, given time, if we do not need to stop at each of those intersection points or those stop points, we will not. We would love to be able to continue, but hear from you along the way. So we'll move forward and maybe not pause at all 4 of those planned stop points due to time.
I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Mills to start the discussion about the background of internal audit.
So as Belize mentioned in her introductory statement, CalPERS follows the internal audit, the Institute of Internal Auditors standards, and they've been pushed through a large revision to that. This is required under California law to follow one of the standards. And really, though, what we want to talk more about is just what's the purpose of internal audit from a board's perspective. It's really here to strengthen your organization's ability to protect and sustain its most valuable assets and to meet its fiduciary obligations. The internal audit, oh, there you go, thank you. And they do that through their role as part of the 3 lines model. A lot of people have seen this. The 3 lines model, it's a governance framework, and it is widely recognized, and it all starts with the oversight body. Usually that's the board here today. First line being the operation. This is where risk lies. This is the group that originates risk. That could be investments, that could be retirement operations, it could be any function that owns the actual controls themselves. They set up the processes, they set up the controls, they manage the risk. The second line, typically compliance and or risk, they then work with the first line to establish policies, frameworks, and make sure that they are working within acceptable risk boundaries. And then lastly, the third line, which is internal audit, which is what we'll be talking about here today. Internal audit is that independence assurance function that works for the board, provides that objective assurance for both the board and senior management that the controls are designed appropriately and that they're operating effectively. Really, this framework provides transparency through this definition of roles across each area, what they're responsible for, what audit's role versus management's role. And the way that audit does this is through the application of the standards. The standards and the revisions to the standards really are an opportunity for all internal audit functions to look at how they're operating and communicating with that their key governing body, be it the boards, and do a reset on how that works, how they're structured, and how that communication lines. And this is why we brought Mike in today, because Mike, in his role as the chair, is really integral into how that works at a lot of different organizations. So Mike, I'll let you take us through the rest of our presentation.
Thank you so much, and let me say thank you again for an opportunity to be here and share with you today. So, first of all, why do we even care? Why are standards important? And I think that one of the things that I really try and impress upon people is that the standards are not just the rules that are follow the guidelines, the checklists that go through. It's certainly much broader than that. Standards are something that set apart a profession that indicates the nature in which some entity works, and that really is what we're trying to do with the professional standards that are promulgated, and I'll chat in a second. They are global, that in magnitude. They're not just a guide that we follow, but they are this framework that really does show anyone who's looking at them or abiding by them the principles and the standards by which we're going to conduct our work. They provide consistency, so that we have, as we look at the internal audit profession, it's not just even consistency on a given engagement or given audit or from time to time, but it's across all types of diverse industries of sizes and geographical locations, mature, less mature organizations still need to have something that we can follow. We don't want there to be the thought or the perception that the internal auditors are just kind of making this up as they go along. We go in with a prescribed set of understanding as to how this work will be done that will certainly guide the internal auditors, but will also give boards, senior management, and line management confidence of the integrity of the process itself. So that is one of the things that we try and do. They give that guidance, but without being so prescriptive that it allows, we want to allow our organizations to apply them so that they can best serve that given organization. So, as has been alluded a little bit to my role in this, the Institute of Internal Auditors, if you're not aware, is truly a global organization. In fact, we think it's one of the very, very few professional associations that is completely international. If you think of other examples, they're very often in a national or a North American or even a European group or something. But we truly do have a representation around the world, over 250,000 members, and that doesn't even include China, because actually they don't release that information to us. We're trying to say there are many more throughout China, but a very, very significant group of internal audit professionals. The Standards Board itself is made up of 21 members from around the world, and it was a pleasure of a professional lifetime to work with those individuals, I say, all of which were smarter than me, to help develop the standards and to look at what we did. I did chair the Standards Board for 4 years of the development and deployment of these, and prior till last Thursday, which is when this new set came into effect just a few days ago, is shown on here. 2017 was the last time that there were some updates, but they were still fairly minor. The most significant rewrite of the standards had not been done in more than 20 years. It was 1999 when that was released. So the changes, they were significant and important for us to talk about, but I would point out they didn't fundamentally change the profession. Whenever we look at the principles in just a second, and as we go through that, you will see that much of that guidance is things that we are familiar with, you as board members, and I suspect in other roles that you have in your your daily responsibilities or in prior appointments. I think you will recognize most of these things, but it was just being discussed in 20-year-old narrative and methodologies and approaches, and so that was helpful to bring it into the current day. And if this version lasts another 20 years, I'll have considered that to be a good thing. Yes, won't say what I'll be doing 20 years from now, but anyway, so whenever we looked at the standards and here are a few things, and I'll just call out a few of them. We tried to, I'll just say, clean them up, make them more usable, more approachable, better organized from kind of what they had been. You almost, in my technology, needed the old library card system to try and go through and find some of the things. And so we wanted to make them more accessible and user-friendly. And to do that, we came up with the approach of putting the standards into 5 domains. And those domains are depicted here in this graphic. And today we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the first one, which is purpose. The second, which is ethics and professionalism. We're going to park on governance because that is what you do. That is your job and your role. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. But then we'll make you aware of what's happening in domains 4 and 5 a little bit, because that is the thing that Belize and her team do on a day-to-day basis. But so we also put these here in these domains because we wanted to make it easier when someone was either researching or trying to understand their role or what they were looking for. You could more quickly go straight to the domain that you were looking for. And so, again, if we're talking about governance, we can just go straight to domain 3. And so anyway, so if this graphic is what I would say a kind of a 30,000-foot view of the picture, let's get a little closer to the ground as we take those same 5 domains. And then here what I've depicted is that there are 15 principles. Our standards are principles-based, and these are just captions, as you can see, snippets of what they are. But when you just glance at those principles and you see, perform with integrity and objectivity, or down in domain 3, being authorized by the board, positioned independently. When you look at domain 5, planning engagements effectively. These are things that seem to be, common sense. Again, this is where we look and say we didn't change the profession. But these 15 principles have now been categorized consistently, and you'll see in a bit that the 52 standards then flow from each, or can be mapped to each of these 15 principles. So that is kind of the direction and the structure that was put in place. And so those were some of the key things as you look at what did change in the standards. So that structure and content was there. Whenever I will say, though, when I would speak about this in the year or so before the standards came out and people were wondering about them, they would say very often, what do you think is going to be the biggest change that comes up in the new standards? And consistently, my answer was around governance in domain 3. Because even though some of those concepts had been included, certainly were included, scattered in different places, we had never truly recognized the importance of the role that we have from a governance body and the relationship that we have and how we can utilize that to be successful. We hoped governance was being clearly understood, but again, I shared with you that these standards have to apply not only in maybe a more sophisticated U.S.-centric market, but also other areas, Eastern Europe, North Africa, certain places that just do not have some of the same advantages and benefits that we do have. So we did feel that it was helpful to get some of them documented down. These new standards put into place these principles and directions that world-class organizations should strive to attain. And certainly even today, in the time that I've had to sit in here, I've heard you mention this board and others mention that goal and objective several times already. And so to do that, another thing that we identified were what you'll see in that's kind of highlighted those 2 boxes, was essential conditions for governance, and we'll spend a bit of time talking about that. So that is kind of the big picture of what we saw change. And as I mentioned, we're going to talk about governance. But I think before we do that, I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes going through domains 1 and 2, which lead up into domain 3, which is governance. So as we look at this first domain, the focus is to kind of get to that purpose statement. Previously, we had a definition, a mission statement, a whole host of things about our profession, and we said we really wanted to try and get this condensed into one sentence, almost an elevator speech, if you will. And it was a challenge, but I wouldn't normally read something off a slide, but this one sentence is important. Really, all the words were carefully, painstakingly chosen. So I would like to just state that again, that internal auditing strengthens the organization's ability to create, protect, and sustain value by providing the board and management with independent, risk-based, and objective assurance, advice, insight, and foresight. Now that probably fails all the tests of how many syllables and words are supposed to be in a easily identifiable thing, but each one was just so important that we thought it needed to be there. And if you really look at those first few words, the goal of internal audit is to help our organizations succeed and be the best they can be. And so that is why even many of us I choose to work in a mission based activity personally of higher education research, patient care, those kinds of things. Internal auditors generally by nature are there in our organizations because we care about them, as opposed to sometimes if we look at external auditors or other auditors that come in for other compliance or regulatory reasons, they come in, they have a very important role to play, a very important job to play. We rely on them to do the things they do, but they do it in the, kind of in a perfunctory way, and then they move on to their next role, client, whatever it may be. Your internal audit group is here and going to be, with an organization day in and day out. And so we care about the success of our organizations. And so that, I think, motivates good internal auditors to do what they do. So if you have a little more time than just the elevator speech, the next two boxes, the Standards Board put in there to kind of give a little bit more detail to some of the concepts. I'm not going to go through all these, but if you see on the left side, again, with the goal of helping our organizations, internal auditing wants to enhance achievement of whatever your objectives are, improve your GRC processes, help with giving you information to make decisions and provide the oversight you do. And then reputational risk is paramount to everything that organizations do, and we certainly talk about it all the time in the University of Texas system. And so providing ability to support the credibility of your stakeholders and serve the public interest. Those are things that internal auditing should be daily thinking about doing. And that is most effective whenever you do have strong, competent internal audit activities. And since today we're talking about governance, one of those elements is functioning independently and having good exchange with the board. And today is a great example of that, that this internal audit function has time, and you've given them time on the agenda, and I think that's tremendous. And also they can be most effective when they are able to be free from any influence or undue pressure that needs to be in place. So that's kind of domain one. And believe it or not, like I said, in most organizations that we interact with, those things are kind of understood and have been in place for a long time, but that's not the case around the world, which I've personally been able to see. So as we think about, and I mentioned how independence relates to this, why does a good board want their internal auditors to be independent? Well, basically, a board wants to have the truth, unfiltered, tell us what it is, like it is, and sometimes, a lot of times, hopefully that's great. Sometimes it's things that are necessary to hear, even if they're not great. But you want that truth. So a chief audit executive needs to be as comfortable as humanly or professionally possible to share that truth. Not conflicted, not restricted, not limited in any way, or having to personally or professionally worry that if they have to deliver some news that is less comfortable, that it could put them personally at risk for some unfortunate retribution or something like that. And so, and again, I've had the unfortunate opportunity to see that happens, in places, has happened, and it's unfortunate. But we will talk more about that in a little bit when we do get to the domain 3. But right after the purpose statement in domain 1, we go into domain 2, and we really focus the standards. That's why it's right there. The first one that has 5 principles. So if you saw that, we had 15 principles I mentioned and 52 standards. Well, this is kind of the first place that you see, because domain 1 just is a purpose statement. There weren't any principles or standards associated with that. But here in domain 2, we thought that the concepts of ethics and professionalism were so important they needed to be right at the front. We debated actually whether they would, should we close with those and kind of, have a final statement. And we basically said, putting ethics and professionalism 5 out of 5 just didn't sound right to us. So right after the purpose statement, we came in with ethics and professionalism, and actually pulled them into the standards, because previously, there were separate documents, code of ethics ethics statement document, and other types of things that were a bit more compliance type oriented, important, but we said they just need to be fundamental to the standards themselves. So that's what you see here in Domain 2. And I think, we're not going to cover all 5 of them, but I'm going to make a couple of points on principles 1 and 2. And the first one, again, if ethics and professionalism are first out of the gate, well, first out of that first gate is chief auditing executives must have integrity. Anyone that looks at them from any direction needs to be able to say, I trust that person, that person's telling me the truth or giving me a fair shake or whatever it may be. And so that's where our first standards, and I'll talk about how do we demonstrate integrity. So here, as you see in the structure of our new standards in the Red Book, Principle 1 is demonstrate integrity, and now here's the full statement. Internal auditors demonstrate integrity in their work and behavior. Well, in this case, now you see there are 3 standards. We talk about honesty and professional courage, organizational ethics, expectations, and legal and ethical behavior. And we also simplified the codification system. It's like it was pretty complicated before. It'd have to go through and all these different numbers. It didn't make a lot of logical sense. We just said, let's keep it simple. And so we have 15 principles, and then if we've got standards under them, let's just call them 1.1, 1.2. So we kind of got back to the basics there. But, we do see this, and as I said, integrity and objectivity are so critical. Those others are important, but we won't be diving as deep in those today. But if we had been looking at kind of if we'd gotten down from the 30,000 foot level, let's get down a little bit closer, down to the 5,000 or 10,000 foot level, and maybe talk a little bit about, there we go, objectivity and independence and what the differences are, because I can tell you that even career internal audit professionals I have, unfortunately, sometimes can't distinguish between those two. Objectivity is a state of mind. It's a state of mind that someone must have, the chief audit executive, the team that come in when they need to be objective in their work. Independence is really a matter of organizational placement, where you are placed. And so they're different but directly related. Independence supports objectivity. And again, objectivity is important not just to you as the board, but it's also important to the groups in the management areas that are being audited. Management needs to be comfortable that when an audit group comes in, they have to be able to trust that they're not coming in with preconceived ideas, predetermined outcomes, or some agenda that they feel may have been sent there to achieve. That they must just exude a fairness that is going to be demonstrated when audits are done, and so that is kind of being objective. And I would say that to be able to do that, you have to have some of these elements that are in place here. And one of the things when we talk about the roles of the board, well, part of that is overseeing that and being certain that those organizational lines, the placement is important. That there's a robust support against anything that would counter the objectivity, and really have things that support the function's independence. I know I personally at the University of Texas System have always felt very secure and very sound that the boards understood, and that's a part of it is certainly boards need to understand what the roles are. In our case, in the University of Texas system, our regents are gubernatorially appointed, and they are brilliant individuals, but they may not have had any direct exposure to or use or engagement with internal audit activities. So in that sense, sometimes they are less familiar. And so we also go through educational activities like this because that's normal and fully expected. But whenever we get to that point, then as chief audit executive, I've always felt a confidence that I can have that support and that relationship from management. So as we think about that, and we're in the first kind of place that we're going to potentially have a discussion.
But I think that our board discussion here is just a rhetorical question. How do boards reinforce? Will you push the?
Okay.
Yeah. How do boards reinforce the importance of independence and objectivity? And I think as we go into domain 3, governance, we're going to answer that question ourselves. So we're not going to pause for discussion unless anyone has a comment now. Otherwise, we'll go to domain 3.
Again, I think yes,
Mrs.
ma'am.
Cohen.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment on how much I enjoyed listening to Domain 1. And to the speaker, forgive me for not calling you by your name. I think you were speaking poetry when on slide 13 when you were talking about internal auditing. I'm the state controller. That's what I do for a living.
Yes.
Is audit, but recognize the importance of these internal controls. And if we actually had, and I'm talking about state government agencies, not just this fund, actually had internal guardrails that we would be, our efficiency would be there on a different level, and we would also guard against a lot of the other crimes and other shortcomings that happens when we just don't have it. So I just wanted to compliment you. You weren't boring anyone. My ears perked up when you started talking about that, and so I just wanted to affirm that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, in any organization, but again, and I mentioned I've been in the public sector and public employee and have a great working relationship with our state comptroller, our state auditor, and others. And I think we all have to collaborate in these unique circumstances that you're talking about because, again, it goes to that concept of the environment of governance, risk management, and controls. That environment that, again, it makes things so much more helpful, effective, and frankly, I'm just saying enjoyable to work in an environment that has that structure
And also transparent, I think.
Transparency,
also.
Accountability, all of those things that are paramount.
But it also includes collaboration. So that purpose statement isn't just assurance, it's advice, it's insight and foresight. So looking forward is an important part of the internal audit function as well. And so those are intentional words. And especially under the new standards to modernize essentially how that internal audit function has to be executed.
Agreed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead. All right. So as we look at domain 3 now, there are 3 principles in domain 3, and they are all critically important to a progressive, functional, mature internal audit activity. But domain 3 is unique, and because we're dealing with relationships and guidance that our boards must be in place, but our boards are our bosses. Yeah, we can't tell our boss something to specifically do. And our boards, and I'm talking globally, our boards are not themselves subject to the standards of internal auditing. We are as internal audit professionals, but not boards. So it was a fun line to walk through as we tried to put together guidance and principles and standards that would allow us to have conversations as chief audit executives with the board. it comes with a significant, I mean, this opportunity comes with a significant responsibility. And, I've chatted with my board chair and my chancellor, who is our chief audit executive for the system. They're aware of the unique role that I have. I have public time at the public meetings, just like we're doing here today, that my other colleagues do not have, and that is unique and special. And so we need to protect that, handle it, manage it as well as possible there. So that's why CAEs need to do that and take advantage of that, but not in any way abuse it or use it in some way to say, say special in a good way, but not necessarily special and, I'm going to lord it over someone because I have this access or this ability. We have to be, as chief audit executives, again, those trusted colleagues, with the people that we see daily and that we interact with and with our members of management. So all of those things make it, again, more challenging, but as someone said, if it was easy, anybody could do it, right? So these elements and these concepts are just essential to good governance that you see on here. So since we couldn't say in the standards boards must do something, what we said in how we approached it is we came up with this concept of essential conditions. And it was kind of this thing that if a board strives to be best in class, if a board strives to be as effective as possible, if a board wants an internal audit function that is going to serve them well, there are some things that are just essential. They're critical. They're so important to do. And so that's why we called them essential conditions. And so with that, as we're going to talk in the next few slides around a few of them. There we go. So these kind of can get characterized as appropriate governance arrangements. And one of the things that we hoped to do in these standards is to really just, the thing that we can through the standards direct is communication, collaboration, discussion. We won't prescribe what should the role of any given board be with chief audit executive, but we can say you've got to talk about it. You've got to agree on it so that everyone knows, eyes wide open, on both parts. And that helps to ensure whenever we look at these concepts, when the chief audit executives do meet and have these discussions with the board and senior management. And I should have said as well, we had to use the word board. Board can mean audit committee, certainly because, in my case, it usually does because the audit committee of the board is where some of these things happen more than a full board session. So, I just do want to kind of point that out, that it's unique in each organization, but we generically use the term board and senior management. Senior management primarily meaning our CEOs and others that are, going to have main responsibilities in our organizations. But if there are disagreements or misunderstandings or anything, different interpretations of things, which is, that's a human nature thing, not, it's not necessarily bad, to have challenging conversations amongst professionals. But when that happens, they need to be brought up, discussed, and resolved. Or, whether resolution means one way or the other, it just means, okay, at least we understand where each one is, and let's have that clear and documented so that we know going forward. But again, I see that, I hear that, and I think that this, this particular event where you have given this time on the agenda for this topic demonstrates your commitment to advance and pursue that world-class level that we talked about before. So in Domain 3, some of the key changes I just referenced, communicating, having engagement, and that doesn't just mean at the board meetings. We'll talk about that in a minute, some ways that maybe that can continue to be encouraged and sought through the year. Collaboration with our teams, and that comes from awareness, mutual respect, things that relationships that get developed. And then, of course, as we look at some of these essential conditions, looking at competencies, capabilities, resources that are in place, and also that accountability that we talked about, the auditors being reviewed and evaluated and assessed themselves, as well, so that we should be just as accountable for our performance as any of the folks that we audit. And that is primarily done through quality internal and external assessments. So these essential conditions, there are dozens of them throughout the standards, and we certainly could not discuss all of them today. We just picked a few to list here, so I don't want you to think that these are the only ones that were there. And I think that what I want to point out with this particular slide when we look at some of these essential conditions is that it's not just the internal auditors and the board, which some examples on the left side, but it's also with senior management of organizations. The first and second lines, when Bruce walked us through the 3 lines model, the first and second lines are those operational management activities that occur in an organization. And the people in the offices and the individuals that lead those first and second lines take their cues from senior management. And so internal audit can be effective and can be supported when senior management does use them and promotes their work, supports them, talks about them. Sometimes my chancellor gets, he'll very often joke or make some comment about it or about Mike this or that or the other in a group, and he always chuckles, and then he'll say, well, we only kid the ones we love and work with. And so so that's a good thing if he's comfortable enough and casual enough to do that. So those are the relationships and the things that are very important to work with. And so one of the ways that does get kind of demonstrated and captured is through the internal audit charter. And the charter is one of those documents that we can go back to and point to some of the key elements that are in place. And I think someone today mentioned a little bit about the mandate of internal audit, and that concept of a mandate is something new to the standards. And the mandate is different than a charter. Now, it usually gets documented in the charter, but that mandate is what are you, the board members, requiring of the internal audit function? What are you conceptually asking them to do? And that will be different in every organization around the world because every organization is unique. You will see some consistencies and some similarities if you're in a financial segment industry or some highly regulated group, or if you're in some type of service organizations, there may be some similarities. But the charter is important to show the purpose, show the adherence, and actually it also establishes some of the things that we talked about before. Whenever things, for example, independence or access to information needs to be had, those things get documented in a charter and approved by the board and senior management, so that when an internal audit function needs to go into an area that maybe is not familiar with them before, doesn't understand exactly how things work, or the need for appropriate unrestricted access to information or to data to get things done, the charter helps kind of document that and codify it for others. And so those are important things. And so I know that I think was mentioned by Belize that there will be you'll be seeing some of these documents that will start coming to you for in their new format, whether it's charters or strategic documents or others in coming meetings, and I'll be doing the same thing at my organization. So So the last thing in domain 3 that we're just going to talk about is, well, what does this mean for, what are some of these, how will some of these things change CAE and board interactions? And really, as we said, the communication, the using the new standards, using the principles to evaluate the work that's being done, having a focus on quality, all of these things are important for boards to consider, and we hope that the standards, Belize and others can get them onto kind of a one-pager for you, but there's much more behind them to support it, to give any assistance and guidance and direction and suggestions that may be in place. But I think we are going to pause now or stop now and do have some engagement from you around how you may see some of this playing out.
Well, 2 comments there. Certainly from a board standpoint, you also have committees, as Mike mentioned, and there is an Audit and Risk Committee. The Audit and Risk Committee also administers and participates directly with the external auditor, which is also called an independent auditor, but independent because they are not directly associated with the organization. And your independent auditor is the auditor of your financial statements. That's different than your internal auditor and their responsibility for value across the entire organizational functions. And so that differentiation and participation is a place where you can get external advice as well as internal insight. And that's baked into these standards to really understand that difference. My question for you, and it's like somewhat of a rhetorical one, as you consider the communication with the overall board or the committee, what would be the best form of effective types of communication between yourself, internal audit, and senior management? It's really a triangle, as you can tell in the governance, and it's the board, senior management, and internal audit. And that fluidity of communication is an important piece of the new standards. And so what are your thoughts on the best types of communication? And I would open that to you as board members, or I would open that to Bruce and Mike to give some suggestions of what we see.
Finger. There we go.
Yeah, thank you, President Taylor. And first of all, thank you very much for this. I also want to mention that I also enjoy internal audits, and I actually took a certificate course in accounting at Santa Clara University on it. So I really enjoy internal controls and audits and so forth. So that's just a little heads up.
We appreciate the fans.
Oh, thank you. With respect to the audit, I just want to know what are your what have you seen in the industry, and what are the best practices that you've seen? And you can elaborate on that and how we could approach what you mentioned here on this model. So.
Absolutely. I'll let Bruce maybe talk about that first, and then we can all share.
So I've worked for and worked with organizations where that relationship between internal audit and the board is relatively interactive, right? There are periodic touch bases. The board helps communicate what they're looking at from a risk base. What are their concerns? What's happening organizationally? Where are they worried that an industry is going? So that how internal audit could do a focus to make sure that same problem may not be occurring in the organization that they work for. So it's a very fluid and dynamic relationship between internal audit and the board, and that's part of the benefits of that reporting relationship and that reporting line between the CAE and the board itself.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to that?
I think from my colleagues and my own experience, part of that is if a board or the audit committee members or the chair of the audit committee will keep in mind the chief audit executive, and when you see things in the course of your activities that are coming across in the agenda or discussions that you have in the board or in private sessions or whatever, just when a board member keeps in mind and then touches bases with the chief audit executive at some point, or clearly says, we heard a presentation on something that's strategically going to happen, and I asked them to kind of make sure to to brief you about it as well. So that's kind of an example where, then it's not something that's required in committee discussion or whatever, but you kind of put the two together, because otherwise a chief audit executive sitting in their office doing a great job, but still wouldn't know what they don't know is coming up. So I think that is one thing that I think boards can do, that are helpful. And so just one example.
From a general conditions standpoint, and again, these are standards applied to all types of entities globally. You have to take those general conditions, which are expected to be relatively fluid and collaborative, and apply that to public sector and identify where that collaboration is just a communication versus a committee agenda item or a board matter. And so the fluidity of understanding the interests of either the Audit and Risk Committee or board members, sharing and having three-way communication between board, senior management, and internal audit, and then addressing the risks that the organization has and that are seen by both the board member level as well as senior management level, sharing that risk with the chief auditor on a periodic and collaborative basis is what I see. Now, in execution, some of my larger public sectors, their audit risk committee chair carries that more periodic touch point responsibility and then shares with other board members. And that is different than a formal reporting. But that is what we see in other environments.
And just a follow-up, is that embedded in the charter in the charter
No,
state?
it's more of an actionable communication plan. It's more of the work style and connectivity. So my original question was, how does the board and senior management stay connected with internal audit?
Yes.
It's more of a connectivity.
And the new standards now, as I was mentioning, they now, in this governance thing, that another layer down is what are called some considerations for implementation.
Yeah.
And so not for this level, it's too detailed for board level, but the chief audit executive certainly will take those and look at some ways and have more direct communications with a chair of a audit committee or something like that to say, oh, here's a few examples that are in the standard. So it's not just randomly, oh, well, what did Mike say when we were at lunch, or kind of what's happening there. That can be helpful, but the standards board did put some specific examples in there. And then I would quickly kind of jump to the end to say that I talked about quality assessments. Quality assessments on a periodic basis, at least every 5 years, are required of the internal audit function. And when they do, they will look to see, well, what kinds of things, just like Belize and her team audit others, they will be audited and they'll say, well, okay, well, how often did you really have a conversation with your audit committee chair, or in what ways did you get some information shared with you, or how is the flow, how are the dynamics, and they determine that through you talking to everybody and interviewing. So my point is that to be able to get to that, the standards board wanted to give some good examples of ways that can happen. So I think subsequent to this particular meeting, those would be great things for you all to flesh out to see, well, what works best in our environment.
Excellent. Thank you very much for those comments. I really appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Frank, Rufino, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the presenters, to Mr. Peppers and Mr. Mills and Ms. Martin. I very much appreciate your presentations. And but my question is maybe for Ms. Shapue, our staff, and it's regarding resources. So what additional staffing, if any, or training or technological resources are required to meet new auditing requirements?
Currently, we don't have any additional needs to comply with the standards. We've done our assessment internally as part of our quality assurance implementation program. Our team members have worked on comparing the new standards, its requirements, and our current standards and practices, and perform the gap analysis, which is part of our QIP. And we share that with the board with our QSR quarterly status reports, and that'll be coming up. So to meet the competency requirements, a couple things. If we don't have the technical expertise in-house, like we do with Weaver and Tidwell, we consult with them. There are areas where we seek their technical expertise to assist us with our audits and our programs. They're currently helping us with our investment audits and technology audits. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And I'm happy to hear too that you all said.
Yes.
So that's great.
Yes. But
Thank
we're
you.
happy to come back and request more if we need it.
No, that's okay. You're good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
I'll
President.
go to Marcy first. Oh, yes, and our team members, management team, our new hired managers have really worked hard in going and doing campus visits and recruitment activities. We've been very successful recently filling our vacancies. We're very excited about that. Our next challenge is to onboard those people and make them auditors. Hopefully in a year or two, we'll be able to fulfill our capacity and back to full staffing levels. I'm trying to come up with the words and get back to the level where we were able to complete assignments and perform those reviews that we did.
Great. Happy to hear, and welcome to those who are newly hired. If you're listening, welcome to the team. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So I don't have anybody else. I want to thank you guys for a great presentation. I had no idea this is a big difference. So, wow, thank you. I know that BDO is here. So I was wondering if maybe they wanted to come up and talk about how they're implementing it with their customers right now.
Did you want us to finish our presentation?
I have the end here sitting up, I thought. It says board discussion.
Okay, actually, we had there were 3 or 4 points that we were going to have board discussion. We just have
We're
one
running
or
out
two
of
more
time then,
slides.
so then I can't have BDO, so go ahead.
Okay, so and we are almost done, but that's why we did condense them, given the condensed time. But I will just close by saying, because I've talked about domains 1 through 3, and so domain 4, we're still there we go. If you can make that go.
I'll make it work.
So domain 4 is really managing the internal audit function, and that's why we're not going to dive so far into this magic as the others performing services. But I do want to call out one thing here in principle 9, and it actually is a perfect follow-up to what we were just discussing. And now the standards are more robust around strategy. And, I mentioned earlier that one of the goals and purposes of internal audit was to help organizations fulfill their objectives. Well, to do that, we have to look and be very knowledgeable about what our organization's strategic plans, objectives, and goals are, so that we see those and we can align our work, we can align our risk assessment activities with that as well. But what had not been captured before in the standards was what's in 9.2, which is the internal audit strategy. We were to go out and look and assess our organization's internal audit strategies, but there was no requirement that the internal audit function be strategic. I hope we had been being, but it wasn't required to be documented. Well, now it is. And so that is one of the things that, as Belize mentioned, when they bring that to you in the future, they're going to say, okay, here's the strategic, what we think our strategies are over time. That's where you will want to validate that and look at that and say, yes, we agree. That gets back to that mandate discussion that I was talking about. So it's like, yes, we both both agree we're all working toward the same things. And of course, and as I've said several times, I'm mentioning board and chief executive, but senior management is a critical part of that, because they're the ones establishing and working with you to establish the organization's strategic plan. So those are things, again, those will be other opportunities for you all to have discussions with the chief audit executive. That's what we intended the standards to do. And so really that, again, in the interest of time and whatever, and I certainly would be happy, as you requested your external firm, who I'm certain if it's like ours, is more around the financial aspects and focus of things. But happy to turn that over. I will, like I said, the other items here are things that you have in your resources and your materials and you can look at or discuss in the future. But that's, I think I'll close my comments and let Elisa take over.
So in Domain 4, we definitely have the implementation and execution standards. You'll learn more about those implementation and execution standards as Belize and her team bring forth their adjusted charter, strategic plan, and any other changes to the function through the alignment and implementation of the new standards. In Domain 5, that area is, so sorry. Domain 5 is all about performing audits and the competency of the team and having sufficient resources and the ability to perform engagements effectively, timely, and then provide that engagement work to you in results. That's the team that Belize has now built or rebuilt. Overall, the final engagement communication comes to the board. You currently would receive the reports, but then have communications to better understand the performance of the audit and the outcomes and future action responsibilities coming out of those audits. So that I would expect to be part of the implementation of the new standards. And then finally, as we close, I do want to make sure that we focus on public sector requirements. Within the new standards, there are specific public sector requirements that have been identified by the Standards Board. Do you want to say anything about those specific public sector requirements?
I think what we heard significantly from the public sector over the last decade plus is that primarily because of some of the governance structures and the unique nature of what they do, that there are they don't look as typical as a corporate entity. And so there's kind of a appendix to the standards that talks a bit about some of the unique characteristics. And the point there is that when something unique exists or a unique requirement, just document that, discuss it, have it, something that everyone is aware of, and very often that could be, as we said, in the charter that's put together. Here's how this will work in our environment, and so that can be put in place. But the same concepts and principles apply in whatever sector that we're looking at. So we didn't want to call it out and say, oh, well, there's a different set of principles if you're operating in a public arena. That's not the case at all. It's just how it gets deployed sometimes as unique.
And it is communicated in the implementation guide for which Belize and her team have used for the alignment of the new standards. And so adhering to the public sector requirements, the government requirements, public hearing requirements, that information, it is important to understand that the implementation has been adapted appropriately for public sector as part of the standards. I didn't want to not mention that very, very clearly. And then I'll turn it over to Bruce for some final comments to our presentation. And then we should be right on time.
Right on time.
Yeah.
Madam President, I think your comment that this is a lot was very, very accurate. And I'm so thankful for people like Mike who are willing to take this on and dedicate 4 years of his life to getting this out there for internal audit shops globally. With everything you've heard and seeing how much this is, I think if we were to just leave you with some final thoughts here, is there's just a lot more work to do, right? This is just the beginning. Internal audit is evolving. The new standards gave internal audit functions across the world an ability to just relook at how they're operating, how they're working within their own organizations. And it's no different here, right? So I think there's some plans in the next meeting or the next meetings to come back to you with the revisions to the charter, talk about that internal audit strategy that Mike mentioned, and then I think continue to evolve how the reporting, how the communications, and how the structure of how internal audit serves both the board and senior management at the organization will continue to evolve. And using these standards just as the kickoff point for continuing to move towards that trusted advisor space that all internal audit shops are looking to achieve. Hopefully today what we've left you with is just really an understanding of what these standards mean, what they mean for you, as members of the board, what they mean for internal audit, and that will just drive some thoughts around how that relationship, how that communications, and how internal audit will work within the organization and work for you. So we really thank you all for the opportunity to sit down in front of you and talk through these. And we'd welcome any final thoughts from any of you on what you've heard today.
Anybody? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And Belize, thanks for all your hard work. Great report. I recognize that BDO is here, but we do need to take a break, and we're not due to be done until 5:30. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break for 15 till 4, so people can go to the restroom, come back.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Oops. Thank you.
We are now on our final session of the day, and we will turn to the topic of information technology for a presentation on generative AI. Leading us off is our Chief Investment Officer, Information Officer, CIO, whatever, Stevenson Lovison. Mr. Lovison, get us started and introduce your guests.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. I'm Stevenson Lovison, CalPERS team member, and I'm excited to be here today to give you a brief overview of generative artificial intelligence, or Gen AI, and introduce our speaker. Generative AI is widely considered to be the next big revolution in technology. Today's presentation will cover the latest trends, potential risks, and practical benefits of generative AI. We will also explore how CalPERS can leverage generative AI securely and responsibly to prepare for the future. It is my pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Yal Darman, Accenture's North America lead for data, AI, and generative AI in public service and higher ed. Yal leads a team of over 500 experts dedicated to helping organizations like ours harness the power of generative AI. His team has been instrumental in developing solutions that enhance both customer service and business processes. And now to share more insights about this topic, please welcome Yal Darman.
Thank you. Thank you to the CalPERS board for the time today. The goal of this discussion today is to talk about generative AI, and it's very much educational. I have a single purpose, which is to share with you the latest and greatest of insights around this very revolutionary technology. But I also think it's critical and important to share with you also some of the risks and challenges that this technology will be in front of us. In the conversation today, I'm also going to move over to the side and demo for you how I use generative AI day-to-day in the work that I do. And I'll give you some things that will show you a little bit about what your expectations should be around this technology in the future. So, as I mentioned, we're going to talk about kind of what is generative AI. We're going to explain what its importance is. We're going to talk a little bit about some examples in public service for organizations like CalPERS and how this organization can leverage it. And then lastly, we're going to talk a little bit about the activities that the CalPERS executive team has already started to put in place in order to leverage this technology in operations, leverage this technology to improve your user experience, your member experience. So we'll talk a little bit about that in our conversation today. Let's talk about what is generative AI. And as I'm sure you probably are familiar with, it's probably the most widely used term in the last maybe 18 to 24 months. Generative AI has been around since the 1950s as the term AI. And AI has had various evolutions, and now it's gotten to the point where you would consider it to be generative AI. As you can see, in the 1950s, we used machines to do a description of something. And as you can see on the bottom there, it could tell you that you're seeing a screw. You started to apply diagnostics in the 70s and 80s, and you can identify that that screw is broken. In the early 2000s, machine learning became part of the technology of AI. And what machine learning gave us the ability to do is to do some prediction. If I take a large corpus of data, I can make some predictions about if the screw is about to break or not. As we moved into the 2000s, you can start to think through if the screw is about to break and how can I fix it? And then today with generative AI, you can identify that the screw is about to break. You can understand how to fix it. And you can understand what are some options to prevent it from breaking in the future. The AI technology will continue and evolve from this point forward. And this will become a moment that some consider to be the invention of the internet, or an iPhone moment, where it will change everything that we do. Every single person on this board, your team members, your staff, the CalPERS executive team behind me, and everyone in this building, including the millions of members of CalPERS, will have this as part of the day-to-day activities that they do. And it will fundamentally change the work that we do, but it will also change the way we do things. And we'll talk a little bit about that in our conversation today. I must have broken it. If we can move on to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you, Marcy. If you think about how generative AI is, and what the unfortunate part is that Gen AI has become such a term that everyone thinks, well, you could solve this problem with generative AI. You can solve that problem with generative AI. But in reality, generative AI does a handful of things really well. The ability to take text or images or video or voice, and to be able to take that, put it through a large language model, put it through a generative AI model, and then be able to have an output, answering a question, summarizing text, generating net new content is some of the outputs that you could see. If we go on to the next slide, people sometimes think of generative AI in these 5 major categories. I have the ability to do video creation. I have the ability to create images. If I could describe an image, I could create it. If I could describe what I want in a video, I could create it. The Cannes Film Festival in 2022 was awarded a short film to a movie called The Crow. That short film award for The Crow was all generative AI created. This is changing the way media is using this technology, and it's going to change the way in the future and how it will be used. If you think about how this technology has impacted Hollywood, the Hollywood strike a couple years ago was fundamentally based on this technology. It was the idea that I can take images of extras in movies, and I can, at no cost, start to leverage them in future movies because I can digitally alter the thing that they do in the background.
It was not just extras, as I recall. It was even movie stars.
It started with extras, and then it moved into the writer's strike. And what I'll show you today is actually, I'll show you how I created a video earlier today, and I did it in multiple languages for an internal Accenture meeting that we have tomorrow. And I'll show it to you, and it took me not more than 10 minutes.
So I had one question real quick on the speech and translation here on this slide. So my son is using this. He's a 34-year-old IT guy. But his thing is you have to say exactly the right thing to it or type it, whatever, so that you get what you want, right?
Let's do this.
All right, you're going to show us.
Let me move over to my computer there, and I'll show you. So I have a 6-year-old who is in a Mandarin immersion program.
Oh, wow.
She speaks better Mandarin than I will ever be able to speak. And over the holidays, she showed up with a take-home that she did in class. And we're going to show it on the screen here.
Oh,
God, I hope we show it on the screen. And so this is what she brought home. And my wife and I, neither of us speak Mandarin, said, what does it say? And it was about Thanksgiving. And she looked at us, as typically our 6-year-old does, and says, I don't remember. And so what I did is, first I took my phone, and I used Google Translate. I thought if I can take a picture of it, it could tell me what it's showing. And Google Translate was very choppy. It didn't really explain it. So here's what I did, and I'm going to do it live for you here. I opened up my ChatGPT app. I uploaded this picture, and I said, can you translate this to English? And what I'm using here, and there's hundreds of large language models that do this. What I'm doing here is I'm using OpenAI's ChatGPT 01, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And this is what it had translated to. This is about Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is almost here. I'm going to visit my grandpa, my grandma, and my uncle. My grandma gives me a strawberry cake, that's my mom, and my uncle gives me a pumpkin pie. That translation is not something that you could have done with any other technology other than generative AI. And let me explain why. The generative AI model that I'm using here has learned the other language. It's had the ability to understand it just like any one of us, if we learned Mandarin, would learn. And that's why it's able to do that translation. And look at the quality of the image. I mean, she's good in Mandarin, but like some of the stuff I don't really.
Lots of erasing, you can tell.
A lot of erasing, a lot
Yeah.
of scribbling, but that's an example of that. Now, let's talk about the use of this technology for translation in the workplace. Organizations are using language translation in order to translate their websites, in order to translate a board meeting presentation into as many languages as you would like to translate it to. The California Department of Health and Human Services has asked Accenture to create a prototype of language translation of their static text content, forms, letters, correspondences, website content, and others. We're doing this in contact centers to do real live translation in real time from English to Spanish. So if you're the caller and you speak in Spanish, I, the agent, can hear it in English.
Oh, so we don't have to, well, wait a minute. There's a problem with that, but go ahead.
And as I speak it back in English, you hear it in Spanish. Now, today what you do in the contact center, and Kim probably could attest to it from a contact center.
We pay extra money for somebody to.
You use language,
yeah.
use a vendor that, what it does is it brings a third person to the conversation. They're
No,
always a little.
we hire, at my department, I work at a state department. At my department, we do hire Spanish speakers. We have to look if it's other than Spanish, we do have to.
You do have another
call
vendor.
them back.
Yep.
Yeah.
So either you hire someone that's multilingual, or you have the ability to bring a third person into that call to do that language translation.
We
Now,
can't do that. We can't do that because of personal information.
And the future of this is, this technology for translation will do a disruption to the translation business in the same way Uber and Lyft disrupted the taxi business. Now, this gives you more access. It provides government services the ability to provide more access to more languages. It creates more accessibility of government to this technology. But I want to be clear, and I haven't covered this because I thought your question about translation, this was a good thing to show.
This was very good, yes.
But it gives you the ability to think about this technology. We're going to toggle back to the presentation. I'll talk about some of the other mediums, and then I'll come back up here, and I'll show you a couple other demos of how I use it, other than to help my 6-year-old understand what her homework assignment was.
Did she really not remember, or is she just being 6?
She's 6.
Okay.
I'm sure if I offered her chocolate, she would remember.
Oh, yeah, well, for sure.
So if we go on to the next slide, this is something that I think is critical and important for all of you to be aware of. It's something that we've talked about with other boards. We've talked about it with other executive teams. This technology has some unique risks and challenges that probably have never been seen with other technology innovations. First, there's a concern around workforce displacement. And we just talked about translation, but think about if I can improve productivity across the board, someone would question, well, do I need as many people as I do? And the answer that we've seen so far is that, one, there's a lot of work that people could do if they are able to increase efficiency in the current data that they have. People are in a hamster wheel, and this gives them the ability to maybe stop and think more, engage with their colleagues more. We're also seeing in many cases a lot of public service organizations specifically have backlogs. This could help reduce backlogs. We implemented this capability at the Department of Work and Pension in the United Kingdom. They had a backlog of 8 weeks for incoming correspondences, and they used this technology to reduce their backlog from 8 weeks to a day.
Wow.
So there's a lot of capabilities, but there is a concern around workforce displacement, and it's a legitimate one. We've not seen that found in any of implementations that we've done so far, but maybe 5, 10 years ahead. I work with some professors in academia around this technology. And their feedback to me around workforce displacement is to really rethink the work week. Maybe the 40-hour work week becomes 36-hour work week in the future because of all the innovations that this capability could provide. So that's something to think about. Unreliable outputs. In some cases, I've got inaccurate outcomes. They're called hallucinations in this technology, but in reality, it's just the wrong answer. And there's ways to configure these tools in order to minimize the risk of unreliable outputs. If you think about a configuration of a confidence level, the ability to say that if I don't know the answer, I won't give the answer. Meaning if I don't have a high confidence level in the answer, I'm not going to produce one. The ChatGPT that I showed you earlier will always give me an answer. This is the free public-facing version of this. But at the enterprise, when we build this capability, we don't have a confidence level of 0. We have a confidence level of 11 to make sure that there's always higher degree of confidence before producing an answer. Confidentiality and security is another area. This technology has the ability to help you increase the security of your organization from information technology security and making sure that you can improve the confidentiality of the information that's in your systems. Liability and compliance, we talked a little bit about the writers and Hollywood strike, but there's still some open questions around copyright. Today, if I produce something using a generative AI model, it is not IPable unless I make some drastic changes to the output. So if I ask generative AI to create a picture, I can't IP that picture as my own. And so there's still some open unanswered questions in that space of liability and compliance, whether it's regulatory compliance or whether it's consumer protections associated with it. My expectation would be that over time there will be additional regulations and policies put in place either at the federal level or by states in order to address liability and compliance. And then lastly, bias and harm. If given the wrong inputs, it will produce the wrong outputs. And I'll give you an example of one. Some of you may have seen some mobile apps that if I upload enough pictures of myself, it could create a professional headshot of me. I can post it on LinkedIn as a professional headshot. There's probably a dozen or so apps like that in the app stores today. I had a colleague share with me an example of an app that does the exact same thing, except if I take an Asian American female's set of pictures and I uploaded it and asked it to create that professional headshot, it would change their hair color to blonde and it would change her eye color to blue, which is clear bias and harm. And so one thing that all of us need to be aware of is that this technology has the ability at ease to create misinformation and harm, and there are guardrails that need to be put in place when implementing it. As an example, at Accenture, when we implement these technologies, we apply responsible AI principles, not at the end, but in the beginning of the implementation of this solution. There are some use cases that should never have generative AI as part of the solution. If it's determining someone's eligibility for a benefit, for example, there should not be an auto-determination of a benefit using this technology. This technology should be viewed as an assistant. I sometimes describe it as like each and every one of us having 1,000 interns. And those 1,000 interns will give us the ability to start, accelerate some of the work that we do. But we as the human will always be part of the completion of it. Always a human in the loop, as people say, or I usually call it a human at the helm. And so that's just a little bit of some of the unique risks and challenges in this technology. If we go on to the next slide, there's some best practices that we thought we would share, and I'll hit on the middle one. We talked about workforce and the impact on workforce development. I think the thing that I would like you to take away from this slide is a little bit about making sure that the workforce is ready to leverage this technology and has the proper training on how to use it. I think of this capability as something that you should think about how to make sure that you're leveling up every person in the organization, giving them the tools, but also making sure that they've got the appropriate training to be able to leverage it in the work that they do. So that's one example of one of the best practices. If we go on to the next slide, let's talk about why generative AI is important. And I want to talk a little bit about the economic impact of this technology. If we go on to a little bit about the economic impact here, I did a similar presentation to another public pension board. And at that time, the ecosystem investment was slightly over $100 billion. I recently updated this slide to reflect the latest investment, and it's over $200 billion. I did that presentation about 6 months ago.
Wow.
So you can see the economic impact of investment being made by every company. Accenture, for example, is investing $3 billion in generative AI. But we're not building a tool or building a product to sell to consumers or to the enterprise. We're spending $3 billion to retrain our workforce on how to use this technology. That's the sole purpose of that investment. We're retraining over 800,000 employees in this technology. And let's look at the economic impact as a result of that investment. 7 trillion GDP global impact. And in the US, it's a 1.5% GDP increase per year for the next 10 years. This is the single most invested technology that every business that CalPERS invests in, every one of your technology partners, this is their major focus. And you can see here on the Gartner, the hype cycle, a little bit about all the various variations of generative AI. The reason I wanted to show you this hype cycle is to show you that there's so much innovation happening in this space, and there's very few elements of generative AI that is stable. They're all new. And that innovation slope that you see from on the left side, those are all net new capabilities that have not even matured yet, but you can see how many there are in there. If we go on to the next slide.
Wow.
Here's the thing that we've seen, and Accenture is very much focused on the data to support what we're seeing with our clients. About 3/4 or 76% of executives today are seeing generative AI more as an opportunity than a threat. They're understanding the benefits. They're seeing some of the things that I shared. I'll toggle over there in a second and I'll show you some more. However, only about a quarter, or 27% of them, are actually scaling it within their organization, which is a big gap. And one of the things that we've asked in our research is, why is there such a big gap between the opportunity and the potential and what they're actually doing within their organizations? And the vast majority of them, over 50%, are saying that the lack of AI governance and risk management in these solutions is limiting their scaling opportunity. And I want to take a second here to commend the CalPERS executive team, because we're doing a project with the CalPERS executive team now in order to establish AI governance and help make sure that this organization is taking the right first steps in order to achieve the knowledge and the skills needed in order to scale this technology, which is commendable. And not every organization is doing that. So I wanted to call out the CalPERS executive team for that.
Ms. Cohen?
Thank you very much. Good to see you and hear the presentation again. Can you said that last sentence before you commended the executive staff, you said AI is Say it again.
So 50% of executives
Yes.
are not scaling generative AI because they feel like their organization have a lack of AI governance, and they're not ready to scale it because of that. They don't have the structures in place to make sure that they're implementing the solution in a responsible way. And that's a little bit of some of the risks and challenges that I mentioned earlier. They don't feel like their leadership and their teams are ready to really put it into play without that in place. And so a lot of the projects that we're doing is around AI governance, making sure that you're assessing the right models, making sure that you've got the right implementation approach to implement things using responsible AI principles.
Is AI able to make investment recommendations? Has it evolved to that point? Sorry, Stephen, I know we just hired you, but I'm just curious.
Your
Maybe
life as
you can provide the governance
CIO
and the
is maybe
oversight.
shorter than you think.
Well, actually, we used.
Yeah.
You want to grab the chair over here?
Oh, careful.
Here, while he goes up there, I'm gonna move over and I'll show you a couple more demos afterwards.
Okay.
So in my previous role, we actually had a machine learning application, which was trading markets and making more money than people. But I'm not sure how scalable it was, but we're certainly open to that.
So that, you said trading, that was the platform that you guys use? Was that proprietary, or did you?
Well, this one was interesting because we used open source code and traded reasonably infrequently, so it gave trading signals and we would execute based on that. But it was reasonably small, but certainly as a test case, it was quite illuminating.
Did it outperform?
Yes. I don't know whether it's continued. It's a very short time period.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's continued. What I understand is it's at least as good.
You understand what?
It's at least as good.
As a person?
At least as good.
Oh, at least as
Sorry,
good
at
as a
least as-
human and the investment team
but it's a
and
very
professionals and consultants.
But it's a
I just
very,
want to throw it all in there. Got you.
But it's
I
a very-
understand now.
it's a very short time period.
Okay.
But it was encouraging.
Here's the thing that I would share about investment as well, and it's not just investment, it's also any other profession. The future of every job category and profession is either you will succeed if you are using AI versus individuals that will not succeed if they're not using AI. So it is the baseline playing field. And we've talked to some other investment organizations as part of other board presentations, thinking about how they're using investment technology. Historically, and I'll give you an example that was shared in that discussion. Historically, they would have human-powered individuals read through each annual report of their specific organization and learn and understand if there's any variations between historical annual reports of that business and also compare it against others. I can do all that with AI today.
Yeah. Can I ask some couple follow-up questions? So there are many platforms that are on the marketplace today. We just talk about ChatGPT. I think that is one of the most popular ones that are out there. There is another one that I've recently been introduced to called Perplexity. That actually, are you familiar with that one? Perplexity actually cites sources when spitting out an answer to, bolster confidence against hallucinations. Are we going to see this type of technology moving in that direction?
Yes. And I think part of it is about making sure the output is reliable. Let's do this. If we can toggle, I'll show you an example of the sourcing of an answer.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you how Accenture uses this technology today as an organization. So we've built and leveraged a tool called Amethyst. In the background, it's using multiple large language models. And this is the source that Accenture employees use today to help support the work that they do. When I log into it, it says, "Hi, Ayal. I'm Amethyst. I'm your personal AI assistant." I can ask this multiple questions. And I'll show you an example of the sourcing that it references. So let's ask it first, what is my PTO balance? And so now this is going into Accenture's HR system to look for the answer for it. So it's telling me as of January 1st, I should take more time off. That's my PTO balance. I can also ask it a question, and you can see that there's a source here that pulls off the information. I can also ask it a question that says, what is Accenture's policy for client travel? And what it's going right now is it's looking through Accenture's database of policies, one of which is about travel. And what it's going to do is going to give me a response back of the type of information that I'm asking for. But then it's also going to cite the source of that and where it got it. Now, in the past, in order to get an answer to this, I'd have to go read some large, long PDF. So I get the summary, but then if I click the source and I click the source that it's referencing from, what this is doing now is this is opening up Accenture's policies. I recognize this is telecast. I'm not sure how proprietary I should share all this, but it's okay.
You might want to stop, yeah.
But it's okay. But what I'll show you here is if I click policy, it's pulling a plethora of information. This is what I used to have to read to go find an answer. But now I just ask the question and get the answer that I want.
Well, as a state employee, we still have to do that. We have to go to the policy and read it.
And so this gives you an example of if for your internal employees, one, this is a good example of perplexity that shows you the sourcing of information, and it gives you a higher reliability in the output that it produces. Every generative AI solution that Accenture implements in the public sector has a source, colon, and a link to where it found the answer.
But this is something that's relatively new. I mean, when you do a search on ChatGPT, it's not giving you sourced information.
It's not. This needs to be configured into the solution. If I use just ChatGPT, it doesn't tell me the source.
Right.
Correct.
So does that mean ChatGPT will become obsolete, or would you continue to see it evolve?
I think it's going to continue to evolve.
And what happens to the other platforms in the marketplace? I mean, how do they begin to compete?
I think, and I have a slide about it. There's, first of all, California as a state is a leader in this technology. And what we're seeing is you're seeing large language models that are continuing to evolve to add new features, add the sourcing, make sure that there's no bias and harm automatically in the answer. I think what you'll see over time is, just like with every technology, probably some consolidation in this technology, but you'll still see a lot of opportunities for organizations to build their own, train a model, and then be able to leverage it. I think what you'll see is actually maybe a little bit different than what you see in ChatGPT today, which is the corpus of data of ChatGPT is the internet. So it's just a very large data source.
Yeah.
I think what you'll see in the future is smaller data sources that are more sustainable in cost of usage, but are very much focused on a topic area. So that you can reduce the electrical costs to develop the model, to maintain it, to run it. And it's very much going to be focused on a discipline, an industry, or just a small topic area.
So your company created Amethyst.
We built a tool, a front end to a thing we called it Amethyst, but in the background, it's using multiple large language models to get an answer. It's using ChatGPT, it's using Claude from Anthropic, it's using multiple LLMs in order to answer the question.
So how do organizations such as the Franchise Tax Board, which has huge data source, and I've called for a hearing, they've been using AI to a certain degree since I think the early 90s, first iterations of it.
What? I worked there, I didn't know that.
I know. We can talk about that later.
That's a closed.
That's a closed session. That's a one-on-one, Teresa. But my question is that it's a huge data source with a lot of information, and you think about people, their personal financial information. How is chat able to protect people's sensitive financial information? You know, if we were to do a query, staff were to do a query.
So one of the key principles of this technology is to make sure that you're using it at the enterprise level in a closed model.
Okay.
So I'll show you an example. If I go back to ChatGPT, this is an open model, right? I uploaded a picture of my kid's Thanksgiving paper, that becomes now part of the public domain.
Right. That's a problem.
I thought about it, but under the circumstances, I think I got.
It's still cute.
I mean,
I think I still got parental permission to upload that. Now, for the enterprise, you should never use ChatGPT. You should always use the closed version that's behind the same security as the databases that
we interface
Franchise
with.
Tax Board uses today, or that CalPERS uses today.
Right.
When you're turning on this, think of this as a function or a feature.
Mm-hmm.
When you're turning this technology on as a function or a feature, you have to do it behind the firewalls that exist today to protect the data that you have today in the various environments that those individuals' personal information exists.
Yeah, you make a really good point, and I want to make sure that we put a finer point on it for this organization. Is certainly in the SCO, the State Controller's Office, one of the things that we're doing is we're creating a policy around it, right? Because there isn't one that currently exists, and we know that the employees are running things through this platform to spit out form letters, to spit out responses, to do whatever they're doing for their everyday function. But to your point, how you're populating and putting what could be considered sensitive or proprietary information into the public domain, that creates a huge risk. I don't know if this organization has parameters, or you guys, they're nodding. So there are parameters in place, but something we are actively doing is putting together a policy saying, don't do this. We are creating something more internal, like you said, that has those firewalls in place so that you can search, but also the quality and the integrity of what is spit out, what the out product is accurate. So that we're not confusing with the Controller's Office of our California rules with some general ones, or maybe in Colorado or Texas or the state of Tennessee.
You're absolutely right. And I think that's why I mentioned before, organizations are not scaling it because in some organizations, they've not established that governance.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the CalPERS executive team is ahead, because they have a project, they've started to establish those policies in order to make sure that the organization is ready before you start to actually implement it for use within the enterprise.
My last question, and then I will turn it back over to you. It's actually to you, to the executive director, ma'am. What committee is dealing with, I know staff is going to make a recommendation and bring it to a committee, then the committee will come to the board about AI policies in place. Where are you in that process, and which committee would it go to?
It would likely go to the Finance and Administration Committee because of the administrative part of having an AI policy. But we would come forward and give you an update on our governance practices, our policies that we put in place for the organization. I'll work with Stevenson to see what the timing would be around that. But it could either be a committee, or because the full board is very interested in this topic, we could just do it at Board of Administration as well.
Okay. Is that something that we're going to see this year? I haven't.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm all done. Thank you.
Thank you. I only have 5 more people. Jose Luis? Hold on. Nope. Wow. There we go. Oh, man. That's why he gave us a stylus, but it wasn't working.
No worries. Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Gilmore, I want to go back to your question about the application that you mentioned and the trading application. And you mentioned it was dealing with your investment office at the Superfund. Did it first of all, did it displace any employees or any workers, any of the investment officers or workers?
No, it didn't. But this was small. It was really exploratory, and it was a test case, and it seemed to work reasonably well. So it gave us some insights into what else we could do. Mm-hmm. So I would think of it as complementary.
Complementary. And did you have any, when you were doing these testing, did you have any AI policy in place at the organization, or was it evolving?
It was evolving. We put together an internal team to think about the governance arrangements. So it was evolving.
It was evolving at the time. That's basically all I wanted to verify. And there's one more question. Let me see, one more thing I wanted to ask you. Excuse me, sir. And I have it in my notes here. And I'm just want to verify something. In terms of the in terms of the investment office here at CalPERS, do you feel that this technology would be complementary to what we're doing now with respect to some of our investment strategies, our investment procedures? I mean, in terms of now with our initiatives, with our data, our AI and no, not data, our technology initiatives. I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
I do think it could be complementary. I think some of the earlier use cases in the market related to execution in terms of trading. But I think also some of the best performing funds out there, say macro funds, have been using this sort of technology for a long time. But I think for us, yes, there are use cases that will be complementary.
As well as safeguards and guardrails to make sure we protect privacy and all those other things too.
Would have to. I think it's less about privacy when you're talking about the investments. I think when you're talking about personal information or you're talking about commercial confidences, there's more of an issue. But this would really be more about market analytics.
Our market analytics.
And I think execution's one. I think there may be room to do work when we're looking at factor exposures, things to diversify the portfolio and so on. But we're a long way from that at the moment.
Very good then. That's all, President Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll follow on Controller Cohen's thoughts. And if we're going to bring something to the board, let's also make sure that we're considering the ramifications. I think where was that slide? Hold on. The ethics, right? The diversity, data security, workforce development. So how that's, and just an overview. I don't think anybody, since I don't think you're delving quite very deeply into it yet. It's probably prohibitive for you guys to do so. But yeah, like some kind of overview in it sometime in the future. It doesn't have to be real soon.
No, we'll share the initial use case, which will be in the contact center.
Great.
When we come back.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Ms. Middleton.
Right, thank you. I'm going to keep this short, but what frightens me is the potential that AI has to fundamentally change cybercrime and what we are dealing with there. And so just very briefly, what should we be doing and how much differently are we going to have to organize ourselves when it comes to combating AI-generated cybercrime?
I think what you're seeing is going to see AI used to combat against AI-initiated cybercrime. And I think that's the way I would think about it. I'll give you an example in the database world. I used to have the ability to, if I identify a security vulnerability, a human would have to review that vulnerability, make a determination on what needs to change, take time, implement the change, re-secure the environment. Today, you can use AI to do the exact same thing. So AI could assess a vulnerability, identify it, recommend a patch that you would be able to implement, and then have, again, there's always going to be a human in the loop. Provide a human the recommendation in order to accept that change, and then go and actually implement it. AI would be able to implement it for you. So it's a little bit like a cat and mouse game when it comes to cybersecurity. And I think starting to use AI to combat cybersecurity will start to level that playing field.
Okay, Ms. Walker.
Oh, yes, thank you. So I think all of this is great and exciting and everything else, but I would be interested, at least for us, and I'm interested in it in general, but at least for us, like this is going to, maybe not tomorrow or the next day, but it's going to fundamentally change our staffing, how we staff, and what we want to do with our folks. And so this goes back for me as like something is great, but let's make sure that we're looking at all the different, looking at it as something more than, ooh, this is exciting. And then like, oh my God, we just wiped out, this, or, and we say no now, but when you think of all the possibilities of this, there is going to be an impact. We can say no now, but there is going to be an impact. And if we should not blindly think it's not going to. So I'm not saying that there's anything we have to do today, but it's certainly something that has to be into the consideration, because it is going to impact the ecosystem of the work that we do.
Thank you. Mr. Miller. Oh, hold on. Maybe. There it goes.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, this is all just fascinating to me. So I appreciate your being here, and I appreciate all the work that our team's putting in and really making sure that we continue to be informed to be leaders. I'm taking a little different direction. There's all this wonderful potential it poses. There's also the potential for cyber crime or misuse, or using it to amp up the ability to do disinformation, misinformation. But I want to kind of focus on you kind of hinted at it in one of your comments, the environmental impact, the power usage, the implications for energy infrastructure, which both are alarming, but also for someone like us as a long-term investor, the idea that potentially creates differences that differentiate various investments or even players in this industry, not just who develops the best capabilities, but who can do it with a smaller energy footprint, who can do it more efficiently, who can give me the same answer without wiping out half of the rainforest and at the equator to fuel it. And so just any insights you might have of how that's playing out, because I see now, even if you just go on almost any social media to do a search or an inquiry, it tries to steer you to using ChatGPT instead of just the regular, which orders of magnitude increases the cost of energy and effort that goes into giving you a simple answer that you could have gotten for that much resources before. And now it's not just Bitcoin mining that is going to require lots of little nuclear power plants someday or something.
I can't give you investment advice, but here's what I will share with you. The early technology in this space is consuming a lot of energy. And what I expect to see is that energy consumption will start to shrink as continued innovation in this space evolves. As I mentioned before, the ChatGPT model is using the corpus of data of the internet, millions of dollars in order to train it, and a lot of energy in order to train it. Future models from OpenAI, from Claude, from Anthropic, from Google and others, Microsoft, are going to show you smaller models that have a better sustainable cost. And I'll give you something that we do at Accenture. We have a tool called Model Switchboard. I identify the use case, and it runs through all the models and tells me what's the most cost-effective, sustainable usage in order to achieve the best outcome of that use case. Because all of our clients have the same concerns that you just expressed and want to optimize the cost profile of an implementation, and they essentially want to try out every model and see, is it expensive or is it inexpensive in order to run? So those are tools and widgets to help optimize. I think the long term, you'll see some optimization in the cost of it. Because in order to achieve continued scaling in this space, you cannot build enough power plants to achieve it. And so it has to change the technology from an optimization perspective.
Yeah, thank you for that, because it sounds like, and again, it's way outside of my expertise, but even, the large-scale semiconductor manufacturers, the cryo-enhanced stuff, all of it seems to be like, oh, this is where things are going, and someone's going to land some breakthroughs and have a huge advantage. So, Great, thank you.
We've got two more questions, and then you can continue. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a comment. The governor did issue an executive order on generative AI in September, and so there's been significant guidance put out to the executive branch. There's a really helpful website called genai.ca.gov. It has information about the pilot projects that are going on in the departments. That includes a call center project with CDTFA. There's a tab on the state workforce that goes over all of the training that's already been created for state employees around both kind of the basics of Gen AI, but then also a certificate program for people who are more interested in learning more. And we've been, through CalHR, very engaged with the employees on everything related to the pilot project. So each pilot project has its own kind of team in the department that includes employees who are working on the actual services that are being delivered. So just want to mention all those resources, and a lot of that information is on that website. Thank you.
Thank you. We had one drop off, so there you go.
Okay.
You're up.
I'll show you a couple more examples. I guess probably the most example that should resonate with everyone that's watching this and everyone else in the room is a little bit about this technology from when it comes to your productivity tools that you use today. So I'll give you an example. And Stevenson, this is an email that went between yourself, me, and one of our colleagues. I use the summarization capability, which is the Microsoft Copilot capability, in my Outlook to fundamentally change how I use email. I have the ability to summarize emails. So think about an email thread by the time you get to your email, and there's 3 or 4 more people that have piled on. And you have the dilemma of, do I read it, or do I try to find the key words and maybe skim it? I have a button, you can see that on the top right, that is called Summarize. This is an email about who's going to participate in our visioning session related to our project around AI governance with CalPERS. If I click Summarize, it read the entire email thread and gave me 6 bullets about it. Sarah proposed a list of attendees for the January Gen AI Visioning Workshop and asked for feedback. Stevenson expressed concern about the list being too large for a meaningful visioning exercise, etc., etc. I also use generative AI in order to draft the first draft of my emails. When you combine drafting emails and summarizing them, like you see here today, I save about 45 to an hour every day. 45 minutes to an hour a day that I'm spending less in my email and more time working with my colleagues, working with my clients on various things. These are things that will start to become available in your organizations. CalPERS is procuring its first tranche of Microsoft Copilot in M365 to start to give CalPERS employees the ability to use this technology to expedite as they go through emails. And to your point earlier, Ms. Walker, as you start to implement more and more of these, it starts to fundamentally change the work that we all do. Absolutely. And that's where you're going to start to see some things that we maybe start to do that we've never done before because we never had time to do it. And it's going to free us up to maybe innovate more, to ideate more, to do other things in the workplace that maybe we couldn't do before. But it also has the risk of displacing the workforce. And that's something that we're constantly assessing and reviewing, and it needs to be transparent and open about what we're seeing. I use this in Microsoft Teams. When I have a Teams meeting, at the end of the call, I get a summary of the meeting, and I get action items from that meeting.
So what do we do with confidential information, proprietary information that's in there?
Yep.
How does that not get publicated or published? I'm sorry, publicated.
Yeah, so AI is actually used to remove PII or HIPAA in that content. So you're actually using this technology to also remove PII within the content of a conversation. So these capabilities...
Personal
identifiable information.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this technology is being leveraged. And again, the
So how do you make heads or tails of this meeting you had if all the PII is out? Because that's what we talk about at work, right?
Well, but so in that case, if it's summarizing a call that has an enormous amount of PII in that call, it will give you a much more generic summary of that meeting.
Okay,
So you kind of lose, because you're scrubbing out PII.
correct, I gotcha.
You sometimes lose the value of all the specificity that occurred in that conversation.
So it may not be valuable in that vein. Okay,
Any of
understood.
the meeting summary that he's talking about is behind our firewall. It's not being published out to the internet that can be used by, other entities thereafter. This is all happening within CalPERS and protected by the CalPERS firewall. So the meeting summaries effectively could have PII as long as their position is eligible to read PII, which they shouldn't have been in the meeting if they weren't anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know you could protect it. I thought because it was on a AI, then it became public. Okay.
I'm gonna leave you with one final example, and I'll tell you the story of this. This occurred on Friday, so this is not something that I prepped with the team. So I apologize for not giving you a heads up on this. I have a presentation tomorrow with our Accenture leadership team about how the culture of my team is going to be different. And Accenture is trying to better, address the culture within our health and public service organization. I had someone that asked me to close that meeting with something cool around generative AI. I asked for the presentation. I used generative AI to summarize a PowerPoint deck. And then I asked ChatGPT to write me a poem about that deck. So now I've got a 3-stanza poem. What I then did is I used another generative AI tool to which I uploaded a prior video that I did, unrelated to this topic at all. And then I asked this generative AI solution from the company's called HeyGen to take the video that I uploaded, take the poem that generative AI created, and merge it together. And it produced this.
5. Guiding hearts through storms we strive. From rising embers to daring goals, we stand for well-being and caring souls.
So I did it in English. Then I thought it'd be interesting to do it in a couple other languages. So I did it in German.
Martis Worte interessieren 20 und 5. Leitet die Herzen in den Stürmen, die wir atmen. Von steigender Blut bis...
And then I grew up in Israel, so I was kind of curious of the quality of it, because I don't know German, but I was curious in the quality of it, so I asked it to do it in Hebrew. And it was spot on. And then there's a large international contingency in our group. I don't know if I brought the Hebrew to this, but I'll bring the Hebrew. I did it also in Hindi. So if someone knows Hindi in the room, they could confirm.
माटी के शब्दों में रुचि है 25 और 5. हम जिन तूफानों में सांस लेते हैं, उनमें दिलों का मार्गदर्शन करता है.
Now, the reason I shared this with you today is because this took me less than 15 minutes to do. And I could pick from about 150 languages. And if I used Spanish, it gave me about 20 different variations of Spanish that I could use. And if I used French, it gave me French Canadian, Belgium French, French, and it kept going. Think about the opportunities of language translation to the beginning of our conversation on leveraging this. Think about how, and I'll give you a direct example. Think about your board meetings, how you can offer it in different languages in real time, in any language that the individual picks. So you can share the importance of this information that you guys are having here today with as broad as audience as you can. And again, less than 15 minutes, and I did not code anything. I uploaded a video of me from a previous presentation in English. I took a poem that Gen AI created because it summarized the PowerPoint for me. I tweaked the poem a couple times because it had a couple things that it referenced some quote that was in the PowerPoint. I was like, don't quote this person. And then I translated it in seconds to different languages, and it produced a video. And if you see it on my screen versus the projected screen, the lips move even closer to the lips of what the person is appeared to be saying. So, that was my last explanation of a demo. We'll go back to the presentation, and I'll end, because we've got a couple minutes left. What I'd like to do is I'd like to end with an example of how we've implemented this technology in a production environment, in another public service organization, related to the contact center. So you have a little bit of a preview of some of the opportunities that the CalPERS Contact Center, who's exploring this today, how they're thinking about how to leverage this technology. So we'll toggle back to the presentation. I'll move back. So when you think about the contact center, you think about what are some features and function that this technology can help. So if we go to the next slide, and we'll skip one more, we've implemented contact center technology that does a couple things. This is another public service organization. This is in the health and human services space. And what we do is two specific things. None of it, first of all, is directly impacting the customer. It's not customer facing, but it's agent facing. First, at the end of every call in every contact center, an agent spends time typing a summary of the conversation. That summary takes time and prevents them from going on to the next call. Those are some of the post-call actions and activities that they do. We use generative AI today to summarize the conversation that the agent had with the caller. In 2 to 5 seconds, a summary is populated. Now, it's not just a generic summary. It's a summary in the tone, the tenor, the style, the format, the complexity of the language, the layout that every organization wants. And it gives it back as a draft to the agent to be able to review and edit it before they finalize it.
Sorry.
And that gets saved in the system.
In the
Behind
system.
a firewall, none of this is in a public domain.
Okay.
So all this really does, at its simplistic thing, is instead of me typing a summary, it offers a draft of a summary to me, the agent, so I can edit it if I want and save it off. We also have an AI agent assist capability. So, Ms. Walker, if I can use you as the example. If you're the caller and I'm the agent, as you and I speak, AI is listening to our conversation. And AI is suggesting to me, the agent, what are some things that I can do to help solve the question that you're asking me? And it's referring me to a knowledge article. It's giving me suggestions about how to better answer your question. And what it also does is it also knows that because you're asking this question, you may ask something in the future, or worse, maybe you'll call next week about something. So maybe I should preempt you and offer that today. And so what that does is it gives us the ability to provide true first contact resolution, and it gives us the ability to provide better service. Yeah. When we've implemented those two features, the post-call summarization and the AI agent assist for knowledge articles, this client was able to reduce their average handle time of calls by 10%. So now what happens is they have less people on hold for long times, and they're able to get answers and serve more people with the same amount of resources. They've not removed resources, but rather they've provided better service and lower wait times. So wanted to show you that as an example, and that's something that CalPERS is exploring about how to use some of this technology within your existing call centers. So one example that I thought I'd end with, there's a handful of other slides in this presentation that we're not gonna go through today, but go through it at your own time. If there's any questions, we're happy to come back. I wanna be respectful of the time for the board today.
Yes. You sure? Yeah. Hold on 1 second. There you go.
I just want to say, it's really nice to see how much you enjoy your job. Like, you are like all over the place. So that's really cool to see. So
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to say.
This is maybe an AI persona. It's a hologram.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm a huge fan of the topics of AI that are going around right now. And I want to thank you for not going into the doomsday scenarios, because there's a lot of those out there. I am very hopeful that we can use this technology to create unity and break up divide, regardless of borders. I'm also hopeful that this technology can give us the building blocks to cure things like cancer or other life-threatening diseases. And I believe that as long as we keep the membership at the forefront of this conversation and how this will affect them, I can only see positive things coming from our end. And then just lastly, I hope that we're able to use our voice in the discussions of the AI Code of Ethics, whether it's the International Code of Ethics or the National Code of Ethics. So, but by all means, please keep up the great work that you guys are doing in researching this. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm very excited on what you've shared with us, as well as hearing that CalPERS is going to sort of roll this out in the call center. Love to hear about it. I have 2 huge call centers at Franchise Tax Board that might be beneficial. So, yeah, this is really exciting stuff. I will reiterate what Mr. Palkey said, which is we need to make sure that however we do it, we are participating in the governance process of AI, because right now it's the wild, wild west for AI, and I think that could be a real negative thing for us when it could be such a really good tool. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And anybody else, any other questions before I let them go? Okay. Do I have any public comment? All right. So that does conclude our public presentations for today. And I want to give our presenters and guests a round of applause from the board. So thank you guys very much. I'd like to thank our stakeholders in attendance, whether you're watching online or here in the room with us. We will begin tomorrow's stakeholder forum at 9 a.m. for a networking session, and then presentations will begin here in the auditorium at 10. So we look forward to seeing y'all at breakfast. And with that, I adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody. Well, if we did, it would be in closed session. Matt, do we have closed session?
There's no real.
Is there any real update? Did we announce it anyway?
You can, yeah, we don't need the closed session.
So there's no real update, okay. Then we're good. We're gone for the day.
Good job, Matt.